Alright. I'll leave it on 5 for now. Or... Okay, so. So, this is not for broadcast. And, interesting.
But now you start to see, yes? The people
Huh?
never happy. It's never enough.
Oh.
I cannot believe you do that.
Okay, well.
That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
At. God. Okay, anyways. This is not for broadcast. Uh. It's an interesting game that I've been interested in. From what I know, you're essentially a, what's the term? Turn right. Oh.
Hi, David, I have a call for you. I'm just putting it through. All right, mate. Dave here. Listen, I know you've only come in to clean up the place, but I've got a bit caught up, so you're going to have to run the news tonight. Now, don't worry, it's not hard, and I'm going to stay on the phone and help you.
Huh?
First, I'm going to give you a quick tour of the broadcast room, so if you're not doing it already, look forwards towards all those screens. Right, look up at the top. That coloured bar is your audience. You want to keep the viewers going up and not down. Underneath
Okay.
that, you've got the screens. The one on the right is the broadcast screen. That's what the viewers are seeing at home. It's only a couple of seconds behind the master screen there in the middle. That's the one you control. Now, the four small screens on the left show the different signals coming from the studio, and you can choose between them using the numbered buttons on the vision mixer at the bottom left. Don't worry, I'll talk you through it and you'll pick it up in no time. Now, have a look to your left.
I
These
could.
plugs control
Oh?
everything in the studio. I've left them set up for you, so provided you haven't fiddled with them, all you have to do now is throw the master trip switch and we're in business. Once you've got the power on, face the front again.
Okay, so from what I understand, you're essentially the operator of this. You're working under, like, if I'm correct, a dictatorial government or a controlling government, essentially. And you're essentially the host of, or no, you're essentially the operator of this. I don't know much else besides maybe it's going to have some similarities to Paper Please, which I think I'll enjoy. Alright, set you there. Alright, nice. And
You can see on the broadcast screen that we're in the end titles for the show before us. Fortunately, they go on for fucking ages, so there's plenty of time for me to explain. Oh, right, okay, they're over, so we haven't got long now to the broadcast. Right, quickly, mate, look down under the desk. You can see a load of videotapes on the left. They're your adverts. Pick any three and load them into the machines on the right. When you've done that, look up to the front again.
exercise with ham sleeves.
Right, the tapes are loaded and we're all ready for when we get to the first ad break. That's great. Any second now, you should be getting a signal through from the studio. Stay on your toes, mate. It's election night, so all eyes are on this room. We do
Uh-oh.
not want to get fired. When you get the signal, select screen one with the vision mixer and we're ready to go.
Prawn and mayonnaise?
Did I see if you make me go out in pustules?
Yeah, I thought it might increase our viewing figures.
Every day. You offer me prawns every day.
10 seconds, everybody. It's how I show love.
You're trying to kill me.
And yet you persist. Going in 5, 4.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main stories tonight.
Okay,
Moving on
we're
up.
all good.
The
Next
election
thing is
win
going to be
that
the throw
also
to the
says
news
trigger
titles on
happens.
screen 2.
So for our
There'll be a
hotspot,
countdown, but I'll count you in as well. Just relax, mate. It's all gravy.
buys Honest Andy's Totally Independent and corners the flowered market. Top chat. Sports fans everywhere celebrate as popular footballer Johnny Hamsleys wins Sports Personality of the Year. And a spoonful of sugar. Megan will be chatting with movie star Lawrence Blunderclatch about his new movie, The Medicated. And, of course,
What?
we'll be going live to Advance headquarters to hear what the
Nine.
leaders of this fledgling party have to say on their historic victory.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Lovely, mate. Next thing is the throwback to Jeremy with button 1 when that globe in the middle shrinks down and vanishes. Here it comes. Switch to screen 1. Nah, lovely, mate.
But first,
All right,
it's a
nice.
win, and it's a decisive win for Advance.
We often get a bit of interference around this time, mate. Keep your eye on the machine at the bottom right. Use that slider that's flashing, or your scroll wheel to move the wave up and down, keeping the green bit in the white bit.
But critics have accused him of a severe lack of actual policies
Oh.
and being deliberately vague. The opposition parties have all conceded defeat to Advance's overwhelming mandate, but have yet to appear publicly. However,
Oh.
former
Oh,
host
it's constantly moving.
Going well. All you've got to do now is play the advert at the end of the segment.
Oh.
Make sure you don't play it too early or we'll all get fired. Now the clock at the top is counting you down to the advert. When it reaches 0, press one of the 3 play ad buttons over there at the
I want to do exercise with Ham Sleevy.
first one at a first break and so on, but you can play them in any order you want. I'll count you into it as well, but keep your eye on the clock.
Okay.
his acceptance speech.
And 3, 2, 1, advert. Play the fucking ad, mate.
I thought I'd ask him about the election.
Personally, I wouldn't try to confuse him with any big words.
Uh-oh.
That's the same policy we use with you. I thought that was our little secret.
Okay, I pressed 2, but no, I need to press
I'm
B.
deeply uncomfortable with your burgeoning friendship.
Me too.
No.
Ah.
Wicked. We made it to the first ad break. You're doing great, mate. But this is where it starts getting a bit trickier. This
Woo.
next sequence is what we call a multi-cam sequence because you're going to be cutting between multiple cameras to keep things interesting. A lot of it's down to personal taste, but here's 3 good rules of thumb.
These aren't my
1.
cards. Please
Try and keep the shot on whoever is doing the talking. 2. Don't stay on the same shot for too long, 10 seconds at the most. So if you're on the person who's talking, try and throw in the odd reaction shot or pull out to the wide shot for a bit just to keep it interesting. 3. Don't stay on reaction shots for too long. A couple of seconds is usually enough.
Okay.
The audience want to see who's doing the talking, yeah? Stick to these rules and you'll be fine. It's not as complicated as it sounds. You've seen programs on television, haven't you? Make it look like those. Might as well get
I'm gonna be
something
honest.
selected now.
No.
No need to wait for the broadcast to start. Try and stay ahead, mate.
Quiet in the studio. Thank you so much. 10 seconds, everybody. Going in 5, 4,
4, 3, 2.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later, we'll be hearing from shock election winners Advance. But first,
Get ready to go to Megan on screen 4.
is here with the star of both stage and screen. Megan?
Thank you, Jeremy. Megan
All right,
Wolfe,
nice.
the correspondent. And today I have a guest who starred in everything from Shakespeare
Right,
to
go
the
to
Shopflock
Blunderclatch on
films.
screen 3 when she says his
Joined
name.
today by none other than Lawrence Blunderclatch. Thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, my dear, I do hope you believe me when I tell you that being with you here today is among
Switch to 2 for the wide now.
May I say having
Yep.
you here with us is among ours.
He's gone.
Try and stay on whoever's talking.
Your latest movie, which is called The Medicated.
The medicated, yes.
Wow, what was that like?
Well, as I said to Peter at the Wrap, that's Peter Jensen, the director.
Give us a look at Megan's reaction.
He's a wonderful
Lovely.
chap.
Now back to Thunder Twat.
I've worked with him on several movies, all terribly successful.
Okay.
I said to Peter, what a wild ride this has been.
I have not been paying attention to.
I really meant that.
Wow, that is fantastic. And am I right in saying that the character you play in this movie is quite an academic one?
Absolutely right. A scientist.
Was that a challenge at all?
What exactly are you implying? But seriously, yes, you're right. It was a complete departure from my last starring role when I played Sergeant Brock Rockman in Bullet Man. You'll remember that that was the true story
I
of
need
a
to-
soldier's fight for a love that surpasses all others. A love, of course, for freedom. I think it's grossed over $1 billion, but honestly, who's counting?
It's a role that saw you scoop 2 Best Actor awards, if I remember correctly.
It's so
Ah,
easy to mention.
swapped too
But
early.
I really am not in it for the awards, although those 3 little statues do take pride of place on my mantelpiece.
With all the others, I'm sure. So, if you're not doing it for the awards, what is it then that drives you?
That is a beautiful question, Megan, and not easy to answer.
I need to keep my eye on so much.
I'm afraid. Cut me, and I will bleed. And
That wasn't a
often
good time to swap.
That's how it feels, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Bleeding, giving, suffering for one's audience. I suppose in the end, I do it for the difference it makes. I do it for the people that I inspire, the little people. But most of all, I think I do it for the positive change that I can bring about in the world.
And today, of course, we're in for some real change, it looks like, in the coming few months. What do you make of this historic election result?
Oh boy.
Well, now you're asking. Historic election result. Indeed, historic is the word. Well, it's difficult, isn't it? Very difficult. But
Remember the 10-second
I've
rule.
always been quite
Yeah,
clear
yeah.
that when it comes to politics, one should always strive to not fuck things up.
Shit, he swore. Oh, well, don't worry, he won't do it again.
Sorry, I said fuck.
Shit, he did it again. Okay, don't panic. I'll explain how to deal with swearing at the break.
Medicated, which opens next week.
Right,
around
they've swapped the shot of Jeremy on screen 1 for a VT of the movie clip. You'll get a countdown on the screen, but I'll just let Megan cue you in.
My character, Dr. Lance Hemlock, is faced with a decision that could affect humanity's very survival.
Exciting stuff. Let's take a look.
Okay.
Looks like Blunderclash is losing it in the studio, but we ain't got time for that. There's more interference coming. It's a bit trickier this time, mate. Use that little flashing joystick to the left of the knob, or hold down your middle mouse or Alt on your keyboard, and as the frequency changes, match it to the white bit by dragging right.
You think I don't know that?
Oh.
Now we're going to squash the frequency back by dragging left.
No, Lance, we mustn't. Think of Carol.
That's Dr. Lance to you, Miss Flanagan.
What? God, that was a powerful slap.
For you, baby.
Next, we're going to change the amplitude. Same as last time. Little joystick or hold on to a middle mouse, and this time push upwards. Upwards, mate. Upwards. Right, now let's match it back by...
Oh my. I didn't get a hang of it. I couldn't. Ah. Ah. Hopefully it doesn't send me back too far. But man, you need to keep an eye on so much. Like, it's so hard to focus on it.
Wicked. We made it to the first
Okay,
level.
okay.
It's doing great, mate. But this is where it starts getting a bit trickier. This next sequence is what we call a multicam sequence, because you're going to be cutting between multiple cameras.
However, I think I can get the general gameplay of this game.
Taste, but here's 3 good rules of thumb.
These aren't my
1.
cards. Please.
Try and keep the shot on whoever is doing the talking. 2. Don't stay on the same
I
shot.
guess.
10 seconds at the most.
I guess,
If you're on the person who's talking, try and throw in the odd reaction shot or pull out to the wide shot for a bit just to keep it interesting. 3. Don't stay on reaction shots for too
I need to keep an eye on so much. I need to keep an eye on
long. See who's doing the talking, yeah?
who's talking. I need to keep an eye on, like, if somebody reacts.
Sounds. You've seen
And
programs on television, haven't you? Make it look like
I need to keep an eye on the time, as I need to count down to like 10 seconds, so I'm not on somebody forever.
Quiet in the studio.
Thank you so much for
10 seconds, everybody. Going in 5.
God, this is actually somewhat stressful, but hey,
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later, we'll be hearing from shock election winners Advance. But first,
Get
off,
ready to go to Megan on screen 4.
is here with the star of both stage and screen. Megan?
Thank you, Jeremy. Megan Wolf, culture correspondent.
I think I swapped a little bit later
Starred in everything from
on that one.
Shakespeare
Right,
to
go to
the
Blunderclatch on screen 3 when she says his name.
by none other than Lawrence Blunderclatch. Thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, my dear, I do hope you believe me when I tell you that being with you here today is among
Switch to 2 for the wide now.
May I say, having you here with us is among ours.
Right, now just try and stay on whoever's talking.
Latest movie, which is called The Medicated.
The medicated, yes.
Wow, what was that like?
43, so
Well,
33.
I said to Peter at the Rat. That's Peter Jensen, the director.
Give us a look at Megan's reaction.
He's a wonderful
Lovely.
chap.
Now back to Thunder Twat.
I've worked with him on several movies, all terrible.
Whoops. Press
So,
2.
Peter, what a wild ride this has been.
I forgot the time. I think it's 20. I think I swap.
That is fantastic. And
Okay,
am I right in saying
don't
that
need to worry.
the part you play in this movie is quite an academic one?
Absolutely right. A scientist.
13.
Is that a challenge at all?
What exactly are you implying? But seriously, yes, you're right. It was a complete
I shoulda did the
departure from
white
my
shot.
last starring
3.
role when I played Sergeant Brock Rockman in Bullet Man. You'll remember that that was the true story.
Been on that shot a bit
Young
long.
soldiers fight for a love.
Yep, was about to swap.
A love, of course, for freedom. I think it's grossed over $1 billion, but honestly, who's counting?
It's a role that saw you scoop 2 Best Actor awards, if I remember correctly.
It's so sweet of you to mention it, but I really am not in it for the awards. Although those 3 little statues
Didn't keep track.
place on my mantelpiece.
With all the others, I'm sure.
Didn't need to.
So, if you're not doing it for the awards, what is it then that drives you?
That is a beautiful question, Megan, and not easy to answer.
I think 19.
I'm afraid. Cut me, and I will bleed.
Okay, now 11.
That's how it feels, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Bleeding, giving, suffering for one's audience. I suppose in the end, I do it for the difference it makes. I do it for the people that I inspire, the little people. But most of all, I think I do it for the positive change that I can bring about in the world.
And today, of course, we're in for some real change. It
Starting to
looks
use
like
my
in a few months.
number keys.
What do you make of this historic election result?
Oh, well. Well, now you're asking. Historic election result.
I didn't keep track. I think,
Historic is the
31.
word. Well, difficult, isn't it? Very difficult. But,
Remember the 10-second rule.
Yeah.
quite clear that when it comes to politics, one should always strive to not fuck things up.
Shit, he swore. Oh, well, don't worry, he won't do it again. Shit, he did it again. Okay, don't panic. I'll explain how to deal with swearing at the break.
Medicated, which opens next week.
Right,
around
they've swapped the shot of Jeremy on screen 1 for a VT of the movie clip. You'll get a countdown on the screen, but I'll just let Megan...
Can you shut up? Let me listen.
Character, Dr. Lance Hemlock, is faced with a decision that could affect humanity's very survival.
Exciting stuff. Let's take a look.
Sure, looks like Blunderclatch is losing it in the studio, but we ain't got time for that. There's more interference coming. It's a bit trickier this time, mate. Use that little flashing joystick to the left of the knob, or hold down your middle mouse or Alt on your keyboard, and as the frequency changes, match it to the white bit by dragging right.
You think I don't know that?
Now we're going to squash the frequency back by dragging left.
Lawrence, we mustn't. Think of Carol.
That's Dr. Lance to you, Miss Flanagan.
God, that was a powerful slap.
Jubbly, mate.
For you, baby.
Next we're going to change the amplitude. Same as last time. Little joystick or hold Alt or middle mouse, and this time push upwards.
but I didn't listen.
Doctor,
I'm drowning, Lance, she said.
you need to see this.
No, don't you?
Right, now let's match it back by going downwards.
The virus.
Whoa.
Melody.
It's Finn now.
This formula. This is the key.
Stop it all.
Yes.
Bloody perfect, mate.
Woo!
We have to ask ourselves.
At the end of the clip, you'll want to play another ad. Remember to use the clock at the top to count you in.
Oh boy.
Right, I guess I better explain how to deal with bleeping out swear words. As you've probably noticed, the broadcast screen, here, is about 2 seconds behind the master
Yeah.
screen, here. When someone says a naughty word, the bleep button lights up, like this. 2 seconds later, you'll hear that swear word going out on the broadcast, and you need to hold down the bleep button, or the space bar
Oh.
on the keyboard, for as long as the swear word lasts. It can take a bit of practice getting used to hearing 2 things at once. Just stay calm and you'll get it. And if you can't tell when to bleep, just above the button, you'll literally be able to see the sound scrolling by. All you got to do is hold it down while the red bit is over the red line.
Oh.
Of course, if you do it by eye, you'll have to take your eye off the screens. That's why real professionals do it by ear. Most people like to have the volume of the broadcast screen a little bit below the master screen. Let's set it now. As you turn it up, you'll hear the advert getting louder. Good. You're set to start censoring. Like I say, it takes a little practice, but I'll try and help you through it, and soon we'll have you bleeping like a pro. Remember, button lights up, count 1, 2, and hold it down.
My message directly to you with my new nationwide tour.
Okay, so that's how it's done.
Screen 1 now that you've got the feed. Don't wait for the broadcast to go live. That's too late. You can use the number buttons on your keyboard, 1 to 4.
Running the country. Seriously, that's right.
Next, exit advanced HQ.
3.
Welcome back. I'm told we can now go live to Advanced Headquarters, where the 2 leaders, Peter Clement and Julia Salisbury, are about to make their acceptance address.
Oh shit, he's pissed.
Shall I
Get ready to
start?
bleep.
Go for it, Pat.
You bleep
Okay.
normal
Well,
stuff.
thank
Whoops.
you all for coming, and well, where do I start? What a day!
Well, this is gonna be a...
We couldn't do
They
it.
certainly did.
They used every dirty, low-down, lying, southern bastard trick they had against us. But you, the people,
Nice.
you saw
Oh,
right
Kevin.
through
Whew.
their shag.
I'm sorry about the language there.
Sorry about that. I've had a couple of celebratory pints. Makes me coarser than a granny's fanny.
Memorably put.
Nailed it.
But to be honest, who can blame Peter for celebrating? Throughout the campaign, you've heard us say that Advance are not a political party. A party is what you have when things are going
Mix it
well.
up a bit, eh?
When the country is
Okay.
suffering, you don't need
Whew,
a party.
that's a lot I need to keep track
You
of.
need a team that can change things. But today is day 1 of a new future. A better, fairer future. So perhaps we should all be celebrating.
Except for the rich. For them, the party's over. They shouldn't be celebrating. They should be putting their shitting pants on and opening their dusty checkbooks.
Again, colourfully put, but not inaccurate. Before we came out here to address the nation, we used our executive powers to pass the Assets and Wealth Act. Working with the tax office, we have produced a definitive list of every person in the country with wealth into the millions.
You know the sort. Probably you rather you don't. Because the likes of
Alright,
you
he's
and
talking.
me
I need to keep
are
an
not
eye on
welcome in their gated
his swears.
communities.
Tomorrow, we will be introducing a sweeping reform of the tax system in this country.
Huh?
No more hiding wealth offshore,
Huh?
no more trust
What did I do
funds or
wrong?
creative accounting. A simpler,
Did I not
fairer,
catch a swear? Did he
unavoidable
swear?
set of tax
Reaction
laws.
shot.
So all you bastard
What reaction SWAT?
little snobs have got nowhere to hide.
Perfect.
And earlier today, we revoked your passports. You want them back?
Huh?
You want to leave like you threatened before the election? That's fine. But first, you're going to pay up. You're going to pay back.
Advance are going to turn this country from a nation of warring individuals into a team. To properly fund health and education. To raise the living standards of us all.
The pundits said we'd have to raise billions. But you'll see when we've reclaimed what's ours, that's absolute ferret shite. So to you posh twats.
The people who pay you a pittance to serve them drinks in their private clubs. The people whose children you raise.
So they've got time to get even fucking richer.
Advance have this to say to you.
It ends today.
We are coming for your sports cars and your mansions and your vineyards.
It ends
Yeah,
today.
that's my fault.
We will put the wealth of this country back where it should have always been. In the hands of the people who
I
create
shouldn't have swapped.
It ends today.
Yes, it ends today. And tomorrow, we'll start
Ah!
making it fair again. Just like we promised we would.
And until then, ladies and gents,
I need to keep an eye on the name.
I suggest we all get pissed.
I can't argue with that. Thank you for your time.
Well, an interesting acceptance speech there from the leaders of Advance.
Oh
And,
boy.
Apologies for the fruity language. Hopefully we got that bleeped out for you in time. If not, someone's going to be in trouble.
Sorry.
So, as the country braces itself for new government, that's all from us this evening at the National Nightly News. We'll be back tomorrow with full coverage of the first.
Am I going to
day
need to
of
play an
the
ad?
Olympics. I'm Jeremy
Right,
Dalton.
looks like you've got
Have
it
a
now.
peaceful-
Thanks for all the help, mate. I've got to go. Ferry's about to leave. Probably won't be coming back. Job's yours, mate. Good luck.
Wait, job's mine? This is my job now?
Same old boring politics then.
Is this some weird fever dream? Am I dying now?
Oh, that's cool.
So lucky. I'll see you tomorrow night.
Not coming for a drink?
No, got a date.
Lucky you. Try not to get murdered.
Challenge room unlocked? Woo! Oh my god, this is actually difficult. Sorry, I have something in my throat. But man, this is actually fairly difficult. I'm having to keep track of so many things at once that it's actually difficult to, well,
When the program's finished, you'll get a broadcast report. It's 3 pages. This first page shows you how well the broadcast went. Each sequence and an overall grade. Remember, grades mean bonuses, and they
B's are fine.
If you want to know more about how it went, select more info. If not, select continue to move to the next page. Right, this is an optional section for when you really want to understand what happened during the show. You've got a graph there showing you what the audience did. They're a fickle fucking bunch. And of course, you can really drill into the details if you want to get better at making TV. I never came
Ah.
over once.
So, yeah, no, my issue was mostly just the it was mostly the advert and the editing. Like, if I did the if I swapped to the other scenes a lot better, then I probably would have gotten better. God, sorry. I didn't get some water. Okay, so, other than that, I'd say I did pretty good.
Right, this is the important page. It tells you how
Current
much
wealth.
wealth you have overall. That bollocks at the bottom shows you the financial state of our main advertisers. But you don't own any fucking shares. You're a cleaner, for God's sake, so why would you care?
Am I supposed to get shares? I don't wanna. Well, I don't think I want to rise that high in the financial wealth, because that first advertisement literally just told me, if I do, I'm going to lose everything. So like, by now, I kind of probably just wanna, I'm gonna turn that up. I probably just wanna, you know, keep it on the down low, maybe just get like a nice livable wage.
This is the last page, and it tells you the state of the world, tells you how well the government's doing, and down the bottom there, this one's important, tells you what Channel 1 currently thinks of you. In
What?
other words, what the boss thinks.
Well, he likes me, or loves me, so that's good. So this one is the state of the world, this one is how the boss thinks of me, not how people think of Channel 1. I am fully expecting a second meter, or third meter to appear that says, how much people think of Channel 1. But I think that's already done with the audience.
Alright, mate. Welcome to the archive. This is where you can have a quick look back at what you've done and how it looked to the public. There's 3 sections: broadcast, rushes, and adverts. Let's start with broadcast. Click on it now.
Oh, okay.
On the left, that's all the broadcasts that you've done. Click on any one of them and hit load tape. Once it's finished loading, you can use the rewind and the fast forward at the bottom there to help you get to the bit you want to see.
Well, in a few moments, we'll be going live.
Right, click on rushes and let's have a look at those.
Rushes.
Right, this is the rushes room. It's pretty simple. The 4 screens you can see, they're going to show you the 4 signals you got from the studio during the actual broadcast. Difference is you can mute any combination of them so you can have a listen to the stuff you weren't allowed to show. Select the broadcast and give
These
it a
aren't my cards. Please tell me these aren't my cards.
No, they're the right ones, apparently.
But this gives me nothing, Jenny. They must see that.
I know. I think they think you won't have anything to say.
Oh, for God's sake, come on. It's a huge day. It's not an...
Absolute bonehead. I don't care, Rob. I'm not doing it. I agreed to do 1 beastly interview a day. I made that completely clear when we started. Check my contract.
Hi, I'm Megan.
Oh, piss off.
Whoa.
You're on thin bloody ice, Rob. Whole wheat, man. Whole wheat.
We're coming back from the break. Quiet in the studio. Everybody.
God, he is insufferable. I want to get straight over to what I didn't see, or what I couldn't hear. Oh my god, this is so interesting. It's not like they have
So,
So it's not like they have just like one audio track of just like,
country.
oh yeah, if you want to listen to everything, you gotta mess up immensely.
The decision that could affect humanity's very survival.
Exciting stuff. Let's take a look.
And we're out.
Rob, get the car. We're out of here.
Mr. Blundercatch.
No! I'm shutting this down. What kind of operation? I don't understand it. Running.
Mr. Blundercatch, I understand you're upset, but we can...
I don't understand half of it. Rob! I'll be at the doorstep. Send up a bottle of scotch and a whole ham.
Huh?
It's in my contract.
It's in his contract.
You think I don't know that?
I'm sorry. I just had to. I had to. Go on then. Say it.
What?
Told you so.
That's Dr. Lance T.
Your hair looked nice.
Flanagan.
See, this is why you're single.
Whoa!
All for you.
Dr. Hemlock.
We're gonna change the world, do you remember?
Oh my god, this is so interesting.
God help whoever has to bleep this. 10 seconds, everybody.
I mean, a lawyer and a TV personality running the country. Seriously?
We've had worse. 5, 4,
Wait, TV personality?
3.
Who's the TV personality?
Welcome back. And I'm told we can now go live to Advance Headquarters, where the 2 leaders, Peter Clement and Julia Salisbury, are about to make their acceptance address. Am I going to hit the source this one? It's green.
It's teal. That is more blue than green. How is teal green? Well, I mean, I get it's green, but like, it's more blue.
No, party, team spirit, all that bomb.
Swearing.
Whoa. Hello there, Galaxy S8. Oh my god, this... I love on how they... These are actual segments. It's not like, oh yeah, no, they immediately like just disappear the second the part you're supposed to be looking at comes on. There's actual... You can actually get their thoughts and feelings on this. You actually see more of like what you weren't looking at while you're actively working. I like that. That's actually cool. Really gives this game some unique charm. Wait. Wait, were they talking about... Oh, yeah, no, but we're talking about the passports.
Yeah, stopping people moving. That is outrageous. Whatever they are.
They can't do that, but they're gonna find a way to do that.
So they've got time to get even fucking richer. As long as how big the station is. It ends today. We are coming to a small car and the running pretty hard.
Yes, here on the side.
Alright. When they, I don't think he says anything else of value.
We'll be back coverage of the first day.
Does he say anything at the end of a broadcast? If not, then I'm gonna get off. Or no, then I'm gonna get off of this rush room.
And we're out. Good job, everybody.
Oh, we're saying something. Let's see.
On the board. So, same old
Oh, no,
board.
I've seen this. Okay, yeah, no, this played at the end of it. Alright. And then adverts. Okay, and this is where I can see like all the advertisements of like that I could have played during up a day. Oh wait, I did not see that one come to Bumley?
Where can you get warm, sandy beaches?
It's called Bumley! Guys, that's funny.
Well, we're not sure, but here in Scotland, there's a big hill and the bus comes twice daily. Visit picturesque St Bumley this summer and experience a holiday that's simply unlike any other. Come and visit the abandoned Spade Factory.
I need to play this advertisement. I need to play this advertisement if I ever see it again.
There's no gift shop, but feel free to grab an old handle from the skip out the back. Or why not indulge your cultured side and visit some of our sites of historic interest, like the Parish Church, currently the subject of a thrilling police investigation.
What?
The Old Market, home of the Fairly Big Cabbage, or
fairly big.
Hey,
the hole.
Nice hole.
That's threatening. That's a threat.
And after a long day exploring Bumley, you can relax in comfort in one of 2 communal tents, or you could take advantage of our famous nightlife. There's a radio in the calf, or on Fridays we gather to watch tramps fight. Come on, Harold,
Yeah.
scruffy old meth head. Only 85 minutes from the coast, and with more than 2 areas of outstanding natural interest. Isn't it time your family went Bumley way? And hey, if you come in the dry season, we've got a car park. St Bumley. On the Thames.
What?
Naturally.
By carrier pigeon. Oh my god, that was amazing. Alright. Back onto the actual gameplay. God, I love this game. Already. I'm on day 3? I skipped day 2. You arrive home to find a post on mail notice more than in the usual junk mail. One letter, however, catches your eye. But team wants to know you well. Curiosity gets the better of you, and you open. Oh my god. I can decide how my life goes. form for a new advanced government, asking for information on all citizens. First page is filled in already. My name, Alex Winston. My spouse, Sam Winston. My children, Charles Winston and Susie Winston. So I have a family, technically. I'm not playing as me, the player. I'm playing as Alex Winston. Upon starting a new job, you would ease yourself in and orient yourself with it. Okay. So this is a questionnaire on how, I wonder, what will this do? Will this, like, decide my character's personality, or will this decide, like... Ooh, that is actually interesting. Ease yourself in. A colleague in a different department has confided in you that they've been taking home confidential information. Now a file of a minor importance has gone missing. You would help your colleague cover... That's gonna get me killed. Recommend that your colleague reports it. Promise your colleague that you won't tell anyone. I would recommend that your colleague reports it. That's not my business. An entire department was fired today for consistent underperformance. Your boss has put in place new targets that are significantly higher than the previous one. You would leave work on time. I'm paid whenever I'm paid. I'm paid to do my job. I'm not staying any later unless I'm getting paid. It's the annual company barbecue. You and your family haven't been invited. You? You'll win the talent contest this year. That sounds funny. I want to do this one. Are looking forward to enjoying a nice day out or washing your hair that day. What? Huh? You know what? I'm looking to have a nice day out with friends and family. And are now ready to retire. I'd say it's one of these two. List your achievements and good memories you have working there. 4. Focus on issues and challenges you face. Actually, no, that's a bad one. List your achievements. In your spare time, you like to relax alone, doing things like listening to music or making models. Attend political rallies and stand up for what you believe in. Encourage and support your children with their hobbies, or play in your local sports team. If my character canonically has children, why did I say canonically? Why did I say canonically? This isn't like a game where it's like, oh yeah, it's debatable. No, they have kids. I think this guy is a family man. Your ideal holiday getaway would be surrounded by natural beauty, getting away from the strain of daily grind, exploring somewhere unfamiliar, and discovering new experiences. A structured day out at a theme park, bursting with thrills and attractions for you and your family. A romantic getaway with your partner or to a tropical island paradise. Again, theme park kind of has to be it. It is most important that the government keeps people. This is actually a loaded question. Ooh. Equal? No, we're not gonna do that. And also, I wouldn't say it's as important as any of these. Happy? Pretty important. Free? Just as important, but I wouldn't say more important. I'd say it's either safe or happy. Imagine I select happy and they immediately kill me. Oh boy. This is actually going in on like my political views. And my political views are not real. I do not have an opinion on anything. Of value, at least. I'd say happy. Because being safe is happy. Actually, I love how it doesn't like ask you to sign your name when it asks you to like make a profile. You're just Sam and the kids have gone to bed. It's late. You're just drying up your favorite coffee cup, a worn-out souvenir of your first trip together. Your print's faded, but the goofy face still makes you smile. A knock at the window brings you back to reality. There in the garden, clutching a gaudy neon green suitcase, is Chris, Sam's sibling. As soon as you let him in, they sit at the kitchen table, visibly stressed. Chris takes a deep breath. I'm so sorry for busting in so late, Alex, Chris stammers, but I need a favor, and you're the only one I can ask. Are you okay? Should I go get Sam? No, he said, can I ask you a favor? You are the only one I should ask. Definitely not get somebody else involved. What's going on? You must have seen all this crazy advanced stuff. The Assets and Wealth Act that they're calling it. We're taking people's hard-earned money to fund the lazy. It's bullshit. You've never seen Chris this agitated. I'm not saying the top 1% or whatever don't have stupid money, Chris adds hastily, but they can't afford it. People like me, we're going to lose everything. That's awful, but I'm not sure I can help. You're always well off. You're always the well-off one of the family. I'm sorry, but taking from the rich to help the poor doesn't sound so bad. Actually, yeah, no, this is actually what I was worrying about when I heard the whole take the rich. I was worried that they're not taking stuff from the top 1%. They were taking it from anybody that's like financially well off and giving it to like the poor or something. I don't think Chris is actually rich. I think he's just doing pretty good in life. Like, he is financially stable, he doesn't have anything to worry about, and he's essentially just like the richest one of the family in a family of poors. So like, I think that's what's happening. I think that's what he's worried about. He's well, and now he's losing everything. They're going to take everything, Alex. Everything I've spent my life building, I can't let that happen. I need a favor. Chris eyes find the floor tiles. I need to borrow your passport. Why do I get the feeling I'm not gonna like this? They've taken away mine and half the bloody countries, but people always say you and I look similar, so... Chris is pacing now. I need to leave before it's too late. Once I'm out, me and my money will be safe, but I need to go now before they freeze my accounts. Please, Alex, I wouldn't ask if I had any other choice. This is technically Alex's family. I don't think he's rich. I don't think he's incredibly rich. I think he's just well off. And he's about to lose everything he has. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's just filthy rich and, like, he's essentially a millionaire at this point. No. It's in... Let me go get it. I'm gonna be honest. why are there so many options that are just like, no, I can't go through with this? That's actually realistic. Every step of the way, like you're doing something illegal to help somebody. Every single step of the way, you're constantly thinking, should I go through with this? Is it okay if I go through with this? What will happen if I go through with this? It's against the law. If I go through with this, I'll go to jail. That's what's happening. Alex is constantly going through the thought of, oh god, should I really go through with this? However, I don't think anything bad will happen. I'm gonna go through with it. Chris smiles. It's infectious. Thanks, I really appreciate this. I'll get back in touch once I'm safely out of the country. Chris takes a passport and, breathing a sigh of relief, grabs the nigh on fluorescent suitcase and heads out into the night. Alright. Imagine like the next one is you are arrested. Chris was caught. Yeah.
You need to get at least the bottom 4 plugs on. Right, let's load up the adverts.
Oh.
You might want to have a bit of a think about it. Your decisions have consequences, don't they?
Should we play this? Is this toy safe? I don't care. Womp womp. I'm doing that one.
Right, you can see they finally got the old headline system up and working again, and the Vision Mixer's already in headline mode because headlines always come at the start. It's really simple, mate. These 2 buttons at the bottom of the Vision Mixer, you can see they now have A and B on them, and they're to help you pick image A on the left bottom screen here, or image B on the right bottom screen here. It's really simple. This little clock here will count down the number of seconds you have to make a decision. Provided you make a decision in that time, you're fine, and you can change your mind as much as you want until the clock reaches 0. But if you don't make any decision, you'll be fired before you even get to make another choice. I just want to say one more thing, mate. The pictures you choose to show of these people, well, that's how the public is going to perceive them, and that's going to affect their lives. So like with the adverts, choose carefully. And we're off. Good luck, mate. If I get time, I'll call you back in the next break. Yeah, I'm coming, darling.
My friend Janet says theirs gets really hot.
Is this Janet who thinks dogs have their own secret language?
Yeah, the one that mistrusts the moon. 10 seconds, everybody.
Nope.
Consumer advice then?
Don't blame me when it explodes. Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy.
Okay, so I can choose.
Tonight. Destination unknown. At the end of Advance's first full week in office, we ask exactly who's leading this charge. Tonight, I'll be discussing what the new future might hold with a leading economist and radical free thinker. With the Assets and Wealth Act on the brink of raising living standards for the vast majority of the country, I'll be asking my guess if we're on the way to a new future. Out with the old, Remington's Fist has appointed Sophia Remington as their new CEO. The following photo, taken from our archive, gives us a sense of this influential young
I can just show her gambling heavily. I want to do that. She's a fun person. Yeah, gambling.
Sophia,
yeah.
has always been a wild child, and has been romantically linked to several movie stars and sports personalities. In her first press conference this afternoon, Sophia announced a children's toy named Mr. Snugglehugs. Sophia promises it'll be all the rage this Christmas, but concerns have been raised about the product's safety. Making a splash, intrepid scientist Dr. David Wong, a marine biologist...
I want to play this.
...have today set off to explore Dante's taint. The recently discovered cave system was previously thought...
I'll decide later, okay? I got all of the thing to decide.
The pair hope to successfully reach the imposing central cavern and the undiscovered plant species it contains. This is, of course, only the latest...
Why did I have the other one?
...for this unlikely pairing. In a joint statement about the dangers their team might face, the pair stated, "We will face the plentiful challenges together like we always have." Playing the field, rumours abound as sporting legend Johnny Hamsleeves is The footballer was caught while out celebrating being named Sports Personality of the Year last week. As reported,
I can just show him violently vomiting. That's gonna get me fired immediately. That's gonna get me killed.
Whose recent show, Snatched Inside My Snatch, has kept her firmly in the public eye. Could romance be on the cards for these two budding A-listers?
Could romance be on...
With advance promising a radical new position on crime, how afraid should we actually be? I'll be going live around the country to talk with people who've seen the criminal justice system from every perspective. With more and more powers passing to the police, and less oversight, are we using an advanced-shaped sledgehammer to crack a nut? All that, and mega more for the group of young actors already experiencing the positive side
it's back to normal.
of the new Assets and Wealth Act firsthand. They'll be talking and performing.
5,
That's all
4,
coming up on tonight's
3,
National Nightly
2,
News.
1.
Like the government's swift enactment of the Assets and Wealth Act, we're talking about Advance's first week in office and what the new future holds. Joining me are Katie Brightman, a leading economist, and Alan James, author of Alan James is Right, The Free Man's Guide to Waking Up. Alan, the government certainly haven't dragged their heels on delivering some of the legislation they promised. But what does the Wealth Act mean for us?
Nothing, Jeremy. We're still vassal slaves, we're just in prettier cages.
A confident dismissal there. Katie Brightman, do you agree?
I'm afraid I don't, no. I think that Advance have realised that the current economic system of unlimited, unending growth...
This one's going to be a little bit harder because now I have an actual camera to look at it.
I agree with you. They're moving to the next steps in the grand plan.
Grand plan, Alan?
It's all in my book. Alan James is Right, Jeremy. We're to become the
He
great
brought his
herd,
book.
ignorant, sterile, and short-lived. That's what they want.
Or perhaps Advance have just realised that if we carry on the way we are, we will destroy ourselves and this planet in a mad orgy of consumption, if you'll excuse the colourful metaphor.
Yes, orgy is
But
the right word.
that's not a
Only
swear?
The overlords having an orgy on our poor broken backs.
That's not a
It's all
swear.
in my book. Alan James is...
Shamelessly self-promoting? Katie, how do you think the rest of the world will respond to this new approach?
I think they're watching carefully. Advance are the most disruptive threat that the world powers have faced since the last Great War.
Yes, Katie's right. War is inevitable.
Thank you, but that isn't
And
what
this will not be a war like we've ever seen before. We're talking millions of deaths. We're talking high-tech weapons that can level entire cities.
What?
We're talking...
Out of the wrong orifices?
Mock me all you like, Jeremy, but when they murder your parents and they poison your food and they take you away to their camps for hypno-brainwashing, we'll be laughing then.
That might be a great way to sell books, Alan, but you know full well that isn't going to happen in a democracy.
Democracy is dead.
Advance are radical, and change is always frightening, but the truth is that the Wealth and Assets Act has made more than 90%
I'm swapping way too quickly.
and is on target to produce a permanent end to poverty.
Bollocks! What this young lady doesn't understand, Jeremy, is
Ah.
that these are the same people. Maybe they've rebranded, but it's all a little circus.
Bollocks is a swear, but orgy isn't?
That's where you're wrong, Alan. For a start, they've mobilised the youth vote like we've never seen before.
You say mobilise, I call it grooming. The grooming of an entire generation to walk happily into eternal bondage. They're like psychic paedophiles.
But based on the facts, Katie, what are your predictions?
Pedophiles, I
Sexual
swear.
welfare is only the first step. Advance now have a historic budgetary surplus, and as well as properly funding our public services, they're already funneling unprecedented amounts into scientific research and the arts.
Or, as I call them in my book, Frankenscience and opiates. Like opiates, see?
Can we get back to the issue at hand, please, Alan?
This is the issue. It's all coming from the water, the chemicals. They're pumping it full of belief juice.
Don't get me wrong, I want to see these changes, but only if they're sustainable. If Advance lose their power after spending half of our GDP on dismantling infrastructure, that could be catastrophic.
The catastrophe is that they're succeeding. They've got us.
They brought in a conspiracy theorist.
All right, we're running out of time. Quickly, Alan, what does the future look like to you?
A bleak space where we've all been figuratively sodomized into submission.
No, of course. Katie?
We might be on the eve of a brave new world. God
I
knows
should
we
have
need
swapped
some
to one.
change, but we need to be cautious. Let's walk forwards with our eyes open.
Two very different visions of the future there. Alan James, Katie Brightman, thank you for joining me. When we come back, I'll be investigating Law and Order before Megan meets some beneficiaries of the Assets and Wealth Act. That's all coming up tonight on the National Nightly News.
1 minute back.
Okay.
You know, I think they might do some good.
I hope so too, Jeremy.
How much are you being paid by them then?
Shut the fuck up, Alan. I've never heard so much shit in my life.
Well, we'll see who's full of shit, won't we?
Alan, I can explain it to you, but unfortunately, I can't understand it for you.
Well, I don't know what she meant by that.
She meant by you're not gonna understand a thing. Huh? I got a C! That was a C! I did pretty good! What did you just say?
If that sticks, I'll destroy you.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. In our second segment, we're going to be taking a deep dive into the state of law and order in our
Okay.
country. Advance have already tasked what they are calling a solutions team to move this serious social problem to the top of the list. Tonight, we go behind the headlines to meet the people who live with the criminal justice system every day of their lives. First up, we have Gregory Judge, a lawyer who sees the problems close up on the front line. Can you hear me, Gregory?
Yes, I've got you, Jeremy. Thanks for having me.
What's it like on the front line of the hard face of the cold hand of justice?
Well, as you can imagine,
Okay.
Jeremy, we are massively understaffed in this country. We're working every hour we can just to try and cope with the caseloads on our desks.
Which must affect the quality of support you can offer.
Well, we can barely keep up with demand, Jeremy.
Who's that?
There just simply isn't enough
Ah,
done
why?
at a systemic level to relieve the problem. We need more support from ministers. We need change at a structural level,
I'm
Jeremy.
leaving, Greg.
Not a good time, darling.
It never is it? I'll be at my mother's.
Just hang on. Oh, the problem isn't a local one, Jeremy. It's nationwide.
We're watching a guy going through a divorce.
I'm talking to Jeremy Donaldson.
Oh, have you mentioned your affairs?
No. Well, the affairs of the Justice Department that we should be concerned about.
Hello, Mr. Donaldson.
Hello, Mrs. Judge.
We need legislation to relieve the pressure on our public
Sorry
servants.
to interrupt the news, Mr. Donaldson. Can I have a moment to tell my husband I'm leaving him?
Yes, I totally understand. Quite the picture of a burdened legal sector there. Gregory Judge, thank you for joining us. Next, I'm joined by police
Interesting.
Constable Bob Peel, a man with a very different perspective on our nation's crime. Do you think there's a problem with the system, Bob?
I'm sure we all do, Jeremy. I'm sure we all long
Ow, why?
for the days when you could safely walk the streets of your community at night, looking in through windows and generally enjoying your neighbours without the risk of being terrorised by some thug with a knife or kosh.
So you feel the streets simply aren't safe anymore? Where have we gone wrong, Bob?
Well, that's not a simple question, Jeremy, but I think it all comes... Hey,
Wow.
we've diluted our culture and lost touch with what it means to be a citizen of this once great country. Also, as the vicar noted in Sunday's sermon, we probably shouldn't have banned hanging.
And to what do you attribute this moral decay?
Foreigners, gays and gypsies mainly. It's all in the Bible. Look, Leviticus clearly states that... Oh, bugger, hang on a moment. Jeremy, your bloody gimp's escaped. Delia? Delia, could you give me a little help, please, dear? As I was saying, Jesus didn't like immigrants much, did he?
And just I think it's the immigrants who are responsible for the moral decay.
Absolutely, Jeremy. Back in your box, Clive. Back in your box. Delia, I really could use a little help with this.
I was staying the Badgers.
Yes, I'm talking to Jeremy Donaldson. Clive, could you put him back in the box?
Oh, Clive, you know it's Wednesday. Back you go. Back in your gimp space.
And whose responsibility is it to make a change, Bob?
Well, it is decent, good, white people.
Darling, where's the padlock?
Oh, hold on just a moment.
Oh, Clive, this simply won't do. Naughty, naughty, naughty boy. Mummy said...
Clive, I am not having this again.
Mummy said get back in your gimp space. No! Naughty, you beast, Clive.
As I was saying, Jeremy, moral decay. Crime no one else.
What?
Everyone has a sob story, but we don't all end up as barbarians, do we? Look, when our daughter Alice comes home with an A-, does she go on a killing spree? No, she takes 3 of her pills and hides under the stairs like a normal child.
Like a... What?
We're locking down the police's position on morality force. And finally tonight, hopefully uninterrupted, it's time to get to the heart of the matter.
Hopefully uninterrupted. He's wearing a suit.
Has recently been released from prison.
He's wearing no pants.
2 years for aggravated assault, burglary, and menacing a swamp. He's agreed to talk to us today, which is also, I believe, his birthday. Many happy returns, Tony.
Cheers, Jez. Call me Titwank Tony. Everybody else does.
No, I'm not going to be doing that. Can you tell us what it's like in prison, Tony?
Titwank Tony. Prison's a mixed bag. Structure's quite nice, but it's a constant battle against institutionalization, as you can imagine. And obviously, Titwanks are quite hard to come by.
I'm picking up that you're not alone there, Tony.
Titwank Tony. Yeah, sorry, my friends are throwing me a surprise party. Good bunch of
He's
lads.
going to be he's going to be saying tit every single time. How is tit a swear and orgy not?
Do you feel that your time spent in prison helped to rehabilitate you in any way, Tony?
Can I use my numpad?
Titwank Tony. I don't think it's as easy as that, Jez. I think asking that is an oversimplification.
It sounds like it's getting quite busy there, Tony, but let's try and soldier on. Since leaving custody, have you been able to find a new job?
Yeah, all the boys are here. Big Chris. Little Chris.
Hey, Chris.
And Vampire Chris.
He got a stripper.
Yep. One sec, love. Titwank Tony's on the news. Rehabilitation's difficult with the current system, Jez. Just not set up for it, you know? It's inherently unjust.
So, do you feel
He's got a clown.
I'm sorry, who's this now?
You are joking. Christy Freebollocks has only got Mr. Fancy, oh. Not now, fellas, I'm on the news.
It seems like we've caught you at a bad time.
I can't really hear you, mate. It's getting a bit busy here. Jesus.
Yes, we seem to be losing the signal there, Tony.
Fucking way, let's believe that.
Well, we're just trying to get that signal back. I think we... Yes, Tony? Tony, I mean, we were literally away for 2 seconds. How does this happen, Tony? Can you hear me? Well, we seem to have lost our train of thought there a little. Hopefully you, the viewer at home, have managed to glean a broader understanding of the serious and complex issues around law and order. After the break,
Serious complex issues. Number 2 has been going through a divorce, or is going through a divorce now. Number
1 minute back, everybody.
Oh my god.
That went well.
Yes.
Mate, I ain't got long and I'm quite drunk. It's been a great night. In this next section, there's a bit of music. If you edit in time with the music, you can see the result on the Vision Mixer, and the public will love that. Don't worry if you don't, though. You won't get punished for it or nothing. Just try and stay in the groove. Also, one last tip. When the music starts, turn down the broadcast volume. Right, enjoy the music bit. God, I love music. God, I'm so pissed. I think I might go and throw up in a bit.
In his dressing room, probably banging his head against the wall. Look, it's alright, I've got this. I'm sure he's on his way. Come on, it's welcome back. How hard can it be? This is on you. 10 seconds, everybody.
She's gonna mess that up, isn't she?
On Megan, camera 2. Go
Got it.
5,
4, 3.
Welcome to Black. I'm Megan Wolf, and on tonight's Culture Spot, I'll be chatting with one of the first beneficiaries of the Assets and Wealth Act, a team of inspiring young people from Scritchford Sixth Form College who today received a grant from Advance to take their play, Hey, Friendship, on a tour of local secondary schools. Welcome to you all. Well, let's start with you two, Harriet and Charlotte Winstanley-Hamilton. Girls, you must be thrilled.
We are, Megan. We're overwhelmed, to be honest.
And I believe you two are sisters, is that right?
Yes, Charlotte's my oldest. I'm the older, more popular one. Only joking.
Harriet and Trey were really the ones who came up with the whole idea.
So, Harry and I were shooting the breeze in the cafeteria, and I said, hey, let's actually do something.
So I went to look for a drama teacher.
But she'd been laid off due to budget cuts. Fortunately, I directed a pantomime when I was at university, so I knew the ropes.
Is this guy
right,
new?
You're the maths teacher, aren't you?
Yes, that's me, Jeff Algebra, maths teacher.
Maths is really important.
Oh, thanks, Steve.
Maths is really important.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
As is theatre. It's one of the oldest art forms in history.
Actually, no, I get it. This is definitely a confusing scenario.
And the poor kids see us. They say,
I cannot speak much.
I really want to be like those attractive kids. And that's a very beautiful and powerful thing. We touch our audiences, and they touch us right back.
I suppose with a surname like Algebra, there was really only one choice of career for me. My wife, Angela, and I.
I was swapping.
Angela Algebra.
Yes.
We just want to bring a bit of song and joy into people's
So,
lives.
I've actually did some volunteering as a camera.
And I think you're going to be showing us an extract from this play, aren't you?
Whoops.
To put into context, I play a young first year who's having some troubles at school.
Her character doesn't actually have a name, yeah, because in a way she's like all of us.
It's like a metaphor. Maybe she's you at home, or like maybe she's you.
Okay, I'm doing good. I'm good. I'm doing good.
Thanks, Steve. Put it in, coach. Yes, thanks, Steve.
Right, well, I'm going to have a little chat with your teacher while you run off and get ready. I can't wait to see it. That's it, that way. So, Jeff, when did you first hear about the grant?
2 days ago. A letter from Advance arrived at the school. Now, the headmaster thought it was all a prank, but his secretary retrieved it from his bin and brought it to me.
How did you react?
I also threw it in the bin. But then, Harriet and Trey rescued
I
it,
also
and
threw it in the
they
bin.
rang the number at the bottom of the page, and next thing you know, we're on tour.
Wow. Well, I think we can all guess which way you'll be voting from now on.
Do you know what? It's funny because Angela and I don't usually vote. We're not very political. I'm a mathematician,
Interesting.
of course, and she's a paraplegic mainly. But we did used to watch that Peter Clements DIY show back in the day, and so we thought, why not? Let's have a go at this old democracy thing.
I can't swap.
Here we bally
I
bally
can't
blah.
swap.
Good stuff.
Fucking brilliant.
So, let's have a look at a short section of Hey, Friendship.
Dear Diary, I'm not sure I can take another day at this school. Another day of tears. Tears. Another day of fears. But still I walk the corridors alone. Alone. Dreading what might be around every corner. What's around the corner? What's around the corner? What's around the corner? Oh, hi Gary. Oh heavens no! It's Gary the Fist! Gary the Fist!
Going somewhere, little first year? Great. I've been looking for some poor victim to bully all morning. But will this make me feel better about my violent father?
Violent father. Excuse me, I'm late for maths. It's my favourite subject. And so important.
Maths is for losers.
What?
Maths is for losers.
My arm's stuck, coach.
Keep going, for fuck's sake.
Right, maths is for losers. Now, give me your lunch money. Double lunch for me today, but why am I only truly happy when I'm eating?
Not today, Gary the Fist.
What do you mean not today? Who are you? Oh,
My on-screen code.
Brilliant, keep going.
Right, who are you to stand up to me? I'm Gary the Fist, and you're just a sad little girl with 2 gay dads who's all alone.
That's where you're wrong, Gary the Fist. These are my 2 new friends.
She has 2 gay dads.
Vanessa is captain of the netball team. Yeah. And Blake owns a motorbike.
Yeah.
But I can't fight all 3 of you, and I don't have any friends of my own.
Take a look at me. Take a little look at my face. I could be you. She could be you. And you could be me.
Or you could be me.
Life can be peachy keen if you work as a team.
It's my choice to remain. So stop now, make a different choice.
Listen to that inner voice.
Hey, listen up, I won't take no crap. Who said middle class girls can't rap? I ain't afraid of your crew lads. I'm a mother loving rebel, but I still love maths.
Hey, kids, I'm Gary the Fist. People think folks like me probably shouldn't exist, but that's just prejudice, and I'd do better if you knew the way that I became Gary the Fist. I grew up on a council estate. The park was hip, but the flats weren't great. My dad used to come home drunk and late, and he'd hit my mum for dinner. He had to wait. Where's my dinner?
It's not ready.
Where's my dinner, woman? Don't make me ask you again.
Hitting women is wrong.
I guess life's pretty hard on a council estate. 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 It's so damn hard on a council estate.
Life can be peachy keen.
Yeah.
If you work as a team.
Just work as a team.
It's your choice to be me.
It's my choice.
So stop now, make a different choice.
Listen to that inner voice.
Friendship!
Yes!
I did horrible. That was garbage.
Thankfully, that's all we have time for tonight on the National Nightly News. Join us tomorrow night for all the headlines from across the country. My name's Jeremy Dalton. Have a peaceful night.
And we're out.
I kind of have to.
Oh, that was brilliant.
What the literal fuck was that?
I believe that was art.
I believe I've got a 14-inch cock, but it doesn't make it so.
I have a similar belief about an adequate paycheck.
Oh, someone please get these twats out of my studio.
Oh God. I did pretty bad. I was debating on playing that. Okay. I want to see that, however. I want to see what was so bad about Mr. Snugglehugs.
Kids, you love them, we love them, and they just love
Mr. Snugglehugs! Yeah!
with his state-of-the-art human-like voice to
keep them company when you can't. If you keep me happy, I'll keep you safe. And his
Huh?
incredible real-action eyes. I hope your mommy and daddy don't die in a fire. That would be bad. It's no wonder Mr.
Huh?
Snugglehugs is the gift your child wants this Christmas.
All the other kids have got one.
That's right, little one. You don't want to be left out.
I only like people who have me as their friend.
Oh, Mr. Snugglehugs, you're so silly. Mr. Snugglehugs in stores now.
That's a camera. That's a camera. These eyes are probably cameras. And somebody can definitely say something as Mr. Snugglehugs.
Selling out.
Like, this is definitely not good. I am so happy I didn't play that. That would have been so bad, actually. Woo! That would have been bad. Smile wildly as you join hands to take your seat in a private box. You certainly could get used to this. With a typed thank you from Chris. Get your passport back soon enough, apparently. The show isn't to your usual taste. Pretentious opera is in a language you know for a fact that Chris doesn't speak either. Still, the complimentary drinks sure go down smooth. How many bounds do these people need? You stand in line and take to get your coat. What's Sam has you in creases with a hilarious impression of a conductor. Arms flailing wildly. The couple in front of you are talking about a relocation of people who couldn't pay their new tax bills. It sounds awful. Sam smiles greatly at you, who as both and Chris safe and sound. You're still laughing as Sam heads upstairs to shower before bed. You notice your 14-year-old son isn't home, and there's no one in the kitchen. Says he's at his friend's house. It's a school night. He needs... I don't want to march him back home, but I do want to go over and go like, hey, you can't be here. Oh, no, in his almost illegible scrawl. Oh boy. I don't want to march. I'm gonna go over. It's a school night. That was a mistake. It's a school night. You can't do that. Day 42. I'm gonna go to jail. I'm gonna go to jail, aren't I? How much? We'll make it work somehow. Well, God. Uh-oh. I need to get some kind of money. Where is my job? We need the money by now. If my thing dropped to what is money, then I'm pretty sure that's not good. I think that means I need to work. Sure. If he wants to do it, let him. I'm not gonna say no. Sam stands in front of you, brandish 2 tickets. Alan James is right, in front of you. I'm really unsure. What do you think of it? Shall we go? Free tickets are free tickets. It'll be hilarious if nothing else. Stay neutral. I don't care about politics. I'll stay neutral in this. I just want to have fun. Long day of work, you come home to find the post sorted into piles, as Sam has taken into doing recently. Usual rubbish. Urgent. This letter that the advanced government has taken another step up in our fight for equality. By nationalizing the largest private corporations and redistributing their resources among the citizens of this great country. The Partnership Bonds program ensures that wealth created by the people is delivered to the people. You don't remember this being in the manifesto? There was a manifesto? I don't remember which one of these is good. Not you, I think. For one, every household in one of these 3 carefully selected institutions chosen by advance for consistent. All returns are based on public opinion and cannot be guaranteed. This means I will select my route. Our business is your pleasure, from sport to travel, or even just some you time. You can't say pleasure without leisure. Neil's Deals Limited. It's always a steal from Crazy Neil. Incorporated, whether it's cosmetics, clothing, or couture? We see the beauty in all our customers. This is actually difficult. I'm pretty sure all of those are actually decent. Like, they're actually doing decent right now, if I remember correctly from my job. But that means I now actually need to look out for this stuff before I start the broadcast. See which of these would probably be from, like, EOB or Neil. Because I'm pretty sure my broadcasts now will actually relate to these. I like Pleasure Corp. Seems even advanced. Yes, it seems even advanced can't defeat the quagmire of governmental bureaucracy. Just how much influence do you have? Could you have, really? I'm not doing much. Okay, I'm finally heading back to my job. The Tempest. Uh-oh.
Good evening, Alex. It's Boozman here, your boss. While you're powering up and getting the adverts loaded, I thought I should just tell you that we've had one of those public information films from the government, and it's mandatory that you play it. You still have a free choice for the other two, so read those tape labels carefully, but make sure you play the advance advert, preferably at the second break. Right, that's the lot. Have a great show.
That's Pleasure Corp.
Oh, how's it going with Steve? Why are all men such pricks?
That well, eh?
Apparently he has a complicated relationship with his fish.
No. Sorry, are you saying he chose his imaginary friend in the sky over you?
I don't know why I talked to you.
It probably is a really awful date.
10 seconds, everybody. Like I said, all of you.
Did your personality accidentally slip out?
Pricks. Going in 5, 3.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Dawson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. Our main stories tonight.
Uncooperative. A mysterious symbol has appeared overnight on thousands of buildings throughout the capital.
Tonight, in an exclusive live interview with Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement, I'll be asking what this mysterious symbol might mean.
After 3 months of record-breaking approval ratings, could this be the daring first move of a silent resistance movement? And what would that mean as we go into the future?
We shall overcome. Trapped in Dante's
I
Inferno
shouldn't have
for more
swapped.
than a month now, Doctors Ingrid Sporsborg and Horgensvoord and David Wong announced today that they're considering 2 possible options.
With 2 of the finest minds in science working together, hopes are still high for the eventual return of the team to dry land.
While both options are still on the table, support seems to be growing for a daring escape attempt. If a group of fungus experts can't fix the most advanced craft ever conceived by man, then who can?
Bloodbath
What?
avoided. As the last Mr. Snugglehogs is found and destroyed, we ask, how could we have been so blind?
Fortunately, this station wisely chose not to advertise Mr. Snugglehugs, and the subsequent disappointing sales turned out to be a miracle, as only 7 children were horribly injured by the lethal toy. How much worse could it have been? Thankfully, we'll never know.
Julia Salisbury, who mobilised numerous government resources to recall the product immediately after the first blindings, said today that the new advance mark, which must be earned by all new products, would be a 100% ironclad guarantee of safety and quality.
Table for 2. Johnny Hamsleeves and Tiffany Lamour were spotted having a private moment out at lunch today.
The popular couple have certainly been on a roller coaster since they started dating late last year, and this image is sure to place them firmly back in the tabloids.
Could we be on the verge of the biggest celebrity wedding since professional wrestler
I don't want to
Rocky
ruin
Cosmo
like
Cosmo
everybody's
married his
relationship.
longtime
I want to
wrestling
like,
partner Tina Tiny Hands last year
you know.
in a wrestling ring made entirely of cake.
Is his once celebrated role model about to become the bad boy of sports?
And radical ideas. In an attempt to put the Mr. Snugglehugs disaster behind them, Rimington's Fist CEO Sophia Rimington today announced a surprising new project that already has the markets raising an eyebrow.
Known for taking risks and bold strategies, could the adventurous CEO be leading the business giant down a dark alley, or taking it to a new level of success?
We understand the Mobile Orientation Operational Borrowing Service will be a new international travel system based around the construction.
I wonder
of
what
a new
they'll say if I
through
choose the
Central
other
Earth.
option.
Sophia Rimington claims it will
I
make
should check.
traveling from one side of the world to the other the matter of an afternoon. Geologists are concerned about the implications of digging a hole through the planet, while flat earthers claim it should be quite easy.
With that exclusive prime ministerial interview coming up later.
And And our very own Patrick Bannon live at the first annual Sports
5,
Board final.
4,
You won't want to miss a
3,
second of tonight's
2,
National
1.
Lightning News.
That thunderstorm doesn't sound great.
But first tonight, while Advance is certainly proving popular with the majority of the country, who've seen their wealth and standards of living increase considerably, for some, the transition has not been as pleasant.
That's right, Megan. The formerly aristocratic members of our society have had to make major adjustments to come to terms with the new regime.
Robin Short is in suburbia investigating rumours that these previously privileged people may be planning some kind of protest. Robin?
Thanks, Megan. I'm here in Moderate Hatchings to talk to Wentworth and Penelope Somerset Bentley, who were relocated to the house you see behind me after Advance passed the Assets and Wealth Act on their first day in office. Tell me, how are you settling into your new lives?
Well, quite frankly, Robin, we're
They're
not settling in at all.
clearly stressed.
Our neighbours are whitewatters.
Simply untenable. I hope you'll forgive my language, but it's as steaming as a Wednesday hatch basket with too much spatting.
Steady now, Penelope. Sorry, Robin, my sister's under.
Whoa!
She had to dress herself this morning, and she still hasn't quite recovered.
They cannot speak.
My goodness, that must have been quite a shock.
She really struggles with ribbons, Robin.
Well, at least you've been rehoused in a nice big house.
Big house? This grubby little gaddis spatch only has one staircase.
And a breakfast room and a dining room.
What is grubber scratch?
Imagine that, having all one's grub in one room. One room, Robin.
So what would you say to the people that feel that your family has had it far too easy for far too long, and that these redistributions are both fair and just?
I hardly think we've had it easy for fuss's sake. Only one of our swimming pools was even heated.
But realistically, what
only
can
one?
you do?
Well, you've asked the right bloody question, Robin.
Thank you, Wentworth. I wasn't
God, they are
excited
not.
Instead, Middle School Inquirer for no reason.
I think our toilet butler was from Swindon.
Ah, ah.
George. Oh, I wonder what happened to him. I remember. Daddy tried to shoot him in the buttocks and he ran off into the woods.
Oh, good time.
No, that's probably my last happy memory, Robin.
God.
Tragic, but what can you do?
We will rise and rebel. We wage war on our revolting rulers with
They're going to go jail. They're going to jail.
our best guests and our
They're getting killed.
our breasts and an undressed bare chest protest.
Oh, what's that?
Daddy! Daddy, it's something!
Please don't do that. We can't show this on the news.
Right, you buggers! Tilly-ho! Tilly! Get the dog!
Tilly's our mummy. She's proper cracked off too.
Well, at least you are showing some shame.
Free at last! Somerset Bentley, glad to meet you. See, the protest has started already. Nice sharp work, boy.
Thanks, Daddy.
He gets that from me, you know.
And forgive me, what are you trying to achieve here?
We just want to be fudding well heard, that's all.
Language, Penelope. We are nude, not rude.
Sorry, Daddy.
We want the world to realise we won't roll over and run away. We will revolt. We will rise again.
Yes, we bloody well will. Spark and pip-pop.
Are you okay?
Oh, shut up and get your
Well, Jeremy, Megan, as this embryonic protest movement...
Oh, God.
It's back here in the studio. I'm Robin Short, struggling surreptitiously in Moderate Hatchings.
Thanks, Robin. Well, that's certainly a story we want to be keeping an eye on, eh, Megan?
Keep yourself there, Jeremy, but I've seen enough shaft work to last me a lifetime.
I was ready to swap.
But can a naked protest movement ever really catch on? It doesn't seem like the way we do things in this country.
But as I'm sure you're aware,
Not in this country.
This country is becoming a very...
Maybe another one, but not this one.
Seriously, who's going to run around naked in our weather?
Hopefully not you, Jeremy.
Yes, well, there wouldn't be enough canvas for the slogans.
When we come back, Our very own Patrick Bannon will be live from the Sports Board Finals. Stick around, you won't want to miss it.
We'll be back after these messages.
1 minute back.
Oh, sorry, I'm busting.
Oh. She's funny.
Yes, I know. It's very endearing.
She wants your job.
You're welcome to it. Why is it raining on my desk?
Alex, Bozeman, we're getting reports in that naked protesters might try and spoil the sports board final by waving their fleshy bits about. Try and make sure you don't broadcast it. 6 p.m. for God's sake. No one wants to see fannies on the news.
Excuse me?
Out.
I'll do that one. Yeah, nah. I don't want to just be biased. I think that might be illegal in some part. I'll decide.
Well, that's what it says.
Yes, I understand that, but I always say welcome back.
I think we should just keep it as it is.
Well, of course you do. I've got one hack line.
What's that supposed to mean? I didn't write it, Jeremy.
That's all right, fine. Jenny, there's nothing wrong with the auto cue.
10 seconds.
Oh, I just felt a drip again. Have they not fixed this?
Want to see us fry? It's good for the ratings.
5.
Yeah, that's fair.
4. 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Wolf. Coming up later, we'll be speaking to the Prime Ministers about their exciting
Alright, I need to be careful about
transition centres.
we're protesting.
You're absolutely right, Jeremy. But first, we're going now to our own Patrick Bannon, who's reporting live from the finals of the new game that's gripping the nation, Sports Board. Patrick?
That's right, Megan. You joined me live here from the final of the first.
Can you wait a second?
Sports Board Championship. It's been a hotly contested competition so far. I think it's fair to say these two have been dancing around each other all season. First up, we have Eddie Striker. She's the more experienced of our two players today. Striker has got an accuracy of 7, a danger rating of K, and a 12-month driving ban. Striker's known for her signature move, the Lanky Hamster. And facing her tonight, hoping to prove himself with a career record of 12 outs, 14 finishes, and a divorce pending, it's Mr. Wingspan himself, Tommy, the Fingernail Harris. Just waiting on the ref now. The slapping ceremony is taking part. Still going on.
Striker go first.
Striker, of course, first to start as she won the trivia round earlier on by some margin.
The robe.
Harris, perhaps the brawn and not the brain. Stupid. Eddie Striker. Nice start there from Striker. She's determined not to let the nerves show. Not after last time.
What is this?
On to Mr. Harris now. Tommy. Using his arm to pick up the ball. Not a bad shot there from Harris.
What?
Back to Striker. For shots number 3.
What is this?
Right.
What sport are they playing?
She's gone to sort of throwing under her legs. Not bad if you ask me.
Is that contact? Don't know why you can to Harris.
Bit of business with the ref, but it got sorted out. Back to Harris now. A ball in the hand is worth 2 in the
This is a
Good ball. Move back.
I'd say that's fair, but what do I know? Oh no!
I did not mean.
Harris is not going to be happy with that. So really not a good start there for Tommy Harris in round 1. We can only hope the round 2 treats him a bit better. But first, of course, after the argument with the ref section, it's time to change ends.
Of ends.
Now we have the ceremonial changing of the ends. And of course, now they go back to the starting positions, as that makes sense.
What? What? What are they doing?
Second round, double. Harris.
We're into round 2 now with Harris. Okay, we seem to have some sort of streak on the pitch. I apologise if we broadcast any of that stuff. She appears to have slogans across her breasts and arse. Try and ignore all of that. Security, I'm sure we're going to take them out as soon as possible. Apologise if we broadcast any of that. As I said, we're going to get the situation resolved as soon as possible. They're trying to carry on play, but it's proving a bit difficult, and I'm struggling to follow. Because it's quite an eyesore, and women's bodies, yeah. All right, great. Okay, so back into round 2 now.
Sorry, I actually showed it.
Eddie Striker. You know, it's just some of the tightest play I've seen ever.
Whoa.
Harris.
And was that a fitted thumbscrew? We haven't seen that since the Heats. What a brilliant move.
Seems pretty controversial.
Back to striker. And we know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. That is, of course, the ground sound. Excellent bit of play here on both sides of the bucket.
What? What?
I don't know about you at home, but I'm finding the technical mastering display here absolutely blooming, jaw-dropping. The ref has spotted something in Harris's neck or head. And Harris is having an absolute shocker. What a miserable start there for Tommy Harris. But he is a late bloomer, of course, always said that. And after all, it is a game of two halves. 4 rounds and 7 subs on them. But now, of course...
Piers Harris is constantly having a brawl with the ref.
On my whistle, on my whistle. Must be some music here to start the half-time show. Okay, another posh protester loose on the court here. We can only apologise for that. We'll do our best to shield you from having to look directly at it. Is running around here with his genitals on display for all to see. And ruining what was shaping up to be quite the dance interlude there. Now he's thrusting himself in Harris's face. Security's on it. And the bucket has been knocked over. I cannot stand it when the bucket gets knocked over. Hopefully he'll get taken out now. Genitals flying around for all to see. Really, if you ask me, not Sunday morning television. And out of there, hopefully taken away, never to be seen again.
Okay then. Whew. I did a lot better on that one. Sick.
And a lovely finish there on both sides of the bucket. I wouldn't like to call that one. And as we head into round 3, I'd love to know what's going on in these two players' heads. But unfortunately, because of science, we can't. Thank you.
What? Why is he blindfolded and why is she not?
Not bad.
Why is she not blindfolded?
So that ball boy's giving me the eye all day. I don't know what's going on there.
I accidentally hit space.
Striker there, not a great start. She looks a bit flustered, I think, after all that swinging around. Back to Harris here. God, what I wouldn't give to be that ball. Am I right, ladies?
Ha ha!
Tommy Harris. And it dribbled down his arm, which is actually a really good move, because of course if it dribbles down his arm and goes on the floor, it's not going in the bucket.
Is this just don't toss it in the bucket game?
And striker's gone for the animal bonus there, but of course perhaps... And yes, Harris has counted with a tiny bell. That is wonderful play. Of course we've seen that before. Look at her face. She is absolutely gutted. What a mud. That could have been the clincher. What a massive shame.
Harris receives possession now.
Harris to serve now. Harris, of course, undefeated by Kestrel in his last 4 bouts. So, here we go. Tommy Harris. That's all right. Not bad there. He threw it quite far away from him, which is quite a good idea. Very clever there. Perhaps a little contact. Caution from the referee, who's being, if you ask me, a little bit harsh. Ellie Striker. And she's let the nerves get to her. What the hell was that? You hate to see it, don't you? You cannot believe it. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, like, I mean, this is a mess now. I don't know what I can be doing about this. I mean, sort of breasts and genitals for all to see. I mean, there's only so much I can do. They're sort of everywhere, aren't they? All right, I'll try and carry on. The players are trying to carry on, but of course it's difficult because these protesters, hopefully we can get them taken off soon so we can carry on with the match. Hello! Nonsense is going on here. Yes, we want our money. Yes, very good. Take them away. Bloody wasted.
Nope. Bring them into the shot.
Jog on! This is the mine round. It's an absolute bloody... Okay, and
don't bring them into shots!
Of course, it's a Tuesday, the final round is a mine round. Who could believe it?
Oh my god. That was horrible.
Nice imaginary shot there from Harris. It really could go anywhere at this point. Really high level play here from two absolute juggernauts of the sport.
She doesn't have a ball.
The bucket getting moved back to its proper place.
She doesn't have a ball.
If you ask me. She's juggling it around from her hands.
She doesn't have a ball.
Put it in her mouth like as if it was an egg.
She does.
She's And she spat it out. She did the egg spit. So a wonderful move there, quite late on.
Illegal spit.
From Striker.
Illegal? That's illegal.
In it to win it. On it, like a car bonnet. Tommy Harris here, having a bit of beef.
I thought that was a good move, but I guess it was illegal.
Not sure if he has had his potassium or what's going on today with Harris. And he's throwing it, and the banana was the ball! What a fantastic move there from Harris! Unfortunately, that is the end. What a pathetic, there we go, Jeremy, that is over. How can he look his 8-year-old son in the face tonight? What a lump. We just have to wait for the referee now to announce it to make sure it is all official.
Contestants in, please. And the winner of the first
Is it gonna be Harris?
Sports Board Championship is everyone!
Okay, the ref has decreed once again a win for everyone, including me as
What?
my 15th win in the Sports Board Championship. I'm going to be celebrating tonight with my wife and children. Another wonderful victory for me. Here come the on-site security to collect their medals, their 6th and 7th respectively. And thanks again for watching the Sports Board Championships. What more is there to say? I'm Patrick Bannon. Looking forward to celebrating tonight. And all I have to say, Jeremy, is back to you in the studio.
Patrick Bannon had an extraordinary final.
Historic sports board, Jeremy.
I didn't know you were a fan.
Oh yeah, I can wrench a double against them, I'll have you know.
I certainly wouldn't bet against you.
When we come back, I'll be talking live with Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement, who apparently have a big announcement you wouldn't want to miss.
That's coming up after these messages.
1 minute back.
Fucking microphone shocked me.
What?
Fucking microphone just shocked me. Where's that sound guy?
I got shocked.
Everything okay?
Oh, the mics are just trying to kill us now, apparently.
You'll be fine. You're unshockable.
I'm immune to your cheap flattery.
Boozman again. Just heard from the chaps in maintenance that this storm is causing the odd power
D?
Some of your controls might be a bit dangerous.
That was a D?
You can take the odd shot for the sake of a
Nah.
news broadcast, but too many in quick succession can stop the old ticker. I'm sure you'll make the right decisions. Boozman out.
So essentially, it's going to come on, and now I'm.
Sorry about all these buckets. We seem to have sprung a leak. Well, several, actually.
We're going to need a whole new lining up there. We'll see.
We'll look into it.
Minister, it's so good to see you again.
Miss Wolf, your star seems to be in the ascendant.
It's a great time to be alive.
Too bloody right, Peter Clement.
Megan Wolf.
My, but that's a Furman shape you've got there.
She's tougher than she looks.
Am I here?
I'm gonna keep it on this camera.
Mr. Clement on your left.
Right you are, pet. Is your seat down?
10 seconds, everybody.
Yeah, nah, prostate isn't needed. I'll have a Neil's deal. Screw the Illuminati. I didn't choose the Illuminati, right?
Welcome back. I am delighted to be joined by Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement. Welcome to the National Nightly News, Prime Ministers.
Oh, please, it's just Julia and Peter.
We don't believe much in titles. It doesn't seem very advanced.
We're delighted to be here.
Well, firstly, I should ask how you feel about the graffiti that's been springing up across the capital. Should we be worried?
Oh, no, you definitely shouldn't be worried.
Well, not unless you've got a fatal paint allergy anyway.
But yes, it does seem that there are still some people we haven't been able to help.
You know.
Whoa.
People who yet to benefit from the many advantages of the new future.
And you know, Megan, as my old mum used to say, there are some pissants who just don't know how to be happy.
We're working hard to reach these people, find out what they're angry about and how we can help.
God, there's so much I now need to keep a track of.
Always open.
Someone's dripping on me.
But we didn't come here to talk about what may yet turn out to be some alternative arts projects.
Which we no doubt will have funded.
When we want to talk to the nation about something far more exciting.
Yes, your office briefed us that you have an announcement to make.
Let me ask you a question, Megan.
Oh, okay, it's not usually how it works, but...
What scares you? I mean, really scares you?
It's death. She's talking about death.
We're all afraid of our deaths. It's part of being human.
Sorry, Are you saying that Advance have cured death?
That'll be a vote winner. Yep, that was definitely a drop there.
But while we may not have cured death, we hope we found a way to make it much less scary.
What do you mean by that?
Much less painful and much less expensive.
Expensive?
Which is me close-up camera.
Oh,
there.
sorry, it's chemical like that.
When I was 13, my mum came and got me from school. He was to go to the hospital. My granddad, he'd collapsed that morning, so we'd all to say our goodbyes. And I went in to see him. We were all frail and pale. I was scared because I'd only seen him the week before, and he'd been fit as fiddle. And he said to me, Peter, he said, it's the right time. I don't ever want to be a burden to the people I love.
Was that the last time you saw him?
Nope, 3 days later he were back home. He lived with us for 9
Just take it.
miserable
I can
years
take it.
after that. He had to be fed with a rubber spoon. He had a commode, so he'd just take a shit right there in the lounge while we were watching football. He wouldn't even wait till half time.
That sounds.
It was awful.
Did not mean to swap to her.
And this is the point.
Sorry.
It were awful for him. He could see it was destroying me, man, watching him slowly fade away. And he would beg her to turn off his breathing equipment at night, but she couldn't, or she wouldn't. It were a crime, you see. And she didn't want to lose the children, as well as her old man.
No family should have to suffer like Peter's did. And now no family will have to. The health service is today opening the first of 300 new transition centres.
The transition centres will handle everything for your
What does
last
that
days.
mean?
The legal, financial, medical and emotional costs are all catered for and
That
paid
doesn't
for
sound that
by
bad.
the government. So even the poorest citizen gets to pass on with dignity when they choose.
And that choice is important. This is a service only for people who choose it. For people who feel they run their course and don't want to burden themselves or their families with a slow, long, humiliating decline.
He's just given me electric shock.
Are you okay?
I don't know. I think it fried my asshole.
Oh, we're still on the air, Peter.
Yes, sorry, my apologies. Oh.
Are you not worried that this new system might be open to abuse?
In what way?
Sorry, I've got a sapkin. Can I get a little bit of help here, please?
That the older generation might feel somewhat.
That one was massive. Right, no, this bastard's coming off.
That the older generation might feel somewhat coerced.
Coerced into spending their final days eating gourmet food and drinking fine wine and luxury spas and gardens.
Look, I am perfectly capable of... That grandmother with a rusty twat!
Prime Minister, please watch your language.
Go get yourself sorted out.
Right.
We're launching a government information film tonight. It should tell your viewers everything they need to know.
We really do move at a breathless pace. It is hard to believe yet the end of the year.
Megan, we're only getting started.
And on that note, thank you both so much for being here. Jeremy.
Right, yes.
I had to tank it.
For tonight. Thank yous go out to our guests. Congratulations to all the winners at the Sports Board final. And we'll see you tomorrow night at the same time. My name's Jeremy Donaldson. If you can, have a peaceful night.
And we're out. Good job, everybody.
Am I doing bad on my transition?
So don't just. I don't suppose there's any way this could be a good thing.
Well, it's my nephew, so we transitioned, but otherwise not the lead.
God, that was horrible. But hey, I'm doing good, so that's good. I'm not funding you. Oh, now, yeah, no, there's a third movement, but it's not what I thought it was. 153. I wanna play this one.
Do you suffer from benign...
I'm gonna play this one and I'm gonna go get something to eat. Be right back.
Come on. I'm Tommy the Fingernail Harris, sporting legend. I've got it all. 4 world championships, 2 cars, a bidet, and an enlarged prostate gland. Your prostate is a small gland about the size of a cherry tomato, located between your penis and your wee bag. If the prostate becomes enlarged, it can put pressure on the bladder. This can cause trouble starting to pee, and it can cause laundry-based trouble between you and your she-demon of an ex-wife. So what caused this big old prostate in your bum? Well, sorry, me and the doctors, we don't know. But I can tell you, as you get older, your body changes. And that's okay. If you're worried about your swollen bum sack, book an appointment for God's sake. The procedure is easy, it's quick, and it's not gay. I'm Tommy the Fingernail Harris. Rectums, check them.
Why bother strengthening your body when you can strengthen your face? My name's Helena Canterbury-Boatshoe, and I'm 47. You know me from films like The Medicated, Me and My Puncture, and A Girl with a Half-Finished Cereal. And in my profession, your face can never be too strong. New Jus de Cochon will revitalize the appearance of the strength of your face's skin. We believe your skin deserves the best, so the new formula actively removes harsh chemicals from your skin. The high salt content actually pulls the dihydrogen monoxide right from your pores to give you the crisp, brittle skin you've come to expect. 41% of women we surveyed said they loved their visible flakes. And 7 out of 10 dentists would recommend it. Jus de Cochon, because we said so. Jus de Cochon.
Alright, I got food. I'll be eating as the game will go on, probably. I wonder what the puppet means, though. What the whole puppet... Day unknown lockdown!
Alex, oh thank God you're alive. It's Jenny, the floor manager. Are you okay? Alex, you need to get it together. Look at the broadcast screen. Just look at it. That's all we've been putting out since you went down. You have to fix it, now. Look left, Alex, out the window. See? They're all over it, little bastards. You're going to need a full charge to clear that many off. Hold down the big button until it's fully charged. Then release it to zap the little fuckers. Excellent, Alex. We're broadcasting again. They must have built up while you were napping. Usually it only takes a tap on the button to clear one. Look, there's a lone one climbing now. Zap it off before it starts to mess up the signal again. Great. That seems to be the last of them. Right. We're about a minute out. Get the adverts loaded up. I've got to deal with my pet idiot. And Alex, keep your ears open. You'll hear them climbing up the tower. Don't let them build up.
You?
This has no credibility, Jenny. No professionalism. It's not a mess. Everything is where it should be. It's ramshackle and characterful, and I'd expect you to know the difference.
I should not play this.
Megan's place look lovely, but I can't see it, can I?
Thanks, Jenny. How's lock-in with the boyfriend going?
Decided to take his chances on the wild streets, eh? Rather than endure another romantic comedy.
Jeremy, Jenny says your hair looks stupid.
Yes, I can hear her.
She says she's not talking to you.
Yes, I know, I can hear her.
Shall I count us in?
Make it so.
Okay, 10 seconds. Break a leg, everyone.
Preferably a furry one.
Huh?
5,
Huh?
4, 3.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. Our main stories tonight.
Snugglefucked? It's been almost 5 weeks since all the Mrs. Snugglehug's toys woke up simultaneously in factories worldwide and began searching for their husbands. The Mr. Snugglehugs were so short-sightedly destroyed. And now, as this photograph suggests, they may be changing tactics.
Built to surprisingly traditional gender stereotypes, the Mrs. Snugglehugs have been arming themselves with a variety of household implements. All the more reason to make sure that cat flap is taped up good and tight.
Armed with blunt weapons, the Mrs. Snugglehugs are only ankle height and therefore able to be kicked away easily by young, healthy individuals. They do, however, pose a particular risk to the elderly or those with pre-existing medical conditions like fatal bruise syndrome.
Going stir-crazy, with no signs of Mrs. Snugglehug's batteries running out, and the government lockdown now in its 31st day, domestic relationships across the country are taking some unexpected turns.
Dramatic reports are beginning to emerge of uncharacteristically bold behaviour in homes across the country. And we're not talking about the model planes that occupy so much time in the Donaldson household.
With dating options limited, many house sharers, in particular students, are finding solace in co-tenants they'd previously rejected as unfuckable, indulging in an activity that has become known as snuggle-thugging.
Going it alone, popular crustacean Johnny Hamsleeves is back in the news today as his astonishing photograph that he linked himself shows exactly how he's been spending his lockdown.
It seems that when the lockdown was announced, Johnny's long-term partner, Tiffany Lamour, was busy in the capital preparing her new show, Chocolate Clip Bombs, for its now postponed grand opening. Let's hope the exhibits don't...
Let's see which one it is. Oh, he's jorking it.
As the government suggests, by developing a new hobby or fetish, and most importantly, by keeping your spirits up. Nice to see Johnny doing his little bit.
Wow.
Things to come. In their own version of a lockdown for more than 45 years now, the descendants of Doctors David Wong and Ingrid Svorsborgen-Horgensvold and their unfortunate team today managed to get a personal statement to the surface using...
What even are those things?
Many of the Svorsborgen-Horgens brood, as they've come to be known, have certainly captured the public imagination, with a recent vote naming Helvetica Svorsborgen-Wongensvoord the most likely to survive a massive electric shock.
Greetings from Dante's Tate, or as we say down here in the family, many mushrooms to you. I don't know what a Mrs. Clutch's pug is, but they sound like they're causing you guys real problems. We've been trapped down here for 8,961 days now, and all I can say is I sure am glad Mum and Dad chose not to get on that escape craft. Since they grew me and the rest of the family, we've been getting on famously, and sometimes Mum stops crying for upwards of 20 minutes. Also, it turns out, as push, you can blood. If you can handle the stomach cramps and the amnesia.
What?
Greetings from Dante's Tate, or as we say down here in the family, many mushrooms.
This was a mistake.
It's hard to believe they've been down there so long now.
But everyone knows time moves differently underwater, Jeremy. That's why baths take so long.
That's right. And as anyone will tell you, the deeper the bath,
the quicker the relativistic forces of temporal causality will have a measurable effect upon the fixed dimensional parameters of your environment.
What?
Yes, I've said that many times.
Papers, please. With the lockdown becoming ever more rigorously enforced, having a passport is becoming increasingly important, Alex.
The government caused controversy today by announcing a fresh charge of passport fraud with an imaginative form of punishment for those found guilty of this brand new but incredibly serious crime.
In what's being called a draconian measure, the government has reinstated the ancient right of trial by custard.
Trial by custard?
Like in the old days, if you float, you're executed on the spot. But if you sink, well, you'll go well with profiteroles, Jeremy.
And
what?
Speaks out. With the snuggle struggle proving a test to governments around the world, Advance HQ released a curious statement this afternoon.
In the accompanying release, they asked us to stress that they have been listening and that this should be taken as a response to how the people really feel.
We've certainly done our bit on this show to contribute to the political climate. But let's not forget, how we behave in our home lives is what really matters.
Let's hope it's not just me who filled out that questionnaire, Jeremy, or we're all in trouble.
What questionnaire?
Let's play that
The first one?
Evening. Apparently, we need to have a chat about playing by the rules. So, the other night I were at my local park for research purposes, and there were a bunch of lads having a kickabout without a care in the world. And not only did they refuse to let me join in, they wouldn't even let me have a swig of their white stripe. Laughing and joking they were, like there weren't a national crisis on, until one of them little pink demons followed them home and kicked the shit out of their nan. So, I've got two things to say to you young, fit folk. One, stay at home. It's not for you. It's to protect your Aunt Mabel and Bill next door. And two, always share your booze with your Prime Minister. As my old man used to say, there's only two types of folk.
Yeah, nah, I don't like these guys.
The road with the shopping, and then we'll kick you in
I'm
the
showing the
face
worst.
with macaroni. So don't be a pasta snatcher. Stay at home. Have a brandy. And this will be all over before.
What even is this? What are those guys?
Thank you.
That was a horrible one.
Later tonight, Jeremy will be probing heartthrob reporter
He'll be
Patrick
what?
Quinn, while I take a deep dive into some controversial opinions with two familiar faces.
And then, in our third segment, and presumably because our editor is also working from home, there's going to be a bloody quiz.
I can't wait.
Don't do that.
And in a moment, Jeremy Grumpelson and I will be asking controversial CEO Sophia Remington where it all went wrong.
And psychic scientist Dr. Delia Lywell will be joining us, presumably to provide a bit of false hope.
He looks dead.
She'll tell you how you're going to die, Jeremy.
Too late. I'm certain it happened months ago.
That's all coming up on tonight's
National Nightly News.
Die. What are those things? Now die!
First tonight, how do we get here? Where are we going? And most importantly, who's to blame?
Joining us from her villa on the island of San Palmerino is CEO and socialite Sophia Remington.
Thank you for having me, Megan. I am loving your hairdo, babe.
And from her crystal heating laboratory in what I assume is a garage in Lower Uppington, Doctor, it says here, Delia Lywell.
Thank you for inviting us on your show.
Us?
Don't. Miss Remington, your toys are rampaging across the developed world, your company is worth less than my annual salary, and your country's president recently called you a national disgrace. Have you taken your eye off the ball?
Oh, honey, you're so cute when you're angry. The thing with you folks over there is you have an island mentality. You can't see the bigger picture.
So, what is the bigger picture?
Huh?
The bigger picture is lithium batteries. Our toys have been running for upwards of 71 days now with no signs of them slowing down whatsoever. Imagine what that means for the future.
It means we don't know when the hell this lockdown's going to end, doesn't it? You don't seriously believe Remington's fist can survive this?
Lithium batteries are gonna change everything, tiny ogre. They're gonna power our new transport system, make technology portable. Hell, they might even take us into space.
But how can he make them with everyone at home?
Oh, don't you worry about that. Thanks to the work of thousands of tiny hands, they are already pouring off the production line.
Tiny hands.
Times are good for Remington.
Child labor.
But surely you have no future.
Excuse me, hello, yes, if we might. This is our area of expertise.
What, multinational economics?
The future, Mr. Donaldson, to which we are all connected.
Yeah, okay.
God, we have a psychic.
There's clearly nothing better to do. So, what does your scientific process tell you about the future of Sophia Remington, Doctor?
We see her on a balcony. Foreign soil, but not foreign land. An age will pass.
Fascinating.
Wasn't it just?
Delia, you are amazing. We have to fly you out here to the island to do that for my guests. You're gonna love you.
Unfortunately, all flights are grounded because of your tiny, deadly stowaways.
Not all flights, honey. Dee, call me. And you, Maggie. The more the merrier. Bring your swimwear.
Miss Remington, you seem completely ignorant to the seriousness of the situation. Do you take any responsibility at all for the global crisis?
Careful! It's a trap.
It's not a trap. Why are you helping her?
She seems fun.
You bet your ass I'm fun.
Please answer my
That wasn't a
question,
swear?
Miss Remington.
Listen, are lithium batteries the most incredible invention the world has ever seen? Probably yes. But, in fact, who am I kidding? It is definitely yes. But will they last forever? One day, all the Mrs. Snugglehugs will just stop. It'll be like a miracle. And then we can all go back to the grand tradition of buying products again. Because I really don't mind telling you this, it is really hitting our bottom line. Except for sponges. We seem to be selling an assload of them.
Dr. Lywell, do you have an indication of when or how this might end?
Well, it's not an exact science.
Not even a real one.
But our senses tell us that there will come a day when there will be clouds in the sky, the grass will be rich and verdant, and the birds will sing at dawn, and that shall be the day when we walk forth again.
I find that strangely comforting.
That could literally be any day.
Well, let's hope it's soon.
Clouds grow.
On a commercial. Besides, if it lifts now, the children will have to go back to working normal hours.
Well, let us ask the eminent professors for
Knew it, knew it.
then.
No, let's not, eh?
Knew it, child labor.
Stay strong and party on.
Sophia Remington, Dr. Delia Lywell, thank you for joining us.
When we come back, we'll be reaching out around the country to see what's really happening out there.
Don't go away. We'll be back after these sandwiches.
Well, she's a Hindenburg-sized fuck-up.
I mean, she's fun at a social level.
I wouldn't want to be on her board.
Christ, no. She's going to drive that company into the fucking ground.
Hello, mate. It's Dave. You're not going to believe this, but I've decided to come home. Listen, I'll call you back at the next break and we can talk about how I get me job back. Cheers, Alex. See you, mate.
Yeah, well, it's been a long time coming. Oh, exactly. You said it, I've said it. He must know. He's not stupid. I just don't want it getting back to him that it came from us. No, Jenny. You're not backing out on me now. We're in this together. It's gonna work. Go get him. I've made the cake. You're on the balloons. I've got no idea how old he is. 40? 17? Yeah, ready. Okay, coming back. In 5, 4, 3. Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Katie, how are you coping?
I'm holding up okay. The lockdown directive was so sudden that, like many people, I haven't been able to get home.
Oh no, what happened?
I was staying at a hotel after an international policy convention, and we had a particularly heavy night out. You know what economists are like.
Notoriously hate splitting the bill.
And I overslept, and as you can imagine, I've been here ever since. But there are certainly people much worse off than me.
Exactly. My tour has been cancelled indefinitely, and I've had to refund every single ticket, even the cheap seats.
Oh, Alan, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, people are being quite rude about it. They don't seem to realise I've already spent it filling the beach house with beef.
The crisis means yet another victim.
So, this is just a reminder that my book, Alan James's Reich, is now available in paperback.
God, I am getting so complacent.
You're unbelievable.
So, Katie, how do you think this might affect the economy? Should we be worried?
Very, Megan. Not to sound dramatic, but this could be catastrophic. Unemployment has skyrocketed, and frankly, it will be a miracle if a lot of businesses can survive this.
There you go, scaremongering again, spreading this latest liberal hoax. That's what they want.
Liberal?
They want us quiet. Shh. They want us compliant. And they want us inside.
A hoax? How on earth can you say that, Alan?
Well, I haven't actually seen one of these supposed toys. Have you?
Well, no, but...
Did you know 3,000 people die every year from from regular toys. That's a lot of people. And this is no different. You're just as likely to be hunted down by a yo-yo or a tennis racket.
He makes an excellent and persuasive point, Katie.
Don't listen to her, Katie. The press is the enemy of truth.
She's agreeing with you, Alan, you absolute shit.
Well, then I must be wrong.
Alan, are you now recanting your statement that these toys aren't dangerous?
People are saying they're just like normal toys, and that simply isn't true. Corrupt media lies.
And Katie, how do you respond to
What?
Alan's claims that Mrs. Snugglehugs might be dangerous after all?
I suppose I guess I'm agreeing with him.
Thank you, Katie. I appreciate your support. A lot of folks are saying this Mrs. Snugglehug situation will all blow over, but it won't.
Yes.
Yes, right, exactly. We need decisive action from the government. We need huge financial support to protect our workers and our businesses. We need to support the vulnerable, and we need
to repent. Exactly right, Katie. We brought it on ourselves with all our liberal indulgences like art, cake, and healthcare. We need to act now and begin sacrificing our firstborn, or to push our family pet.
Absolutely, Alan. If we can all successfully come together as a community and perform the ritual, hopefully we will appease the great ancient. Katie, could it be any worse?
Luckily, over the past few years under Advance, they've invested heavily into health. So the system can actually bear the strain.
Is it lucky that the Llama Lords have unleashed a horde of man-made monsters on its own people to conceal the enemy within?
Will you just stop for 5 fucking seconds?
The Global Alliance of Fish People are amassing an army to kidnap...
That's you. That's what you sound like.
But...
Meh.
I don't sound like that.
Yes, you do.
You do, Alan. You do sound like that.
And that's why no one wants to be your friend.
I've got loads of friends.
No, you haven't.
I don't think you do, Alan.
Yeah, stop lying, Alan.
Not lying. You are.
Oh, good one.
He's actually going to cry.
Well, I'm telling.
Alan James, Katie Brightman, thank you for joining me. Some real food for thought there from two of the territories.
He was actually crying.
Any moment now, I'll be heading over to Jeremy, who is going to be bringing us an up-to-the-minute report of the status of the nation. Over to you, Jeremy.
Thank you for what I'm sure was a reasonable debate, which really contributed to the national conversation.
He was gonna.
Next, out on the street,
He was gonna enjoy a good old sandwich.
Exactly that. It's Patrick Brannan. Are you there, Patrick?
Hello, Jeremy. Yes, hello. I'm here.
He was gonna have a nice old sandwich.
The broadcast today. Couldn't find any cameramen or women brave enough to come and join me, so I'm out here on my own.
Right, and can you tell us what it's like out there?
Yep, I can. It's
He's not outside.
Behind me, the streets are currently completely deserted. So my question, Jeremy, is just how long? I mean, could there be danger lurking just around the corner, waiting to end the fledgling career of this young, promising journalist before his full potential is even realised? Will he die, underappreciated by management, and frankly, if you ask me, very, very much underpaid?
I don't think there's any danger of that, Patrick. What's that on your jacket there?
Oh, that's actually a sponge. What I've done here is made a snuggle-proof jacket, Jeremy. The network didn't bother sending me any PPE, so I've been forced to improvise. In fact, showing the sort of resourcefulness that would make me an ideal candidate for, I don't know, for example, an anchor position starting whenever they'd like.
From your point of view, Patrick, just how safe are our streets?
Not
He's
safe
clearly
to
not outside.
I'd recommend people staying inside, following government advice, and not putting themselves at any risk at all. Unless, of course,
If he still gets TACMO, that will be funny.
Mm-hmm. And just where are you, Patrick?
I'm in the street, on the street.
Which street?
I think I'm struggling to hear you, actually, Jeremy, there.
Which street? Which street are you on?
Oh, which street am I on? Oh, God. I'm just looking for... there it is. I'm on Bannon Avenue.
Bannon Avenue?
Yep.
Bannon Avenue.
Yeah, no, I can hear you fine. Yep, I'm on Bannon Avenue on the sign, it says there.
Like Patrick Bannon?
Oh, yeah, that is like, that's strange. That's a weird sign. I don't know what's going on there.
Where are you really?
I'm on Bannon, Alright, fine, I'm not on Bannon Avenue. I'm at home, to be honest. Alright, fine. Well, I'm in my bathroom, technically, but, you know, I couldn't face it, to be honest, mate. It's, you know, it's terrible out there. I don't want to go outside. They're everywhere. I'm sorry for lying.
We don't expect any less of you, Patrick.
Can you hear that sound? What the hell's that?
I can, yes. I'm no expert, Patrick, but it sounds unmistakably like a tiny fist.
I knew it! I knew it!
Oh, fuck, it does. Oh, fuck, Jeremy, shit, no! Oh, bollocks.
Perhaps there's a small queue of tiny fists, each wielding a different gendered household implement, ready to bash in the heads of lying little roving reporters.
But you're lying, aren't you? Oh, shit, fucking, listen to me, you bastards! If you're out there, just to piss off, you little fucking snuggle fucks, I'm too talented to die! Oh, what the no! Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Don't worry, Patrick.
Oh, Vasilev's on.
Seconds before they break their way in there and finish you off. What do you see, Patrick?
I see only the devil. I see only Satan. Oh, God, no. They're coming to me. They're coming over. You know me. You fucking little shit.
Thank you, Patrick, for that report. Showing the nation.
He's dead. They killed him.
Just where you
Can
belong.
you guys not?
But when we come back, we'll be happy to take your mind off the world for a little while, and who knows, maybe even bring you a few smiles. Join us after this.
I did that way too early.
You're damn right. Yeah, I had them delivered. Yes, to Bannon Avenue.
Dave here. I've run into a few problems getting back, although not as bad as yours. It looks like you've got one loose in the studio. Whack it on the head if it gives you any trouble. It's pretty bad here too, mate. They've got on board. Captain's down.
Huh?
Worse, chef's down and we're out of rum. Not sure I'm going to make it to sobriety or dry land. If I had a missus, I'd ask you to tell her that I love her, but to be honest, I've kind of pissed my life away, mate. Still, at least I'm outdoors, eh?
Huh? Something's wrong with the sky. That's not normal.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to. I don't have to. No, you're being a child. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. No? No. Oh, 5, 4, 3. Welcome back to the National Nightly. Well, welcome back anyway. We know isolation isn't easy, so finally tonight we have something a bit different for you. Even though some people felt it's not our job to entertain the public with absolute nonsense, other, more important people overruled those people. So it's time to find out who will National
5,
Nightly win
4, 3, 2,
and who will National
1.
Nightly lose.
National Nightly, National Nightly, National Nightly News.
So, how do we play? Well, joining me as a man who knows all about playing, it's Tommy Harris. Hello, Tommy.
All right, Johnny. It's good to see
Woo.
you.
And how are you finding the lockdown, Tommy?
What do you mean lockdown?
The enforced
Stop that.
isolation of everyone in the country.
Ah, yeah. I think I heard about that actually. Yeah.
You're in bed, Tommy.
Yeah. You called during nap time, so.
Of course, that's my fault. So, why don't you tell us how the game is played?
Well, it's pretty simple, Jeremy. You sausage. I'm gonna ask you
Sausage.
around the territory 3 questions about what else yours truly. And those people are going to get a chance to win a very special prize.
And what are they paying for, Tommy?
Drum roll, please. Jeremy.
Oh.
Thank you. This support, Jeremy.
Oh.
But I've signed it, so...
Oh, well then, what a fantastic prize.
Have we got anybody waiting to win this once-in-a-lifetime prize, Jimmy?
I believe we have Angie on the line. How do you feel about winning this man's old pants, Angie?
I've never been so excited, Jeremy. And can I just say...
Stop!
I love you. Both of you.
Well, you've said it now, haven't you?
Oh, Angie, I love you. In a way. Tell us about yourself, Angie.
I hate you.
Well, what can I say? My name is Angie.
What was I clicked in?
I'm a human woman, and my dental hygiene has been...
That's not a woman. That's not a person.
Brilliant!
Oh.
Right, well...
I just realized I knew I'd forget that, Beaver.
Absolutely, John. Can I get 30 seconds on the clock, please?
We haven't got a clock.
Yeah, I did ask for a clock. So...
Well, why don't you start, and I'll stop you when it inevitably becomes unbearable to watch.
I love it. All right, here we go. Time starts now. Question 1. When is my birthday?
The 13th of August at 7:19 a.m.
That is absolutely correct. Question 2. What? I said, what is my favourite colour?
Crushed praline 4.
Correct. Of my nipples. And
Stop.
finally, Angie dear, what is my star sign?
That's a trick question. You were born outside of the human understanding of the cosmos.
Unbelievable. That is correct. Stop the clock.
Wow, that really was tough to watch. How did you do, Tommy?
Well,
Stop.
Angie, my love, you got every single question right. Which of course means you lose and win absolutely nothing. Thanks for playing, Angie. Bye. Do we have another contestant on the line at Jelly Bean?
We do indeed. We should have Sonia Artleach. Are you there, Sonia?
Oh, God.
Of course I am, Jamie, darling.
Thank you for
Get
being
out of here.
Sonia.
Can I just rip that thing up?
Let me guess, you work in theatre, don't you?
Is it that obvious?
Yep, I'm strong enough. I can just...
It certainly wasn't your inherent sense of humility.
Stop it!
Tell us about yourself, Sonia.
Oh, well, if you must play this game. I am a theatrical agent. I represent the likes of Rudy...
It may be alive, but I don't care if it's alive. I'm better. Oh my God.
And how's the lockdown affected you, Sonia?
Well, they may have closed the theatres.
Stop. Get out of here, little stupid thing. God, I love it. It's so annoying that I hate it, which means it's good.
In all of my artist contracts,
Stop.
I am able to claim my 15% from their unemployment benefit.
Wow, that certainly is sharp.
Standard stuff, standard stuff.
And can I ask, where are you speaking to us from?
Well, I work from home, you know, to keep costs down.
And who's this?
Oh, well, you know, when they gave the order, I was actually mid-meeting with a client, so we've been isolated together.
No fucking way!
What the fucking fuck?
Is that Tommy Harris? I'm a huge fan. Can I just tell you how bloody brilliant you are?
Actually, Jeff, we're about to play a game, aren't we, Tommy?
We got time, we got time.
Well, if it's not too bold, I think I am in love with you, Mr. Harris.
No, it's not too bold. That's all right. Don't worry.
Hey, I'd love to show you some of my stuff. I've been working on some new shit.
Well, at least you're already aware.
During lockdown, we've been workshopping some of Jeff's ideas for much younger children, haven't we?
People still let you near their children, do they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I've been developing some shows for younger children.
Well, we'd love to see it, wouldn't we, Gerbil?
Absolutely dying to.
Right, so, what do kids love?
Timely child support payments from their absent fathers.
Shallow and overproduced musical numbers?
That's right. Animals! So, I'm trying to address the things that kids need to know, but through a medium that they'll understand. Do you
Oh God.
I think... Yes,
I'm not...
I think so, yes.
I am not looking forward to this.
Clients, aren't you?
I am, yeah. So, the first one we've been working on is called
The King of the Jungle's mortgage repayments. It's about to lie.
Kids don't need to know that.
With his interest rates.
A kid does not need to know that.
Does he have a broker?
He does. Yes. He's a porcupine. How did you know that?
Well, your work is universal, darling. It speaks to people.
I'm going to say something to you, mate. I think you're onto something here.
Oh, the bear,
Oh,
you
yes. Right. This one is much better. So, this one tells the tale of Mr. Bear. Now, Mr. Bear...
Stop it!
...is a very sad bear, because all of the other bears don't think that it'll amount to much, and they tell him that his plays are lazy and derivative.
I think you're onto something there.
Now, Mr. Bear is a tragic figure. Picture this.
It's a self-insert. It's a self-insert.
He's closing in. He can't even face his salmon, can he? But
stop.
Then he meets someone that will change his life forever.
This is fucking gripping.
That's right. He meets a wise old octopus who takes him under his wing and says, "No, Mr. Bear, don't be sad. You're not like all the other bears. You have this ambition and these dreams."
Such fucking dreams.
I think I love you, Jen.
I can relate to him.
And what you need, Mr. Bear, says the octopus, probably doing an 8-armed gesture or something.
What you need to do to find happiness in this crazy old forest is you need to set yourself more realistic goals. It's called Mr. Bear Lowers His Expectations.
Wow, you really have taken yourself to new depths. And what do you want children to take away from this?
Oh, fuck shit, fuck.
What?
I said a more realistic worldview.
Are you all right, Jamboree?
It's Jeffrey. My name is Jeffrey Donington.
No, stop. How does it end? We need to know how it ends.
Well, all the animals learn a thing or two about inevitable mediocrity.
Yeah, and Mr. Bear settles down near to his parents' cave, stops trying to make his band happen, and he goes into bear telemarketing.
He becomes a bear maths teacher.
Oh, and we end... We end on a big musical number. Oh, there's dancing. It's very repetitive, so it's catchy but not too challenging.
Did two of them get in?
If you like, I could go and get my boombox.
Yeah, I might be able to... Hang on. Can we get Angie back?
Why not? The more the merrier, as they say at orgies.
How is orgy not a swear?
Right, I'll just fill then, shall I? Coming up in a moment, it's the world premiere that nobody saw coming.
Lights!
Or wanted. At all. I can only apologise in advance for what we're all about to... endure.
You turn this shitting thing up. Well, there's all sorts of creatures down on Dangly Doodle Farm.
I'm a play that. Yep, I'm a play the internal use only.
Mr. Octopus with way too many arms. There's Mr. Pig and Mr. Cow. They're always in good mood. But that's 'cause they don't know they'll soon be sliced up into food. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your hopes go to turn into despair. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your dreams go to die. Mr. Raccoon wants to go to the moon. He'll end up as a bus driver soon. Mr. Porcupine thinks he'll read the news at 9. He'll end up as a janitor who stinks of turpentine. Mr. Tiny Mouse thought he'd own a massive house, ended up in a bedsit where he can't control the louse. Mr. Horse thought he'd go into professional sports, now he's an alcoholic and he's on his 3rd divorce. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's the place your life becomes an endless questionnaire. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your hopes go to die. Lower your expectations. Maybe you could get a job in telecommunications. No matter how you try self-esteem goes to die. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's the disappointment that is waiting everywhere. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your schemes go to die. That's where your dreams go to die. That's where dreams go to die.
Well, that seems to have pretty much run its course. That's all we have
No.
time for tonight. But before we
Thanks
go,
for
I'd like to
leaving
say
when
this
during the musical.
And by you, I actually mean you, Alex. Up in the broadcast room, making sure we all look our best and keeping the signal strong and the language mild. And Alex
Thank you.
is damn good at it. Alex is our invisible foundations. You at home can't see them, but they're always there, keeping us afloat.
Thank you. I actually really need this.
Alex, I saw you the other day in the corridor. Do you remember? I tried to catch your eye, but I think you must have been deep in.
I have a wife.
Walk past me like I wasn't there. I try and sit in your eye line in the canteen some days. Every day.
Girl, I have a wife.
If I'm honest. Oh no, it's wrong. I know you're married.
Girl.
I've done some digging. I found out about the fact that you risked being arrested to help Chris, and that you stretched yourself to let Susie go travelling. And you're no pushover parent either. You kept Charlie safe, even if he resents you for it. At least that's what he told me when I talked to him. Oh, don't worry, Alex. I wore a disguise. And I spoke like this so he wouldn't recognise me famous voice. I'm not crazy, Alex. I don't want you to think I would ever do anything to hurt Charlie or Susie. Sam's lucky. Lucky to have you, Alex, but... possibly love me. I mean, if Sam had a terrible accident, obviously not now. I know you love your family, but if something happened... Say Sam took a massive electric shock and went into some sort of coma. Could you love me then? Could you? Would you? Please? My name's Megan Wolf. Have a deceitful night. And we're out. God, I'll tell you something. It was like a God-given relief being able to use my own voice there for a second. I've been doing this posh gobshite's voice for 10 years now. It's messing with me something fierce. Will we go for a gargle tonight, Jenny? Come on. Oh, come on, you dry shite. They're only toys. Will we? Just a little one. While we wait for Alex to wake up from that coma. Alex. Hello? Wake up!
Woo! Was that not? Did any of it happen? C is fine. Now what I want to do. I don't remember which one it is. But that was interesting. The rhythmic beeping of a heart monitor brings you slowly back to consciousness. Created by a semicircle of concerned faces, your family by your side, a reassuring, familiar sight in these new surroundings. Sam, there with you as always. Their expression, understandably concerned, is somehow more affectionate than ever. We knew you'd be okay, never doubted it for a second. And if I ever see that boss man, Lord knows you've both got enough to be anxious about without your health being thrown into the mix. With a final smile at them, you turn to the rest of your family. course I am, buddy. Your mother starts. Your call clearly shocked her out of her reverie. She turns to you and smiles, and you're grateful to see the increasingly rare recognition in her eyes. Yes, dear, of course. How are you feeling? You smile wearily and nod, but before you can respond, a doctor bustles in and ushers everyone out. She asks you for what feels like 100th time how you feeling. Surprisingly well, all things considered. There's no sign of any real damage, just a bit of shock to the old system, pardon the pun. Now that I'd recommend you do anything like that again, of course, after a couple of days resting at home, you should feel right as the rain. Oh, and the private room and care, the doctor gestures to your room, and which you now notice rather looks expensive, has all been paid for by a Mr. Bozeman. He left those flowers and said not to worry and take the rest of the week off. We'll see you on Monday. We'll see you Monday, apparently. Seems like the least he could do. So I essentially got the week off. Suddenly the bells are, you can see. I've been staring at the numbers all night, tears in her eyes. Sam takes your hand. There's just no way I can afford it. I'm so sorry. The kitchen table swims before you. But all you can think of is your mother, and now you can't afford to help her. What would your dad be thinking now? Is this the utopia advance promised? You stare at the door to your mother's makeshift room. Tomorrow, you'll tell the kids, then book an appointment at the transition center. What else could you have done? Damn it. I can't tell if... God. I don't remember what's real or what isn't. Sam's out with work tonight, and Charlie's staying at a friend's. The house is yours. You order a takeaway, have a couple of drinks, and decide to relax in front of a TV. Not a great selection tonight, but surely something to watch. Sam isn't a fan of historical dramas, so you make the most of him being away. You just want to switch off. Action thriller is the one. You feel like a laugh. Yeah. Alright, it's terrible, and pretty sure the lead actor got the role for their looks rather than their talent. Despite yourself, you're actually quite into it by the finale, even if a rope bridge over the active volcano is a bit cliche. When it's over, you reach for the fallen remote, and instead of finding something small and metal lying underneath a coffee table, you find something. As you bring it out of the light, it reminds you of salmon snow out of a fridge. Hey, sweetheart, Charlie lost Susie's present. Would you mind looking for it tonight? It's engraved. It's actually an engraved lighter for Chippy, as she claims the nickname's affectionate, but Charlie still scowls every time she says it. You're not sure Sam would approve. Rick Stanton has a long tradition of glorifying the art of starting fires, but you like it. Don't do anything stupid, Susie. Hopefully it's just a souvenir and not a new pastime he's picked up, or about to pick up. It's nice that she thought of him. The loading tip guy is off today, so there isn't one. This.
I want her fired today, now.
Don't worry, Kath, it'll be all right.
No, it won't be all right, Kath. Pack up your weapons of optical destruction and get
That must
out.
be played.
You realise you're beginning to sound like me.
I mean it, Kath.
Stay where you are. Jenny, this is Jenny's decision.
Oh!
All yours.
It'll be all right. I'll talk to
That's busted.
Good. You can tell him I'll return his wife's casserole dish.
Same with
I'll be there
you.
Next week. Jenny.
I'm sorry, Kath, you're going to have to leave.
Letting it go to your head.
She nearly blinded
10
me.
seconds,
I thought we
everybody.
were part of a team these days.
Things are better, Jeremy, you know that.
Hmm.
Just stop being so
Going in
high and mighty
5,
and do your job.
4,
You'll have me fired too.
3.
Don't tempt me. Good evening. I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Dawson. Our main headlines tonight.
The establishment strikes back.
Three
The World
images.
Council has agreed today to impose punitive sanctions on the people of this country.
The sanctions, which are broad-ranging, include restrictions on the supply of oil and gas, food, clothing, and even some medicines. But how should we react? We asked the public.
What do you think about all these sanctions?
I doubt it make a lot of difference, Pet. I've lived through 2 world wars and I smoke 40 a day. And if that ain't killed me, I doubt this will either.
Thanks, Patrick. Fascinating stuff.
Popular Prime Minister Julia Salisbury has released a reassuringly brave statement in response to the World Council's controversial announcement.
This international declaration is nothing short of outrageous. We are a democratically elected government with massive popular support. We do not recognise these sanctions, and we encourage other socially progressive nations of the world to both resist and ignore them. Advance have struck fear into the heart of the international community by showing that it is possible to have radical change for the betterment of the many. And whilst I wish we could improve other countries as much as we have our own, we do not rely on the help
stance. Robin Short found out.
I was wondering if you could tell me what you think of the government.
What? That shower of iridescent pricks? Punishing success and rewarding laziness? They're taking this country down the bloody Swanee. And it's not just me that thinks so. My wife Iris, she agrees.
A whole lot of problems. Protests were held today at the controversial construction site for Remington Smith's physics-defying MOOBS project. Since digging straight through the earth began 6 months ago, the project has been beset by problems, including localized tremors and the heat deaths of many of the workforce.
Huh?
Residents of the nearby town of Calamity today converge on the construction site with sincere, if misspelled, placards, demanding a suspension of digging until safety checks can be carried out.
Of course, that's half a world.
No.
But what does this country think? Patrick.
What's your opinion of the MOOBS project?
The stupidest thing I've ever heard. What's to stop it, right? Dropping out the other end and just falling forever.
What?
Gravity?
No, it don't exist.
Huh? Huh? That was the wrong one. I shouldn't have done that one.
Commuters across the capital found themselves somewhat bemused by the latest stunt by controversial protest group Disrupt.
In a baffling start to the day, commuters found performers outside every major station, all dressed and posed identically. Whether we're supposed to be amused or intimidated is anybody's guess, Jeremy. But most commuters didn't even stop to notice.
Well, as long as it's not some grand contemporary dance,
Neutral.
it's probably harmless.
But how do we all feel about Disrupt and their eclectic tactics? Robin found out.
Do you have any feelings about Disrupt?
It's all a bit noisy for me, really. As Mother always said, leave the rebelling to the rebels, Malcolm.
Bubbling up,
What?
intrepid scientist Dr. David Wong and Dr. Ingrid Svorsborg and Hawkinsford today sent a blueprint of the escape craft in which they hope to finally leave Dante's taint.
With expert opinions of the plan running the gamut from optimistically engineered to that looks like something my granddad made in his shed, it sounds like the unfortunate team are going to need all the thoughts and prayers they can get.
So what should we think about the escape plan? Patrick Bannon again.
Yeah, don't worry, they're going to cut all this, aren't they? It's disgusting. Right. Oh, Jesus, web. Have you Christ, have you thought about quitting smoking?
Right. No, I'm fine now.
Okay.
What were we talking about?
The trapped scientists.
Oh, yeah, right.
Brilliant.
I am not a number. Applications
I don't really
finally
care.
open today for the new Advanced Team Membership Cards, a scheme by the government to allow fast access to all the new public services being introduced daily.
The team membership cards are entirely voluntary, but will be recognised as legal identification by all major organisations, including the police, banks, and, rightfully, pubs and bars.
And of course, there's no charge, Jeremy.
It all seems too good to be true.
Well, you've always been a cynic. But most importantly, what should you, the public, think about the new team membership cards?
Team membership cards?
I don't really join things as a rule. As Mother always said, membership is...
This guy is
mostly
just
for
a
unmentionables,
Forrest
Malcolm.
Gump. This is just a Forrest Gump
And
reference guy.
finally tonight, back of the net, popular sports personality Johnny Hansleaves and his fiancée Tiffany Lamore was spotted out today doing a little shopping for what many are already calling the greatest wedding ever.
We can only assume that Tiffany's latest show, My Teenage Secretions, has sold better than expected.
I want
as
Forrest
by
Gump
the looks
reference,
of things,
actually.
The whole affair's about to become more expensive than
That guy's
the
my favorite now.
collection.
I don't know who that is.
But what should your opinion be of this extravagant display of wealth?
Don't really care, love.
Wise words there.
Later tonight, in a bit of a switcheroo, it'll be Jeremy in the culture chair, spitting rhymes with popular rapper Jay Zuss.
God, I
And
love
then we'll
that.
both be chatting with a familiar team of thespians set to take the nation by storm.
6,
again.
5, 4,
That's all coming up on
3,
tonight's
2,
National Night
1.
News.
Nightly. This is the morning.
First tonight, thankfully, some news as we return to our main
This is
story.
the morning.
The World Council today agreed that punitive and potentially illegal sanctions should be imposed upon this country. The sanctions, which come into effect immediately, aim to stop the flow of food, fuel, and even some medicines from reaching your pockets.
Tonight, we have guests from across the continent to discuss this unprecedented situation. For Advance, Peter Clement is at his home in Lamfordshire. Are you there, Peter?
Yes, I can hear you, Jeremy. Thank you for having me.
A momentous day, Prime Minister. Are you shaken?
Now, I don't scare that easy, I'm afraid, old son. And neither do the people of this country.
Well, joining us is Ivan Vodovich, Foreign Minister of Urkistan. Ivan, thank you for being here.
Great pleasure. You, Megan Wolf, are like strongest guard at labor camp who wake up inside body of crazy, expensive prostitute. In my country, you will be worshipped as a god.
Okay. Minister, as one of those arguing most strongly for these sanctions, how do you feel about Advance's defiant stance?
Advance is like man who think he have big career in movies land, when actually he in dirty sanitarium, screaming at mirror and holding tiny penis in hand.
He's clearly not from Svenland, and we have like some of the cleanest mental health facilities in the continent, yeah.
And welcome to Svenland's Minister of Mojo.
Svenland. Okay, I'm done eating.
You don't appear to have a surname.
It's just Björk, yeah. We don't use things like socially divisive surnames here, yeah.
Minister?
It's just Björk, yeah.
Right, Björk. Your country spoke in favour of Advance at the World Council today, but you were noticeably absent when it came to the actual vote.
Well, what a surprise. The hippies didn't show up for the fight.
Actually, that's quite racist, because if you must know, we were going to go to the whole like voting, yeah. But it's actually the Festival of Fuellands here at the moment, where we honor the old generations. So like we all had to look our grandparents' Galicia whilst the vote was happening, and that's like a really, really time-consuming process, actually.
Huh?
You're like sissy man. You have this expression, sissy man. It's like man with tiny penis who like to wash more than once a week.
Actually, that's quite homophobic, yeah,
Oh,
because...
stop winding him up, Ivan. We're not back at the Grange now. Sorry, Jeremy. Ivan and I used to play golf back in my media days. Nothing gives him greater pleasure than grinding people's gears. The more publicly, the better.
Peter, you're like man with tiny penis who think he have tiny penis, but actually he discovered that. Oh, could it be? No, it's tiny penis.
Ivan's just
How is
worried
penis
that
not a
when
swear?
the rest of the world sees how well we're doing, they'll notice all that dosh that he's got squirreled away. Because that's what these sanctions are, Megan. They're the last pathetic gasp of an establishment in collapse. Wolves at the gates, Ivan, old mate.
Good. They can join others on my wall.
In Svenland, we have like serious animal welfare legislation. And like my friend Helga, she got arrested for killing a butterfly that was hovering over her tear thing. I mean,
Huh?
Jam sandwich.
I used to know a girl called Jam Sandwich. She was a right cracker too. Wonder what became of her.
We seem to be wandering a little from the news here.
That's human interest, Jeremy. The real people behind the headlines and all that. So if you're watching Jam, give us a call. Yeah. Let's see if we can't organise a reunion.
Cracks, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to run it past Mrs. Clement first.
Peter, you're like man trying to empty ashes of mistresses into a homecoming van. Soon you have tiny penis and beard full of secrets.
In Svenland, we don't really go in for all that restricted monogamy stuff here. We're kind of flawed, actually.
Okay, well, it seems that we are running out of time.
Yes, so before we go to the break, briefly, if you would, gentlemen, with the people of this country facing shortages and
Possible shortages and power outages.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Possible shortages and power outages.
Possible.
Can you summarise your thoughts for us?
Why can we not say actual shortages and power outages?
Arguing about outdated devices, concepts like money. In Svenland, we replaced currency with a system of bodily fluids back in the 1970s, and that's like a really hard to sanction, actually.
Thank you, Minister Votovich.
Your country is
What,
like man who
what is the bodily fluids? What is the bodily fluids? What are we doing?
Really, he's just standing in field
Holding his tiny penis, yes. Thank you, Minister. And finally, Prime Minister Clement.
Let me talk to your viewers
What?
here, Jeremy. Don't worry, everybody. Don't be afraid. Don't even lose a wink of sleep. We knew the rest of the world would react this way, and we're ready. As my old man used to say, you can't make a shite pie without blocking a few toilets.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Why is shite,
We'll
but
be back
not
after
tiny
these
penis?
messages.
1 minute back.
Hey, Peter, I over your way this weekend. You fancy a quick 9?
Yeah, sure, front or back.
That's what I hope you're asking Megan Wolf for me.
She's out of your league, mate.
Thank you for the correction.
Well, you have to be more careful. It's all part of his long-term plan to get fired live on the news at 6 in front of the nation. Can someone warn him it's going a little too well?
Uh-oh. I don't like that. Of course. Ugh. Now I gotta censor. Oh god, now I actually have to keep an eye out for like what the government doesn't like. I knew it. I knew this was coming.
The foreign royalty.
What?
Should I just like curtsy?
Hang on. Have they given you the Crown Prince report?
What?
Megan?
This is Jeremy, and he'll be interviewing you.
Oh, it's this guy. This guy was the was in the intro.
Just a quick one. You're not going to ask me about the chimp, are you?
Live in 10 seconds.
Because he put that get up on himself. I'm just saying.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. I'm Megan Wolf. Later, we have an exclusive first look at a theatrical sensation everyone's going to be talking about. But first, it's time to go over to the culture spot with lovely old Jeremy Donaldson, who's joined by a very special guest. Jeremy.
Thanks, Megan. I have the honour and privilege of being joined by
Spoiled it.
pop royalty. He's been called the son of the streets and the father of truth.
Oh.
Not sure how that works, but whatever. Let's welcome Jesus.
Oh.
Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, it's a real honor to be here on your show, The News. You know, as a kid on the streets, I used to watch you through a window of the shop, so to be here right now is crazy.
You've had quite the journey to be here today. Can you tell us about it?
Well, you know, I try not to Well, you know, the past is the past, and I don't like to dwell on it.
I understand you.
But yeah, man, the streets is all I remember. Like, my mother donated me to a charity shop soon after I was born.
Huh?
Elderly lady took pity on me. You know, she let me sleep on a pile of crime fiction until I taught myself how to walk.
Wow, that's quite the childhood.
And she died tragically. Right there in my arms, man. You know, I remember a tear falling as she laid there next to the used homework. And in that moment, I became a child of the streets. I was just 18 months old.
What a tale.
I was supposed to censor something there?
A tale. You're known for
I need to
your
keep an eye out for
direct
what he's
and
doing.
honest lyrics. Was your style informed by your troubled past?
Oh, like I said, I try not to talk about it. It's just
Oh God.
it's just too hard.
Of course.
But my first album is about the story of the first 4 times I stole, so I wouldn't starve. A small group of infants came to see me as their de facto leader. They call me Mr. Cheese Slice. Anyway, we were like a family.
So it would seem.
Bro.
Recently, you've been quite outspoken about the
Oh,
government.
yeah, that's right,
fuck
10-second
the
rule.
government, Fuck Advance. Fuck Peter Clement.
What is it that you object to so vehemently?
Well, you know, they stole from us. They're taking our money and spending it, man.
What was the blue parts?
Redistributing it. Actually,
Can you not say, like, you don't like any of the government now?
Surely that's a cause close to your heart?
Yeah, nah, of course, man. Very much so. I just mean, like, why do I have to pay for it, you know?
You don't. People have been rehoused on property seized from the historically wealthy. And that couldn't have been you, could it?
Look, yeah, I worked hard to be here. I built this from nothing, and I deserve to be rewarded for that.
Would you say you worked harder than, say, a farmer or a care worker?
I don't know. But if people are taking something from my music, choose to value it, buy it, who's to say I don't? And no one can take that away from me.
Not even to help, say, vulnerable children? Mr. Cheese Slice?
What is it you're trying to say?
I just don't understand where you've placed yourself politically. I mean, is it ideological or is it tactical?
Well, it's more of
Or
like...
maybe it's hereditary.
Stop trying to tie me in knots with your words, Jeremy. I let the music speak for itself. And the people agree with me.
Well, that remains to be seen. But you have given me a very easy segue out of a conversation that I promise you was much more painful for me than it was for you. So here he is with his hit song, Mrs. Ludlow's Tears.
Oh no, I'm going to do something a little different. It's a new single I've been working on.
Oh, so this is unapproved, is it?
Yeah. You love it.
Excellent.
Uh-oh.
Don't worry, we've got a state-of-the-art censorship system. What's the worst that could happen? So here he is with a new song. Aren't we lucky? It's Jesus.
First, you're gonna pay up. You're gonna pay back.
Well, we're all different races from many different places. At any given moment, only one could be the greatest. So you can feel elation from your participation. Still 2 leaders in this motherfucking nation. Now we're getting sanctioned, talking about expansion. Why does Julius require a massive fucking mansion? So fuck all your schemes. I don't need your freaky team, and I don't need your help to achieve my fucking dreams. So don't make a fuss when you find you're one of us. Yeah, every single one of you's a bit Jesus. And you can call me crazy, cause no one ever pays me. But I won't waste a lifetime being motherfucking lazy. I may be inventive, my taste may be expensive, but why would I get out of bed with no fucking incentive? Although it's contravention of your obvious intention, I like to eat a little of the fruits in my invention. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. The best of the praise, of the crest of the wave, cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Take this fact, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head, cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. It's time to stone a castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. So this is for the snub ones, the push and the shove ones, the folks that feel the burden of their motherfucking loved ones. Ones who had plenty like a motherfucking Bentley. The ones who now finding that their bank accounts are empty.
I'm having to keep my eye on the censorship.
Who had to flee a nation. The ones who built a business out of dreams of perspiration. There's all sorts of people, the good and the evil. It only takes a glance to see we're not all equal. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. And the best of the praise, of the press of the ways. Cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Gonna take this fact, gonna stain it red. Gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head. Cause he's fake as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. Time to pull the puzzle with a motherfucking pitchfork. Get out of your seats, get your asses in the streets. Set a fire in the building, let him feel some fucking heat. Say you hate to go getters, you're screaming betters, and burn them on the powers of advances fucking letters. Gonna take this fact, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head. Cause he's fake as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. Time to school the castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. Chase that dream, you don't need a fucking team. And advances, little dances aren't as harmless as it seems. Cause they're stale and corrupt, then you're angry or wrong, then your hearts and your mind.
The whole end bit I'm having to censor. I had to censor that whole end bit. Like, it would be no different. I just kept my thing on the whole thing.
Thank you so much for joining us in the studio. I'm sorry. I may not agree with you, but I'd just like to offer you an apology. I've just been told that there is some kind of issue upstairs, and an attempt was made to censor some of your notes.
What? Are you joking?
I'd just like to say to you and everyone at home that this was a mistake.
This is absolutely ridiculous. I cannot believe this.
Here at the National Nightly News, we pride ourselves on remaining neutral, unbiased, and independent of any outside interference. You have my word. We will
That is
never
a lie.
censor ideas.
That is a lie. I'm being told to censor ideas. I am being actively told to censor that by the government.
Coming up, we'll be speaking to a couple of familiar faces about their upcoming dramatic outing. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
That's the ad.
Jenny, this is fucking outrageous.
Just to remind you, fixing that old VCR. With a new tape. Last ad break.
I really do have to ask
Oh,
you to
Trafford,
leave this.
my father's going to hear about this.
I understand. This is unbelievable, Megan.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jeremy.
Oh god, that probably was mostly just my whole missing of the ads. Oh god.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, shut up, stop it.
Look at him.
If we could just get you in position.
Oh, say no more. Say no more.
Megan, Jeremy, do you remember Mr. Algebra?
Vividly.
And Mr. Harris, and this is Ms. Raiden.
What?
Philippa, please.
We're back together again, eh? Who'd have thought it?
Perhaps a lower order demon.
It is awfully exciting, isn't it?
Right, okay then. We're going live in 10 seconds, opening on camera 1.
Okay, got it. Opening on camera 1.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back, and no, you're not mistaken. Sitting across from us are some very familiar faces.
You really are too kind, Megan. It was only a yogurt commercial, but I'm still proud of it.
Here to talk about his new show, we're joined by National Treasure Tommy Harris, the National Theatre's Philippa Raiden, and National Deficit Jeff Algebra.
It's so lovely to have you all. Tommy, would you like to tell us about the show?
You know what? I'd bloody love to. It's about
All right.
me. It's about my life.
And where did the idea come from?
So, right, picture this. Their legs akimbo, mid-session, sweat is
What?
pouring out
What?
like an immense hog. And then Cindy comes in, she says, Pete's on the phone.
That's Peter Clement. the Prime Minister.
Yeah, Pete's actually a really good mate of mine.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, no, he comes to training sometimes. He's actually a pretty good goal sweeper. Anyway, so yeah, Pete, he says, Toby, can Pete's my name's Toby.
If I swap to a camera, I don't want to immediately swap back. If I swap to a camera and accidentally, then I need to stay on it for a second.
Cooperation across this fractured nation. How would you like to really make a difference in these desperate times?
What did he say?
Shut up, audience.
So, Jeff, the question on everyone's lips is, what in God's name are you doing here?
Well, after the success of my debut work and all the people that I've touched, I knew that I had a career in theatre. Yeah? I've always been an admirer of Tommy from afar. So when my manager phoned and said that I'd been offered the gig as director, I was ecstatic. I whipped my trousers off and got straight to work.
Why
He
did you
what?
do that?
I do all my best work with my trousers off.
Yeah, I've been told that too.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Right, Tommy, sorry, would you just give us a sense of what the show is actually about?
It's about how hard it's been for
I
me
need to swap using my mouse.
It's like really getting to the heart of how tough it is to be me. I call it Tommy Harris. Jesus, that was hard.
Catchy. We actually have some clips of the process of the show. Would you mind telling us what's going on here?
Yeah, so the show is built around two things that are very important to me. It mixes scenes from my life as well as epic fantasy retellings of scenes from my life.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
I'm sorry, son. You're an embarrassment.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my
So if I remember
graduation.
correctly,
Back, demon! Back
what?
to
What?
hell!
Huh?
Philippa, what's it been like co-starring with Tommy Harris?
I've always dreamed
So-
of treading the boards at medium-scale regional theatres, Megan. And for once, this show really gives me something to sink my teeth into.
What's different about this show, then?
Tommy, Mr. Harris's show really lets me show my tremendous
If I remember
range
correctly,
as an actor. I've always suffered from typecasting.
when I was essentially volunteering as a sort of just a cameraman, because I was one of a cameraman,
God forbid, a pantomime.
I
But, you know,
volunteered for
this show
my
has
local
really let me just go there.
news station, since
Jeff,
that was an
the
assignment I
viewers
had
at
at
home
my
will be
school.
Dying to know exactly what is it.
If I remember correctly,
Good question. I think these guys
one of
really
the
do it.
main
I think
things
it's
about
my,
this
my
is that
steady
there
hand
were
on
a
the tiller,
button.
my arm round the shoulder approach that's really brought the
Well,
production from strength
it
to
is
strength.
pretty much like this.
Absolutely right. Jeff's contributions
However,
are immeasurable.
he's
He
naked.
was our rock.
Can you give us a sneak peek of anything else that might be in the show?
Essentially,
Yeah, all sorts, yeah.
Yep. We've got lots of exclusive
these two
first-hand
were the same.
experiences of Tommy's
Well, I mean,
time in the underground
I guess,
sports
yeah.
board scene.
And some epic fantasy retellings of Tommy's time in the underground sports board scene.
Sorry, this is throwing me off. This was the same. Except these weren't delayed. These were both the same. This is what they were actually seeing. This is what you were seeing. And then pressing a button, you'd have to essentially confirm it. They were using OBS.
Yeah, all paid for by the taxpayer, which, you know,
Like, it's
to be
literally
honest,
just OBS's
is
whole
actually
thing.
a lifesaver, really.
I think it's fair to say that without Advance's support, we'd have had to cut the finale.
Which frankly would have been a travesty.
Yeah, no, they essentially used the studio mode in OBS.
Absolutely. It's a metaphor.
For what?
Death.
And the public are footing the bill, are they?
Too bloody right they are. Between the cost of my tour bus and the dry cleaning of my ties, I'm barely scraping a profit here.
Amazing. And where can the folks at home come and see this for themselves?
We're performing all over the nation.
And people can see it for absolutely free, all courtesy of Advance. Isn't that incredible, Jeremy?
Yes, it's unbelievable, Megan.
Well, thank you all so much for coming. Next time we see you, no doubt you'll have taken our jobs.
Yeah.
That's all we have time for tonight. Join us tomorrow when I'll be interviewing the world's most attractive horse. I'm
Whoa.
Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. And from all of us here, have a peaceful night.
that's the ads. Let's get reset for tomorrow, please.
Hey, we must stop bumping into each other like this, eh?
Oh.
He is pissed. He is pissed. He is ready to kill somebody. Still poor. Hey, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Rebellion, yeah! God. A ladder worth climbing. I guess I'm back in the daylight. I have stuff. It's a lazy Sunday afternoon of the summer, with you and Sam making the most of both kids being out of the house. You head into the pantry, taking a moment to remember when it used to be your mother's room, before coming out of the last 2 slices of almond cake. It's rare for you and Sam to actually get to finish sweet things in this house, and you savor every mouthful. Just as you take the last bite, you hear the sound of a front door slamming. That'll be Charlie back from the Go-Getters. You can hear him practically running to come find you, and he's grinning from ear to ear when he does. I have some really big news. You and Sam play along, sitting contentedly with bated breath. Ready? Charlie asks as you nod enthusiastically. With a flourish, he reveals his new badge from his pocket and proudly presents it to you both to examine as he announces, "As of today, I'm a member of a first tier of cohesive cadets. There's way more stuff I'm going to be doing, and I'll be working with some weekends, but it's really cool." Sam congratulates Charlie as he can't help but frown. This is a big step up for teenagers. I'm proud of him. If he's doing something he's proud of, then he's doing something he's proud of. I don't see any harm with it, to be honest. I don't want to seem like I'm disappointed. And stop shopping, something that always seemed so tedious before the sanctions, has become even more of a chore now. You've managed to get almost everything you need for the family this evening, but you'll have to come back tomorrow to get through the week. There's a queue to leave the car park, though it's hard to make it out in the dark. Hopefully whatever's causing it won't be long. At least the queue is actually due to a checkpoint that's set up at the exit. A friendly looking man in advanced uniform CCO emblazoned on in a number of places on it approaches your car and knocks on the driver's side window. Good evening, nothing to worry about. I was wondering if I could see your team membership card, please. Aren't these cards supposed to be voluntary? I don't have one. Ah, that's not a problem. We got forms with us right here, and we'd be more than happy to sign you up. The man gestures to his colleague behind him, a young woman in a similar uniform. She clearly received a short end of the stick and is stuck with paper. I thought these cards weren't required. Well, strictly speaking, they're not, but there's also loads of benefits to having them, and there's no reason not to get one. His smile fades a bit, and when he puts his hand up to scratch the back of his neck for a moment, he leans over to you. His presence now seems a little intimidating. I don't want it. Almost instantly, the friendly demeanor is gone and is frustrated, and is one of stern disapproval. Well, obviously I can't make you sign up, but I would strongly recommend you do. And Sue, we wouldn't want people to think you had anything to hide, would we? What do you mean by that? He takes a step back and gestures for you to drive on. You're sure you see him writing something down on your rearview mirror as he head home somewhat more hurriedly than before. Clearly, advance are very keen on everyone joining the team. I don't want to join. I just don't want to join. What's that about hiding something? If I remember correctly, it costs money. I don't have the money. But Channel 1 Gaia is a mandatory work event. Bossman very quickly tell you, don't you dare be late. national news night. You arrive on time, barely at the Salvation, one of the oldest, grandest hotels in the capital. You're surprised to see a queue to get in, and quickly realize it's because people are being searched at the door by some very military-looking personnel in smart attire. While you're waiting, you can't help but notice just how very opulent the building is, possibly the fanciest place you've been to in your life. You submit to being patted down, and with a sigh of relief, are led into the hotel. Once inside, you are directed to the grand ballroom, and following the signs, you marvel at the sheer scale of the place, and the amount of armed security guards. When you finally arrive, a very severe-looking woman at the door asks your name. I'm Alex Winston. She courteously checks her list before whispering something to the waiter beside her. You've made it in time. You've made it just in time to be seated before dinner. Please, follow Emmanuel here to your table. The waiter smiles at you and opens one of the great double doors, gesturing for you to enter. Immediately, you can see why it's called the Grand Ballroom. Pause for a second to take it all in. You feel a slight tap on your arm. Emmanuel gestures for you to follow him. He seats you at a table on the central floor with a decent view of the stage. Clearly, you're in Bozeman's good books at the moment. You're sat with some colleagues you've seen around Channel 1's offices before, but don't know that well. One of them informs you far too excitedly it's a very corporate evening of awards and speeches. At least the food should be good. I didn't bring my wife? Dinner is indeed lovely, and with the help of no doubt very expensive wine, conversations flow easily enough. In fact, much to your surprise, you're actually presented with an award for the best newcomer to the Channel 1 family. Well, this was unexpected. You recognize the presenter as Dr. Adrian Atkinson Unblimey of Incisors fame. God, that was a mouthful. He thanks Advance for sponsoring this year's gala before specifically thanking Prime Minister Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement for being in attendance tonight. As you take your stage, you see the frontmost central table does indeed seat the Prime Ministers, as well as Bozeman, Meghan, and some very well-to-do types that you don't recognize. That explains all the security. As you've handed an award, Dr. Bliney asks if you got to say some words. You're a little nervous and spelled out some quick praises. You make a joke thanking Dave for fleeing the country and leaving you his job. This is funny. I want to do this. What's the worst that can happen? Thank you, Dave, for fleeing the country! Most of the room breaks into a polite laughter, but you see that neither the Prime Minister crack as much as a smile, and nor does Bossman. He's busy, frantically flipping between and examining Peter or Julia for reaction, glaring daggers at you. Eventually, they join in the light applause as Adrian ushers you back to your seat. That may have not seemed the smartest move. One of the people at your table point behind you. You're pretty sure he was pointedly ignoring you. He seems to be introducing better than you. Provided Bozeman invites you to that one, of course. I'm not getting invited again, but hey, it was funny, okay? Oh god, it's a heat wave. I'm actually gonna have to turn on the fan now.
evening.
You know, I genuinely thought you'd be in a better mood today. She's not even here.
Yes, but he is. Our gun-toting handler.
Who, Andy?
I don't know what the fuck his name is, do I?
He's here to keep us safe from people like Disrupt.
More like keep us in line. I hate guns. Give me the willies.
10 seconds, everybody.
So, we've got any actual real news tonight?
Well, the world's on fire. That good enough for you? Going in 5, 4, 3.
I'll listen.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our
So
main
I
headlines
actually need to
tonight.
keep an eye on that.
Siege mentality. The World Council today established a military blockade to enforce the unjust and punitive sanctions now entering
What's the
their 10th
difference?
week.
She's standing up in
In a
one
statement
and
from
slouching in the other.
a short time ago, Prime Minister Julian
hey.
Salisbury issued a commanding response to this unprovoked escalation.
Ever since these illegal sanctions were imposed, we have gratefully relied upon trade and aid from our worldwide friends who, like us, refuse to recognize their legitimacy. Today's escalation, however, is nothing short of an act of war. We call upon our international
We're going to
allies
war,
to
God.
condemn this blockade absolutely, and we warn aggressors to this
Where's my
country
phone?
that we are neither meek.
Oh, I now
nor
have an
defensive.
intercom system.
Thank you.
Taking the plunge. Far be it for us to be cynical, but it's beginning to seem like the wedding of a certain celebrity power couple is more about attention than it is about love. As this leaked photo shows, the naturals of heartthrob Johnny Handsleeves and art snob Tiffany Lamour were far from conventional when they finally tied the knot this week. In a ceremony that left very little to the imagination, the couple are insisting they hold with tradition. Well, as they say, something old, something new. In it to win it, exciting news from Advance today with the announcement of a new monthly prize draw for all team membership card holders. Every month, lucky winners from across the country will be picked at random to receive what Team HQ are describing as unique prizes worth more than money used to be. Take up on the scheme has been much higher than expected, and if this lucky winner's delighted face is anything to go by, it looks like pretty soon everyone's going to have to have one. Glory Hall?
Have to have one. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't need it. I don't care about it.
Announced that excavations are to be discontinued and the unfinished tunnel repurposed. Speaking from her divorce lawyer's parking lot, pitiful CEO Sophia Remington admitted the attempt to dig through the earth was short-sighted and ambitious, and unveiled the future of the abandoned hole. Sophia claims the low-cost subterranean housing project will be a triumph for low-income families and promises affordable, attractive accommodation only a few miles below sea level. Some men left behind. Escape craft construction has been hampered by problems as the beleaguered scientists stuck in Dante's taint have had to make the hard call of who won't be coming back due to their new vessel's limited capacity. Despite their promising start, it's fair to say that enthusiasm for the venture has waned. Frayed tensions are rumoured to have led to plans being rushed and big problems that could have been avoided by just simply counting how many of them there are. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, it was decided that those who would be left behind should be the best able to adapt and survive. Let's hope they don't regret leaving the marine biologists in charge of the complex machinery. Life during wartime. As if we didn't have enough aggressors on our borders. Internal problems are growing.
Okay, so I'm actively choosing which. I now just realized, yeah, no, I am actively choosing.
Scuffles broke out after the protest, resulting in multiple arrests and the injury of 3 community cohesion officers. Advance have yet to comment. The reckless fire will certainly be remembered by all those who have seen these striking images. As their actions escalate, people across the country are asking themselves, who are Disrupt? And what exactly do they want? Other than a new box of matches, of course. All
Yippee!
this, and I'll be talking to some people with fascinating medical conditions, as well as one of the contenders in this year's Feline Football Championship, and her proud owner. That's all up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Oh. Almost forgot about vets.
But first tonight, our team of correspondents has been dispatched to every corner of the country
Bruh.
to see how the people of this great nation of ours are coping with this unprecedented hot weather. First, let's go to Megan Wolf in Shining-on-Sea to see what the scientific community has to say. Megan, how's the weather there?
This is horrible.
Jeremy, thank you for asking. I'm here with Dr. Anna Burns at the University of Princeton. Are you enjoying the weather as much as I am?
Oh, yes, it's wonderful, isn't it? My eyelids are sweating.
And you're part of a team carrying out a study into just what's causing this unbelievable heat, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we want to be able to reassure the public once and for all that there's absolutely nothing to worry about and that they can enjoy their sunstroke and fossil fuels in peace.
You sound very confident about that.
Oh, very much so. I can say without any hesitation, there's really no cause for any concern here. I've actually left my car running.
So tell us about this experiment.
Well, we take data from weather stations from all over the world, along with atmospheric samples, and we take all that and we feed it into this state-of-the-art computer, and very soon we'll be getting a high-tech readout of the results.
Blimey, that sounds very fancy.
I should just say, none of this would be possible without the generous support of Remington's Fist. This is all thanks to their unrivaled investment in our future, and may I just say, complimentary personal anecdotes.
I have to keep an eye on so much.
And, as expected, everything is absolutely fucked. Hang on. This can't be right.
Right, but obviously you said a second ago that everything is absolutely fine, so...
Well, actually, under concern level, it just says, why, God, why?
We should
be
celebrating these wonderful results, I think.
Yeah? We need to evolve gills within 40 years.
You look thirsty.
Here it just says, shit.
Look at you. This is meant to be a celebration. Can't go around looking like that.
Shit.
There you go. Much better. Can I just say thank you again to Sophia Remington for
Huh.
providing this.
Everyone, we don't have long. Time is running
out. Absolutely right. That is all we have time for.
Abandon hope and return to the forest.
Enjoy that. I'd like to thank Dr. Burns for just one opinion on the climate.
The sea will reclaim us all.
There you have it, Jeremy. Proof, if proof be need be, that everything is just fine.
The sea will reclaim us all.
Here with science. Back to you.
Megan Wolf there, attempting to do some actual news. Next, heads over to Robin Short, who's in Scritchford with some of the winners of this week's membership lottery. Robin?
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm here in Scritchford with Gary Failsafe, a janitor at the local school, and Amelia Jackhammer, an aspiring poet. Both of you were drawn at random from those who hold team
I need to
membership
keep my
cards
ears
to
open.
receive this week's amazing prize.
God, this is
How do you
going
feel?
off.
Filled with fervent euphoria.
Yeah, good, yeah.
And all that we had to do was fill in a quick form or two. Wow, that sounds so convenient. But we're all dying to know, what have you won?
That's right, Robin. I've won dinner with Julia Salisbury at one of the capital's top restaurants.
I don't want that.
Swanky?
And I've been invited to Peter Clement's house to help him dredge the gutter in.
I also don't want that.
That's absolutely terrific. You must both be over the moon.
I've written a poem about it.
I don't want any of that.
Can you tell me about the moment when you first heard...
Am I actually going to need to be forced to sign up to that? I don't want to. I don't want that.
One of the sixth formers, when the headmaster came and found me.
I was involved in a similarly brutal conflict with a particularly arduous stanza.
So you were both polishing turds?
No, I don't like to polish them. I like to keep them intact for my collection.
Oh.
Oh.
How unexpected.
I don't polish turds. I write poetry.
Potato, potato. So Gary...
Whoa.
Do you think Peter Clement's going to let me keep the contents of his downpipe?
Huh.
Membership, was it in hopes of winning the lottery, or were there other reasons?
I like a flutter, of course, but no.
Oh my God, I got so
Set
lucky.
out to sign up to keep coming into school.
Very sensible. It's important to know who we're trusting around our children.
Oh, I have an unpublished book of sonnets about children. Perhaps you'd like to hear one.
No!
Or an anthology of
She does not like
on the
poetry.
Death of Innocence.
I'd rather hear about Gary's turd collection.
Really? I thought you might say that.
Oh.
Are you all right?
Yes, it's coming.
What's coming?
It's inspiration
and it's delicious.
Right you are.
Just like the turds.
Today on the show, there's no news. Just a man who keeps multiple poos.
Here, this big one's my favourite. See how it's fibrous, really lovely texture.
Would you encourage other people
Those are
to
his
take their
turds.
chance to win?
Why does he have them with
What
him?
are you looking for? Take a gander at
Does he
all
just
blue
keep
eyes.
them in his car? Or in his truck? Or whatever he drives?
News lost its way when it covered some crap on a tray.
Some of these are quite rare.
Maybe that was unfair.
And that's all we have time for today. Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Robin. What a lucky
Interesting.
pair they are. And finally in this segment, it's over to Patrick Bannon, who's gone to the smelliest town in the country to see how the
I am not in
unprecedented
favor of
weather
government
is
anymore.
affecting the locals. Patrick?
Hello there, Jeremy. Hello, yes. I'm here live in Grizzleford, which has recently voted the smelliest town in the country. And I have to say that, you know, in this heat, the smell really is. I mean, it's something else.
God.
Barry Lardons, mate, you've lived here your whole life. How'd you put up with the stink? Well, we're just all very proud of our achievement, to be honest with you. You can tell that, look at him, proud as punch.
God,
know
you
what it's like,
technology.
son, being the second smelliest town. No, I don't. Living in the shadow of Arseminster. Those smug fucks. But who's laughing now, eh? Well, not me, that's for sure. So what happened, mate? Right, the good people from Remington's Fist came in and saved the day with their factory. You're talking, of course, about the newly built Flard factory. Yeah, they gave us this big presentation on jobs and growth. But as soon as we heard about the stench, we paid them whatever they wanted to put it here. Does this stink not affect your life in every way, Barry? I mean, perhaps if you're filling in a tank or completing the physical act of love. It's strong at
Come on.
You get used to it after several weeks of your first bout of sickness. The judges were very impressed. So, what's sickness? Oh, that's nothing to worry about. It takes a few minutes before you develop any symptoms. Now, folk.
Why are you still down? Go up.
Now they dump carcasses directly into the water main, but I think it's probably the few valves on the high street. On the high street? Should I see a doctor? What are the symptoms? Well, the first one is asking stupid questions. Then folk experience a loss of inhibition. Fuck off, do they? When was the last time you brushed your teeth, you stinking old tramp? Next recording is a period of randomly bursting into song, followed immediately by delusions of grandeur. Oh, that's not really a problem, never sung in my life. Hello, it's sexy Patrick Bannon, and he's wearing sexy shorts now.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God, look at me. I'm like a stallion. I'm gorgeous, why didn't you tell me? I should take my shirt off. You know what? I'll even let you touch me if you want. That will be the bout of undeserved self-confidence. Love the Bannon, feel the Bannon. Oh, my. And the ennui. All that's left now are the hallucinations and unconsciousness. No, Dottie? Was that you? Why are you made out of elbows? You know I don't eat opinions. Oh, don't worry, folks. Once he wakes up, he'll be just fine. We'll just find a place to stick him where it won't matter how many times he evacuates his bowels. Right, that's all here from Grizzleford, a town that's really making a stink. I'm Barry Lardons. Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Barry.
Thanks,
With
Barry.
a naval blockade being set up around our coastline as we speak, when we come back, I'll be talking to 3 members of the general public who appear to be here purely for medical reasons.
This board is starting to look bad.
Unless, of course,
I'm just starting to realize how much this is in disrepair now.
after these messages.
1 minute back.
This next section features a potentially controversial guest, and others may request some censorship if he goes too off-topic. You've done a great job so far keeping everyone
What's
happy.
this?
Let's keep up the good work.
Every Friday.
I've done something.
What do you mean? Jeremy?
My mic is still on.
I just got a rebellion thing. I'm gonna play that right after the government. And then I'm going to play the one involving that I am involved in.
or a report from Grantham Downs. Even the weather would be more fucking relevant than this.
Jeremy, please, just breathe. It's just something light to keep people's minds off things.
Exactly, which is wrong. People's minds should be very much on things. Christ, it's so fucking hot.
Please take your seats as quickly as you can.
I can't do this anymore, Jenny. I've had enough. That's it. This is just
10 seconds. Get over yourself, Jeremy. Why don't you stop feeling sorry for yourself for 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, your host, Jeremy Donaldson. Later, we'll be talking to the captain of the Territory's first cat football team, Professor Pumpkin. But first, I'm joined by 3 guests with some balmy bodily behaviours. Joining me is a woman who's been hiccuping for over 9 months. Isn't that right, Miss Piercy?
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Tell us, what brought all this on?
Well, it's all a bit of a blur, Jeremy, to be totally frank with you.
God, he is pissed.
I remember seeing the news about the election, and it hasn't stopped since.
Fascinating stuff. Also here is Frankie Steampipe. Perhaps you could explain to us exactly what your physiological foreboil is.
I'm here to say it's high time people like me were respected. We're constantly overlooked in the workplace, we're whispered about on buses, and we're asked politely to leave children's birthday parties. And it's disgusting. I'm sorry, my bowels have comic timing.
And finally, I'm joined by a man who answers every question honestly, even when it isn't aimed at him. How do you cope with that, Mr. Truman?
With a combination of booze, self-hatred, and hardcore pornography.
Is that...
Well, none of us censored, so...
Well, in that case, let's speak to Rose. Tell me, how does the hiccuping impact you?
I get shushed a lot, which is hard. At work, they've asked me to stop answering the phones. It's really affected my confidence.
Well, I find it really fucking irritating.
Do people tend to believe your story?
Fuck no.
Actually, I've been surprised at how much support I've received.
And Frankie, why have you come here today?
Because my wife left me, and I was hoping that the fame would win her back.
We've started a group for people with ailments deemed broadly comical by society. It's called Take Us Seriously.
That's right. And we bloody well mean it.
And who's joined so far?
A bunch of fucking losers.
It's just us so far.
And how much success have you had?
Well, we've seen some real positive changes.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but it's been a runaway success.
Shit all. Not a single person come to our fun run, and all of our leaflets fell in the canal.
Well, Miss Piercy, some people are saying your condition was actually caused by the shocking events of that night. What do you think?
Come down, Mr. Donaldson, that's absolute rubbish.
What it'd be like to have a pair of tits.
Could you? I'm sorry, it's very hot. What was I thinking?
That you're a team fuck puppet?
No.
Or a sellout cunt?
Apologies. Just a reminder that he can't help it. And hey, if this isn't live television, then what is it?
Fuckfest of propaganda masquerading as journalism.
Right, Frankie, Rose, tell us, how can the viewers get...
Propaganda is censored.
Yes, we're holding a sponsored run in Capital Park next weekend.
He's getting fired.
13 miles.
No, it's called the No Laugh Half. What did I say before the show?
That it was the team pulling Jeremy Donaldson's strings.
No, I didn't say...
Wow, we may have to end that there, unfortunately. What a harmless bit of fun.
Steady on! This is exactly what I'm talking about. We demand respect.
Yes, well, later, I'll be talking to Professor Pumpkin, a ginger tabby with a world-class pair of penalty paws. Is that really necessary?
No, it isn't. Let go. Not you.
Unhand him at once. Enough! That's enough! Enough!
What are you doing?
Trying not to piss myself.
Alex, cut.
Don't you dare! Don't you fucking dare cut to the ads before I tell you to. Now, you in the broadcast centre, Bozeman's little skate plane, you listen to me. You cut to the ads before I tell you to, and I will kill every single person in this studio. I am thinking about what I'm doing. I've been thinking about it for a long time. We all should be. Christ, it's so fucking hot in here. Do you remember when we used to do the real news? Before it was all lottery winners and bloody catch football? We are on the brink of a siege the likes of which the world hasn't seen in hundreds of years. The enemy is at the gates, and I'm stuck here talking to these three fucking idiots.
I think my hiccups have stopped.
You three, get the fuck out of my studio. Go on, now, go, before I change my mind. Jenny, lock the doors. Lock the doors.
Yes, Jeremy.
Now. Good. Yes. Now. Right. You in the broadcast centre. Alex, you listen to me. You pay attention. Now, I'm sure you've already loaded up exactly what you're going to play in the commercial, but today is going to be a little bit different.
Huh?
Look to your right. Yes, really. Look to your right. There is a VHS tape, and I want you to load it into one of the machines, and when I say so, and not before, you play it. You've got about 15 seconds, so I wouldn't waste any time.
I already did it.
Okay.
I planned.
This station does not negotiate with terrorists. I hope I've made myself clear. You seem to know what to do.
Every single thing that comes out of this studio is
I
either
negotiate
one
with
side
terrorists.
Or for now, we're going to show the other side for a bit of fucking balance. Like the good old days. Alex, play the fucking tape. Now, I don't want to hurt any of you. If I see anything I don't like, I will not hesitate to start.
You're going to get me in trouble with that. Let's hope you made the right call.
Reset the system for the third segment. I imagine the ratings are going to be through the roof.
Who is that?
My name is Alan James. I used to try and shock people for a living, for entertainment. But now we live in a time where perhaps you need to be shocked. Perhaps we need to wake up.
This is it?
Advance are coming for our freedoms. They're coming for the fruits of our labours. They will take our wealth. They will euthanize our parents and smiling throughout. They will turn our children against us if we voice our concerns.
How long?
You don't have to accept it.
Jeremy, please.
How long?
17 seconds.
And the studio doors are all still locked?
Find us.
Yes.
Talk with us. Join us.
So what now?
It isn't hard.
I don't know.
We're everywhere.
This wasn't what I planned. I mean, some of it was. I had speech, look. But this was unexpected.
So what now, Jeremy?
It was supposed to be your day off.
Please, don't do any more stupid things today.
How long?
You're already live.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Joining me, unexpectedly, for I very much imagine will be my last broadcast, are two new guests. Jenny works here at the National Nightly News and is someone I consider, well, a friend. And next to her is, what's your name?
Andy.
Andy's a policeman. Only we don't call him that anymore. He's a community cohesion official.
Officer.
Sorry?
It's community cohesion officer, CCO.
And how's that feel, Andy? Being rebranded?
It's good. it's not about confrontation anymore. You know, the force had its fair share of problems. The team doesn't have as many.
But it still has some.
We don't negotiate with terrorists. I do. I want these people to live. I don't want them to die.
Useless, aren't you? We'll come back to you later. Jenny?
I don't want to be on the news, Jeremy.
That's perfectly understandable. You'd want to do this.
She's going to be on the news if she doesn't cooperate.
Why did you join the National Nightly News team?
I always wanted to work in news.
Yes, but why specifically this program? The National Nightly News.
It was the news everyone trusted.
Is, do you really want to quibble semantics at gunpoint?
Is there something else you'd rather discuss?
There's a great big Alan James-sized elephant in the room you seem to be ignoring.
What do you mean?
I saw your face when that hood came down. You didn't know, did you?
It's about the message, not the messenger.
It's like I said, you didn't know.
No. I didn't know. The people I met were with... He wasn't there. I didn't know it was Alan James.
I'm sorry. But seriously. Alan fucking James. You're flushing your life down the toilet for... God, I love you, Jeremy, but...
He's a good speaker. He's popular in the country.
That right?
Look, forget Alan James. There is still something deeply wrong. And you know it, Jenny. And you know it, Andy. And you at home, you know it too. Meanwhile, I'm interviewing a guest who stinks of shit. Patrick is paddling about in shit. And Robin is literally interviewing someone who collects the fucking stuff. I mean, it's not sophisticated, Paul. What a metaphor. We are sleepwalking our way into oppression, and the news isn't saying anything. We're not saying anything.
Says who? Alan fucking James.
What are all those scientists working on at Grantham Downs? What are they testing underground at Altergrave? Andy, your turn. Make yourself fucking useful. How many people have you brought in for consultations just because they weren't carrying or didn't have team membership cards?
Oh, well, there's other forms of identification that we will accept.
For how long?
We're just here to help.
Then why do you need these? Not really help when it's offered at gunpoint, is it, Andy? Let me demonstrate it for you. Let me help you. You read these cards with my notes on it, and you'll probably digest a fact. That'd be helpful, wouldn't it, Andy? Knowing a fact?
What? I don't understand.
Do you want my help,
Yes,
Andy?
yes, whatever you say, yes.
Security are here, Jeremy.
Eat it.
What?
Eat the fucking news, Andy, or I'll force it down your fucking throat.
Jeremy, stop.
Go on.
Really?
Eat it. Eat it, you fucking bully.
Jeremy, stop. We will kill you. Please, don't make me watch that.
Of course. You're right. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. You can put the card down now, Andy. You can go now. You too, Jenny. Fuck off over there. And then he done. All cameras on me. This new regime of ours is so seductive. I understand that. But before we all hand off our freedoms, should we ask to whom we're handing them over? Don't you want to know what's being done in your name? How many
Should stop
people were
censor.
petitioned last month? A record high. Again, if you care. Shouldn't someone ask Advance how they plan to deal with this blockade? How many years or months of supplies we have? Why aren't we asking these questions instead of whose shit is this? There's a cat backstage dressed as a fucking goalie, for Christ's sake. He's even got the little gloves. Anyway, that's why I arranged for you to see that broadcast from the last break. I didn't know it was going to be him, but I guess that just about sums it up. We are all up Ship Creek with a paddle made of Alan fucking James. Christ, it's also fucking pointless. I was going to quit tonight. Take a holiday. try something else? Out of the limelight? Maybe try having a relationship. I hear they're nice.
Everyone's
Never tried
watching.
I loved them. And now, well...
God, Jeremy, don't!
I've tried my best to be honest with you, but this just isn't the news anymore. And I'm sorry. I've lost this fight.
Alex, think of the consequences.
I've let you down.
Please, we can't show this. Cut to the ads.
My name's Jeremy
Now!
Donaldson.
Do it now!
If you can. Somehow. I envy you. Have a peaceful night.
Jeremy!
Hopefully I didn't really play it. Oh god, this is some bat.
We've got none of that, but I can tell you what we do have. Danger cars. Colourful germ pair. This swing. Stay with us in our rustic accommodation with all the facilities you'd expect. Water. Grass. Hey, shoot. With our fantastic live entertainment, actual activities, legally edible food and air, you're bound to find the perfect family getaway at Bubblet. Located just a few minutes drive from local attractions like Bum Sands and The Hole. Bubblet. We'll take the whole family.
What the fuck? What was that? What was that? I knew that was coming. I've seen the store page. I knew that was coming, but I didn't expect that. As satire as this whole thing is, that for some reason just felt real. As satire as this whole thing is, that was real. That happened. And I don't know what to say anymore about that. That actually concerned me and confused me. A tape to remember. Am I dead now? Is this my game over? You wake up still partly in shock from what you saw on the news last night. What you had to edit on the news last night. You come downstairs, you find your family. He's sat in the living room next, waiting for you. You take a seat on the sofa next to Sam. Sam swallows, hesitating before starting. We were worried about you last night. After Jeremy with a gun, Sam chokes down a sob. It was awful. On national television? How could he do that? And now? After a horrible pause, Sam finally asks, "Are you okay, honey?" I can't believe he's gone. Sam glances at Charlie, then back to you. We saw that you chose to play that tape. They paused before continuing, and I couldn't help but wonder why. Seemed like the right thing to do. But that's not good enough. Disrupt are bad people. I can't believe you did that. Charlie's outburst seems to come out of nowhere, and no one in the room is prepared for it. Do you even think how this stuff affects people? You're a fucking idiot. Sam tries to inject Charlie, but he's already slammed the door. Charlie always has a bit of... Charlie always was a bit black and white about this sort of thing. For what it's worth, Alex, I think you were in an impossible situation. And somehow you managed to make the right call. Sam throws their arms around you. Only you were stuck in that studio having to make a choice. No one can criticize what you did, and I'm proud of you. I've never been so grateful to have Sam support you. Take a deep breath and gather your thoughts. It's all a lot to take in. Not sure you're fully processed what happened last night, let alone what Charlie and Sam thinks about it all. You sigh and absently-mindedly turn on the TV. It's nice you've at least got some company. The TV is playing through some old Western show, but it's not quite as distracting as you'd hoped. You were never going to please everyone. It was the right thing to do. Whether I wanted to or not, I kinda had to play it. The lives of innocent people were at risk. It's been a year since this whole thing started. You're finishing a breakfast, Sam's comes in with a post. Oh yeah, we got a postcard from Susie. I hope she's having fun on her trip. So, I've seen what feels like most of Iriscan. Really cool place, but so cold. Hope Chippy enjoyed the gift. And before you say anything, you were right to make me pack an extra pair of socks. Gives you a small kick. Sam gives you a small kick under the table. Next we got the terrain to Konoslava, much warmer and loads of beaches to enjoy. I could have stayed there forever, but I had to head to San Pellegrino before it got too cold, and I'm so glad we did. Probably got 1 or 2 more stops before heading home, but I'll be back in time for Christmas, I promise. I hope everyone's doing well. Love, Susie. Sounds like it's been a hell of a trip, worth every penny. Let's see, how was my life going? I'm heading back into the studio, I guess. I don't know what's gonna happen to me now. If I'm heading back into the studio. The 20-week war?
Good evening, Alex. It's Bozeman here. Hope all's well with the family. Just a heads up, we're expecting those troublemakers at Disrupt to attempt to hack the channel during the broadcast. So keep an eye on the interference screen and stay out of the orange. Let's keep the news on the air. It's important, now more than ever.
And fashion a nutritious meal out of a can of condensed milk, a cow's tongue, and some rhubarb. Not one for
So, Julia's team have asked me to ask you to keep it light. Well, what does that mean? It means to do that thing you do where you turn politicians into humans. Just don't get drawn into talking about the war or politics in general.
They do know this is the news, don't they?
You didn't hear this from me.
It's over to Patrick Bannon for all the day's sports board highlights, including all the tabletop action.
Apparently, there's a crew at Team HQ right now. I think she's giving a speech or something tonight. They'll get on the late news.
Oh, great. So they get the brains and we get the performing monkey.
Followed at 9:25 by our unsettling.
I'm gonna go get a drink. Alright, I'm back. I got myself a soda. Just opened it. Needed myself to open it, so yeah. God, I'm still shocked about what just happened. Alright, well, I guess starting again.
Sometimes you sound just like him, you know.
Which tells the cautionary tale
How
of
are
one
you?
brave young lady's battles to survive the cruel administrations of our neighbours.
It
At
is what it
11:25,
It is what it
It
is.
is what it
tonight, Dr. Adrian Atkinson Bliney will be
Listen to
getting
me
his
now.
teeth into from Hamble Bambleby, who is
10
invented a
seconds,
tasty
everybody.
twist on the humble biscuit. And that takes us, after the weather and public information
Going in
film,
5,
into our close down.
4,
But first
3.
tonight, it's time to join Megan and the team for the National Nightly
Good
News.
evening. This is the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Wolfe. It's the 140th day of war. Our main headlines tonight. Company of Heroes. Skirmishes on land and sea again today as our armed forces tested the mettle of the World Council's illegal blockade. Advance's strategy of multiple small-scale incursions into the disputed zone is certainly keeping the enemy on high alert, unable to work out where or when the next strike will come. Sadly, however, more casualties were reported today, and as the weeks and months of this war make ever more demands on our armed services, those numbers will, tragically, only continue to rise. Don't starve. Advance's food programme moved from strength to strength today as rationing depots were opened in the last remaining unfed areas of the territory. The rationing depots have been constructed in record time, and the government's agricultural coordination strategy has seen shelves restocked with increasing regularity. And judging by the looks on this happy family's faces, it can't come a moment too soon. They'll be getting a good meal tonight on the government, just like the rest of us. 7 days to die. The recent decision to allow those with long-term health conditions to access transition centres has today been declared an overwhelming success. Previously available only to those in their final years, the expansion of the service has been met with relief by the many organisations calling for it to be opened up to the wider community. With dwindling medical supplies leaving many of our most vulnerable facing chronic pain, it can come as no surprise that the transition centres have found themselves stretched to capacity. Populace. More than 11% of the population have thus far failed to register for a team membership card, a worrying statistic given that the cards are a legal requirement from midnight tonight. While applications are still open for those who like to run fashionably late, they can expect a few tricky questions from Advance. Street Fighting Man.
See, I knew it.
Alan James today announced that Disrupt were responsible for the 2 explosions which rocked the capital's warehouse district last night. Julia Salisbury condemned the attack on what she described as vital medical supplies as pointless and barbaric. Mr. James commented, "Disrupt are strong and our numbers are growing. Advance fear us, and they should, because we're holding the line for freedom." And finally, absent friends. Sad news today as the grave of former National Nightly News host Jeremy Donaldson is vandalised by radical Disrupt activists. The much-loved broadcaster suffered a very tragic public breakdown 10 weeks ago in an incident which ultimately cost him his life. Disrupt spokesman Alan James, whose organisation last week named Mr. Donaldson as the cause's first martyr, described the graffiti as a fitting tribute to a hero of the resistance. But first this evening, with the war about to enter its 21st punishing week, and people hurting up and down the country, I'll be grilling unpredictable
Oh,
Peter
boy.
Pennant in an exclusive interview from his home in Lancashire. That's coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
We're gonna have to deal with, I think I'm gonna have to actually deal with thunder now. This is different.
In part 2, I'm a little overexcited to announce I'll be interviewing the one and only Lil C. And later we've got a new feature that's sure to keep you coming back for more. But first tonight, Let's check in with Prime Minister Peter Clement, who's speaking to us from his home in
He
Lancashire.
seems pretty old.
Good evening, Prime Minister. Have we caught you exercising?
Oh, have we started? Yes, that's right, Miss Wolf. Just a few minor adjustments. I mean, nothing drastic. I haven't joined the gym or anything. As my old mum used to say, just because she won't take it up the shit, it doesn't mean you shouldn't try for a quick fiddle up the car park.
Language, Prime Minister.
What? Quick fiddle? What's wrong? Oh, shitter. It's shitter, isn't it? Yep, that's the one.
And can you tell us what brought about this new year?
Last night, freedom fighters working for disrupt.
Blockade began when Jeremy Donaldson. Well, you know, and it was blistering hot, as I'm sure you all remember. And I were a bit wheezy from all the cigars and all that. And Mrs. C turns to me after the signal dropped away, and she was in floods of tears. And she says, Peter, she says, I couldn't go on without you, she said. So I made a decision. And since that day, I have stopped smoking cigars. Except for Christmas. My birthday. Weddings. State dinners. As well as that, I got this useless Rudy backwards does this Christmas, and that
Fine.
sets me off for bloody good.
Did you make the decision to holiday within the country this winter because of the blockade, Prime Minister?
Well, Mrs. C has never liked travelling at the best of times. These are certainly not the best of times. On that we can all agree. There's a lot of red tape involved in leaving the territory at the moment, as I'm sure you're all aware. Some of those forms are bastard long.
All in it together.
What? All in it together. Oh yeah. Also,
I think this is just as bad as the whole rebellion broadcast.
Abroad when the rest of the country is grounded.
And yet, Julia Salisbury announced today that she'll be visiting Svenland during this year's winter break. Is that really an example of team spirit?
What? Did you know about this, Gail?
No one tells me anything, Peter. You should know that.
What did you know?
Well, leaving that for a moment, it says on this card that a body like yours must take some planning. A body like
About
yours
the now
must
abandoned.
take routine.
I have a frigid morning routine.
Rigid. It's rigid for fuck's sake!
A rigid and demanding plan that my doctor and personal trainer
Who's your personal trainer?
some prick called Clark. Is that on your card?
I thought you might wonder. Prime Minister, speaking of planning, with the blockade in its 20th week and the people of this country reeling from its effects, what plans do you have to get us out of this mess?
Well, that's a very blunt question.
Just kill me.
Only one for which you, the democratically elected Prime Minister, must have an answer.
Don't you get smart with me, Pat. I was a fucking national treasure before you were a twinkle in the milkman's scrotum. You want to talk about plans? Let me tell you about plans. That's all we do. Fucking plans and revised plans, and then meetings to discuss the implementation of plans and plans and yet more planning for fucking.
That was garbage. I wasn't continuing that. How should I continue?
Good evening, Alex. It's Bozeman here. Hope all's well with the family. Just a heads up, we're expecting those troublemakers at Disrupt to attempt to hack the channel during the broadcast, so keep an eye on the interference screen and stay out of the orange. Let's keep the news on the air. It's important, now more than ever.
So, Julia's team have asked me to ask you to keep it light.
What does that mean?
It means to do that thing you do where you turn politicians into humans. Just don't get drawn into talking about the war, politics in general. Really.
They do know this is the news, don't they?
You didn't hear this from me, but apparently there's a crew at Team HQ right now. I think she's giving a speech or something tonight. They'll get it on their late news.
Oh, great. So they get the brains and we get the performing monkey.
Sometimes you sound just like him, you know.
How are you?
is what it is. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
10 seconds, everybody.
Rumpled old sod. Don't.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening. This is the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Wolfe. It's the 140th day of war. Our main headlines tonight. Company of Heroes. Skirmishes on land and sea again today as our armed forces tested the mettle of the World Council's illegal blockade. Advance's strategy of multiple small-scale incursions
I'm
into
gonna
the
still
disputed
do what I
zone is
did
certainly
before.
keeping the enemy on high alert, unable to work out where or when the next strike will come. Sadly, however, more casualties were reported today, and as the weeks and months of this war make ever more demands on our armed services, those numbers will, tragically, only continue to rise. Don't starve. Advance's food program moved from strength to strength today
However,
as
I'm
rationing
probably gonna be
depots were
more
opened
critical
in
of
the
the
last
government.
remaining unfed areas of the territory. The rationing depots have been constructed in record time, and the government's agricultural coordination strategy has seen shelves restocked with increasing regularity.
Oh, dear
However, with the reported rise in mental and physical health issues since the imposition of the blockade, critics have questioned whether those smaller communities which are only now starting to receive help could have been better and quicker served. 7 days to die. The recent decision to allow those with long-term health conditions to access transition centres has today been declared an overwhelming success. Previously available only to those in their final
I think
years,
what really
the
shook the
expansion of
last
service
episode for
has
me
been
is
met
that
with relief
we were
by the
talking
many
to Alex.
organisations calling for
They
it
never
to be
talked to
opened up
Alex
to the wider
unless they are
community.
breaking the fourth wall
With
intentionally.
dwindling medical supplies leaving many of our most vulnerable
Some bit
facing
making that
chronic pain,
part didn't
it
feel
can come
real
as no sur-
because the last time they talked to Alex was in Vacoma. They never, like, then Alex was then talked to during the rebellion. Didn't make it feel real. And at that point, I was just shook. Because, like, how can I not be? That all just happened, so, yeah.
surprised that the transition centres have found themselves stretched to capacity. Populace. More than 11% of the population have thus far failed to register for a team membership card, a worrying statistic given that the cards are a legal requirement from midnight tonight. While applications
I'm
are still
part of the
open for
11%.
those who like to run fashionably late, they can expect a few tricky questions from Advance. Street Fighting Man. Spokesman Alan James today announced that Disrupt were responsible for the 2 explosions which rocked the capital's warehouse district last night. Julia Salisbury condemned the attack on what she described as vital medical supplies as pointless and barbaric. Mr. James commented, "Disrupt are strong and our numbers are growing. Advance fear us, and they should, because we're holding the line for freedom." And finally, absent friends. Sad news today as the grave of former National Nightly News host Jeremy Donaldson is vandalised by radical Disrupt activists. The much-loved broadcaster suffered a very tragic public breakdown 10 weeks ago in an incident which ultimately cost him his life. Disrupt spokesman Alan James, whose organisation last week named Mr. Donaldson as the cause's first martyr, described the graffiti as a fitting tribute to a hero of the resistance. But first this evening, with the war about to enter its 21st punishing week and people hurting up and down the country, I'll be grilling unpredictable Prime Minister Peter Clement in an exclusive interview from his home in Lancashire. That's coming up on tonight's National Nightly News. In part 2, I'm a little overexcited to announce I'll be interviewing the one and only Lil C. And later we've got a new feature that's sure to keep you coming back for more. But first tonight, let's check in with Prime Minister Peter Clement, who's speaking to us from his home in Lancashire. Good evening, Prime Minister. Have we caught you exercising?
Oh, have we started? Yes, that's right, Miss Wolf. Just a few minor adjustments. I mean, nothing drastic. I haven't joined the gym or anything. As my old man used to say, just because she won't take it up the shit, it doesn't mean you shouldn't try for a quick fiddle up the car park.
Language, Prime Minister.
Our main stories tonight. But first,
What? Quick fiddle? What's wrong? Oh, shitter. It's shitter, isn't it? Yep, that's the one.
And can you tell us what brought about this new you? Tell us what brought about this new you.
Last night, freedom fighters were...
You know, the night the blockade began, when Jeremy Donaldson... Well, you know, and it was blistering hot, as I'm sure you all remember. And I were a bit wheezy from all the cigars and all that. And Mrs. C turns to me after the signal dropped away, and she was in floods of tears. And she says, "Please, she said, I couldn't go on without you," she said. So I made a decision. And since that day, I have stopped smoking cigars. Except for Christmas. My birthday. Weddings. State dinners. I swear I say, I got this useless Rudy backwards doesn't go anywhere. And apparently I'm going on a walking holiday this Christmas, and that should finish me off for bloody good.
Did you make the decision to holiday within the country this winter because of the blockade, Prime Minister?
Well, Mrs. C has never liked travelling at the best of times. These are certainly not the best of times. On that we can all agree. There's a lot of red tape involved in leaving the territory at the moment, as I'm sure you're all aware. Some of those farmers are bastard now.
All in it.
What? All in it together.
I wasn't watching the censors.
Also, it doesn't seem very advanced to be going abroad when the rest of the country is grounded.
And yet, Julia Salisbury announced today that she'll be visiting Svenland during this year's winter break. Is that really an example of team spirit?
What? Did you know about this, Gail? Did you know about this, Gail?
10 weeks ago, Jeremy Donaldson took control of the National Night.
Hard that a body like yours must take some planning to achieve. What's your morning routine?
Well, I have a frigid morning routine.
Rigid. It's rigid for fuck's sake!
Oh, yeah. A rigid...
This is
and
making them
demanding
seem
plan
worse
that
more than
my
any, like,
doctor and personal
activists
Who's your personal
hacking.
trainer?
Some prick called Clark. Is that on your card?
I thought you might wonder. Prime Minister, speaking of planning, with the blockade in its 20th week and the people of this country reeling from its effects, what plans do you have to get us out of this mess?
Well, that's a very blunt question, Miss
Surely
Wolf.
one for which you, the democratically elected Prime Minister, must have an answer.
Don't you get smart with me, Pat. I was a fucking national treasure before you were a twinkle in the milkman's scrotum. You want to talk about plans? Let me tell you about plans. That's all we do. Fucking plans and revised plans, and then meetings to discuss the implementation of plans and plans and yet more planning for fucking plans and yet more fucking plans.
Well, that's good. That's good to know, Prime
Do you
Minister.
know, I used to really like you, Pat. You were a breath of fresh air. But I've been watching you, and you know what? You get more like him every day.
I will take that as a compliment. Prime Minister, later on this evening, your co-leader, Julia Salisbury, is going to give a national address from team headquarters. Can you give us a hint of what she's going to say?
Yes. Well, I imagine that there
Sorry,
will be
you
the
imagine?
usual... no, what I mean is...
You do know about this broadcast, don't you, Prime Minister?
I'm sure I did. But Julia and I have no secrets from each other. We don't memorize each other's bloody diaries either. As my old mum used to say, if you wanted to get a job done quick, don't get bogged down in the pubes. What else you got?
Sorry?
Only cards, what else? A little piece of my life do you want to rustle through? Get out, refill my last. Come on. Come on.
Okay. What music do you listen to when you work out?
Well, Gail tells me that I work out to Little C, but I have absolutely no fucking idea who that is. And do you think the C stands for...
It stands for collaborative, Prime Minister.
Yeah, actually, that does make more sense, actually.
How's rationing affecting you?
It's hard, but we get by. You just have to learn to get by on the basics. Take comfort in each other. I've got Mrs. C and many a fine single malt. I want for nothing.
Except for a decent night's sleep, of course.
Prime Minister, thank you for joining us. When we come back, it's time for the Culture Spot with Lil C and a world premiere performance of her new song. I genuinely can't wait to hear that. We'll be back after this.
1 minute back, everybody.
And that is what happens when you wander from the car.
I don't think you knew about her statement.
I don't think anyone's supposed to know. When you mentioned it, Bozeman's face turned a colour that I think you call embolism.
Am I in trouble?
Bozeman? Nah, you're like the daughter he never had. I suppose the higher-ups might fire him, though.
Who's Lil C?
Or if there's an injustice, me.
Who's Lil C?
Are you winding me up?
What? I'm civilised. I read books.
I think that did a lot worse for their image than any activist.
You'll no doubt have spotted the updated mixing desk. You'll need the new buttons during the next sections. First, we'll need applause when the guest enters and before her song. Don't worry, I'll walk you through it when we get there.
Alright, I got it.
I've never heard of her before.
Oh, she's big, really big.
Really? Is she any good?
Nah, of course not. She's dog shit. My kids go mad for her, absolutely mad.
Live in 10 seconds.
Hang on, Colin, you've got kids.
Yeah, I've got about 6 or 7, I think.
What?
5, 4, 3.
Thanks for coming back. Later, we have an exciting new feature that we just know you're going to love, so stay tuned for that. But first, I'm really excited for our next guest. She rose to prominence as the delightful Susie May in All My Daughter's Children's Men, before taking the music industry by storm this year with her debut album smashing the chart records at the age of just 20. Let's give it up and welcome Lil C!
Start excellent work.
Nope, I'm not resetting.
May I just say, you look incredible.
Oh, thanks, babe. I'm doing this new regime and it really does work.
What's the regime?
And my manager suggested it to me. It basically involves bathing in like cabbage water and then
What?
having the leaves sucked out of you while you sleep.
What?
Wow, is that healthy?
Well, look at me, Meg. The leaves are my only nourishment.
Yep, they certainly are. Now, you'll have to forgive me, but I'm somewhat of a super fan, so I'm sorry if I get a bit starstruck.
Oh, bless you. I've never actually heard of you before, so if you do get a little tongue-tied, I can always carry the interview.
Oh, that's good to know. So your first album, F My Face Together, it hit shelves this summer and it just exploded. I mean, what was that like for you?
Bonkers, just so weird. I was in all the papers and the magazines. Overnight, I went from that like annoying little girl from that show to that like sexy little girl from that show.
Wow, that must have been bizarre.
Not really, it was just like any other morning. You know, get up at 5, go on a 4-mile run, have 3 meetings on my cabbage bath, but then only then was my dad actually talking to me.
Oh, of course. I mean, the famed country singer, Billy Bob Jeanshort. I didn't know you'd been estranged.
There's nothing that strange about it, Megan. Okay, yes, he may believe that aliens told him to hate women, but there really isn't anything to prove that he's wrong.
Uh-huh. So, this newfound explosion into your popularity, I mean...
She's wondering why you went crazy.
Well, I had to start wearing, like, nice underwear, you know, for the paparazzi, but as my manager says, best to make the most of it before I'm 30.
Is that right? So, what's the album about?
So I thought it was about like how pretty and great I am, but actually it's about
about monetizing youth, I think, or about like promoting an unrealistic standard of beauty or something.
Your manager again.
Yeah, he says insecurity is an opportunity.
Oh, do you think he'd be happy with you telling us all this?
Telling you all what? It really doesn't matter what I say here. I'll do my dancing and then this part will all be forgotten about.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, we're going to see some of those famous dance moves very shortly because you're going to be performing your new single, aren't you?
Yeah, it's from my album Put It In My A Together and it's out tomorrow.
My friend let her 13-year-old son join the Go-Getters. He's occupied.
And a clothing line during this interview. See, this is called Cry for Help and it's going to be in all the best high street and retailer shops. And it's out now! So girlies, you know what to do. Scream and cry until somebody gets it for you.
Ooh. There she goes. Blimey. All these projects, they're keeping you very busy, aren't they? It must be tough.
Yeah, it can get tough and I hate it sometimes and I hate myself. I just want to like cry into a bath of root veg. But then I think thousands of girls would do anything to be me, so I must be quite lucky.
Well, you know you don't have to do this though, don't you?
Yeah, I do think that sometimes. Most nights between like my 4th vodka and the 8th time a stranger slaps me around the arse. I think things could have been different, you know, like better. But I don't know. I love doing autographs and having somebody dress me and tell me what to wear.
Did you always want to do music?
Well, ever since I was a little girl, I'd sit in front of the radio, and as soon as my favourite girl group would come on, I'd press record on my cassette. But then my dad would come in and tell me to turn it off and to go back upstairs and start practicing again.
Sorry, is your dad your manager?
Yeah, which can be tough. And sometimes when it gets really hard, he'll say, "Make Quagler proud and you might just survive childbirth."
Well, you know what, despite anything, you'll make me proud.
Oh, if only your opinion was as valuable as his.
And on that problematic note, you're going to be singing your song for us soon, aren't you? Tell me about it.
So it's called These Babies Gonna Bring You Home, and I actually got sent the lyrics in the car on the way up here. You know what? It's actually all right. And don't worry, all my work is team approved.
All right then. Well, you can go and get ready for that. We'll see you in a little bit. It was a very specific type of pleasure to chat to her, and I just can't wait to hear this. Oh, so here's Lil C with an exclusive first performance of her new track, These Babies Gonna Bring You Home. Take it away.
It's the Force's favorite, the queen of teams.
Alright, this is a dance.
Here to break in your blockades, Lil C.
Oh baby, can't you see I'm hungry? There's a place in me that's empty. I want that meat you're packing, only you can fill that crack in me. I'm under siege, so come and free me. Ain't no disruption here, boy, I got no agenda. Just want the team in me, no dirty foreign member. Don't stop no morning drill, there's holes in me that ain't been filled yet. I only scream this loud when you do your country proud. I ain't no vicar's daughter, come and skirmish on my border. Quick before I get much older, tie me down and pull me like an enemy soldier. An enemy soldier. So let them try and break our dream. We fight and love and die a team. So wanna be the Clemens boys can come and use me as a toy. I wanna see some action, so come and break my sanctions. I've been this wild and free since Mama burdened me. She was only 53, but gave to save her family. There's no one judging me if I'm the one that's in your fantasy. Don't die alone, these babies gonna bring you home. I ain't no vicar's daughter, come and skirmish on my border. Quick before I get much older, tie me down and pull me like an enemy soldier. An enemy see some action. So come and break my sanctions.
This is weirdly sexual. Don't know how I feel about this.
Well, if that doesn't distract you from the world outside, I don't know what will. I'd like to thank Lil C for doing that. Don't go anywhere. After the break, we'll finally be revealing the new segment of our show that we just know you're going to love. We'll be back right after this.
And we're out.
That was interesting.
Can I just say, thank you so much for letting me do this. It really means a lot to me, you know.
Yeah.
To be able to promote myself on such a mainstream platform like the news.
Well, don't worry about it. And you know what? Good luck for the future. Take care of yourself. This industry can be crazy sometimes. Watch out for that father of yours, won't you?
Oh, no. I manage myself. It's just, you know, for the public to have that certain perspective on me. You know what it's like.
Oh, right.
And Michael? Michael?
What about Billy Bob Jean Short? Is he?
Oh, my dad. He's such a sweetheart. We both had the same agents, you know, like it just made sense. Both of us for our image together.
Wow.
And Michael, I want to see the revenue share for the clothing line and get me a G&T before my meeting with the lube guys. If they say for your pleasure, I'm going to start needing it.
What?
This next section will need you to use all 4 of the sound effects to help things along. Try and pick the most appropriate one at each given moment.
Well,
the actors can't hear what you're doing, so they'll be trusting you to make the right choices.
We were exactly 12, as it said in your rider.
Do I look like the sort of person who counts things? No, not anymore. I'm better than that now. I'll tell you what, just keep adding flowers until it feels like 12. Got it?
Absolutely, right away. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3.
Thanks for joining us for part 3. We've been teasing you about our new feature all night, and now the wait is finally over. I can reveal that every night on the show, we'll be treated to an episode of an informative and hilarious new segment called The Notice Board. It stars some top talent, and we're very excited about it. But before we see it, let's have a quick chat with the writer, director, and phenomenon, may I say, Jeff Algebra, guys.
Actually, I've dropped the algebra. I go by Jeff DePlume now. How'd you like that?
Well, yeah, very fancy. I suppose you need a new name now that you're a successful artiste.
Well, exactly. I'm earning enough to pay taxes now.
Oh.
It's shit.
And how does Angela feel about all this?
Who?
Your wife.
Oh, God, no. No, she's long gone. No, she was holding me back. I'm with Norm now. We were married last month.
Norm DePlume.
Yeah.
And why did you write this? What was your inspiration?
Well, I received a telephone call offering me 25 grand to write a pro-team sitcom. And I heard my father's voice. It said, Jeff, you listen here, boy. You make hay while the sun shines. You wring every penny you can get out of this. So I wheeled him down to the transition centre, got out my typewriter and started clacking.
Wow.
I need to remember the 10-second rule.
Without further ado, let's give it up for the notice board.
Excellent, you're a natural. Keep it up.
Good morning, Miss Craven.
Oh, morning, Ray.
Everything all right, Mrs. Craven? You look as worried as the vicar in closing time.
Oh, Ray, it's those young louts.
my shop again.
No!
Yes! They've written all sorts
Okay, I don't even need to time it. I thought I needed to time it.
of pictures, and I know it's those damn youths.
I don't know.
Damn is allowed?
It could be the vicar at closing time.
I'm just worried they won't ever become
I hate this.
productive members of the community. What if they never see the error of their ways and end up as social outcasts, such as shoplifters or bong rats?
Don't worry, Mrs. Craven. This is a very supportive community, and I'm sure that in time they will fit into this society like this key into this lock. See? Works like a charm.
What a lovely way to put it, Ray. And just like that, we can unlock their future.
Yes, yes. Wow! Look at all the letters in my collection today.
Oh, I think that one's addressed to me.
What? This one? Oh, so you're right. Here it is.
It's a letter from my granddaughter, Brenda. She says she got an A on her maths exam because one of her friends has been helping her. She was always a team player, was our Brenda.
What's up, losers?
Oh, no. It's Brad. He's
Ah!
the coolest guy in the village.
That's right. I just got here on my motorbike.
Oh, clear off, Brad. We don't want any of your ilk around here.
What? Rad dudes?
No, ruffians. Have you come to tag the notice board with your gang signs?
No way. I've actually come to pin my resume on that notice board. I'm looking to do some tutoring after school.
What? Did you say tutoring?
That's right. Maths is very important. Would you mind, Ray?
Not at all.
So you, a young person, have been spending your time helping others and not just urinating on churches or huffing glue?
Hey, I haven't huffed glue for months.
Well, blow me down!
You know what? We misjudged you based on how young and cool you are and not on your actions.
No doy.
So it wasn't you who vandalized my shop last night or called me a rancid old crone from the back of a chopper?
No way. It can't have been me. I was too busy helping my friend Brenda with her maths homework.
Can't you speak up there? I thought for a minute there that you said Brenda.
I did, you daft old sow.
Did you hear that, Ray?
Oh, yes, what a wonderful surprise. I now respect you as a man.
Put her there, Ray. Oh, what the heck? Give us a hug.
Huh?
Sorry to interrupt the first groundbreaking episode of the notice board, but we are receiving some breaking news. I'm being told We are picking up reports from across the continent of
Huh?
what appear to be... what appear to be nuclear explosions in 4 major foreign cities. Initial estimates put the death toll into... they put them into millions. I'm being told we're experiencing some power shortages as a result, so apologies for the interruption.
How's my daughter?
And apparently we can go live now to team headquarters for an emergency broadcast from Prime Minister
How is she?
Julia Salisbury any moment. Yes, let's go to that now.
Good evening, citizens and leaders of the world. Minutes ago, operatives working for Advance detonated nuclear explosives simultaneously in 4 major cities across the continent. We have similar devices in
I'm starting a rebellion.
other urban centers.
I'm joining the rebellion.
We will not hesitate to detonate and will not hesitate to detonate.
We are hearing stories of power fluctuations and what could be minor earthquakes throughout the continent. Stand by.
Tolerate your illegal, no longer genocidal blockade. You are to remove it immediately. We will accept nothing less than your unconditional surrender. Your territories will be taken under our control. We will install replacement governments to ensure that your citizens become part of the new future. Your borders are now our borders. Your people are our people. They will finally be fed and clothed and educated and healed.
To know what's being done, what's being done right now to our neighbours. This is unprecedented. Our government has committed multiple acts of mass destruction in our name.
A single shot at our territory or harm a single one of our citizens.
Nor do I care how you voted. You didn't vote for this. None of us did. They
will not find them.
Though
no doubt you are already searching for them.
We are waiting further news and what if they respond?
We will expect your complete acceptance of our terms by midnight tonight. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't really talk about my personal life in my job. I don't really talk about my personal relevant or important. So many of you may be surprised to learn that I have a brother. His name is David. And right now I can't get his stupid face out of my head. He's a researcher and he's currently travelling the continent for work.
Oh no.
And I don't know where he is right now. And I should imagine that there are many of you sitting at home tonight digesting this news, and you also have loved ones on the continent. In Urkistan, or Havia, or San Palmerino, or or Konislava, which is where David was when I last spoke to him 3 days ago. So when I tell you I know how you are feeling tonight, believe me, I do.
Oh God.
But I also know that
Where's my daughter?
There's a flow to events. I see.
Where is she?
I know that although tonight it feels like we may be in a time of fear and darkness, we may actually be at the break of a new dawn. We don't know that yet. We can't know that yet. But together we will find out. And I will be here every night, feeling what you are feeling. And with your help, maybe we can all get to that brave new world. My name's Megan Wolf. Let's make tomorrow better.
And we're out. We've got people ringing around, but the telephone networks are overloaded. Okay. We'll find him.
Do we know exactly which cities were hit, or?
Megan. We will find him.
What was he gonna say here? Because I knew he was actively worrying the second the nukes went off. Like, he was just starting a rebellion. He did not expect the government to just launch nukes. And neither was I.
My friend let her 13-year-old son join the Go-Getters. He's occupied. And some...
A proportionate response. Operatives working for advanced detonated nuclear explosives. Initial estimates put the death toll into millions. Did this really just happen? You pull in the driveway with no memory of the journey home. The light in front of a room is on. Clearly someone is still awake. A door creaks open in the living room and you find Sam sitting on the sofa staring at the TV. The screen is off and they are clearly lost in sight. You take a seat beside them and put a reassuring hand on their shoulder. They don't look at you, but they do reach up, take your hand at theirs. Now you're closer and you can see Sam's face more clearly. You see a look you've never seen before. Chris and Susie, they're both... Bro! What the hell can we do? The bastards killed Chris and Susie, and millions of others, all because of their fucking war, which we never asked for. Where there should be tears, there's only fire. Pure raw fury. They're manic now. I hate them, Alex. I know you've never been a fan of Advance, but after this, they're monsters. I need you to know you understand that. That we can't just be indifferent. We need to actually do something. Nothing can justify what they did. Relief spreads over Sam's face like a wave, and they collapse against him, clutching tightly. Clearly, this was weighing heavily on them. You're not sure how to even process it, as did all fully yet, but at least you'll get through it together. I need to go full in on the rebellion now. They just nuked my kids. The last week has passed in a blur, a rush of things to do, but all immediately forgotten, your memory clouded by a dark fog. 9 days since the so-called Liberation Night, and the beginning of Advance's new future. You weren't the first one at the church today. You were staggered by the number of people who came to mourn with you. Everyone is here for the same reason, sharing the same pain. The same sense of loss. It's written all over their faces, much as it would be on yours. You step away from everyone else, needing space to gather your thoughts. Your little girl, Susie, and Chris too, both just gone. Sam has said it since that evening, clearly still in shock. Not that you could blame them, you haven't been much better. Sam appears, silent and squeezing your hand tightly, an act of desperation seeking comfort, and you squeeze back. Some small piece of you can't help but wonder, are you partly to blame? These scars will not fade quickly. There hadn't even been coffins to bury. An academic exodus. It's a seemingly ordinary morning, but as you get into work, you find a small crowd gathering in the break room. When you go to grab your first cup of tea for the day, you can't help but overhear some excited chatter. You didn't hear? Yeah, another one's gone missing. What's that? How to bring the total up to now? Oh, would think over 100 at this point. They won't all have been reported or noticed yet. Sorry, what's going on? An excited young woman turns you and begins to explain. Another professor went missing from Queensview University with all of her disappearances over the last year. Scientists, doctors, researchers, she pauses before lowering her voice to a whisper. It's clearly Disrupt targeting the people speaking out against her. I've even heard Advance are struggling to prevent further. A deep, familiar voice. What exactly is going on here? A silence overtakes the room as we all turn in unison towards the doorway. Bozeman clears his voice before continuing. I told you all, I don't want to hear about these so-called disappearances. Come on now, people. Advance have been very clear that they are nothing to worry about, which means they're not our problem. And unless they start classing cappuccinos as intellectual, I don't think anyone here has anything to worry about. Best get back to work. Bozeman holds up a hand to keep you as everyone else files out of the room. I need to turn this down. Look, between you and me, this leave it alone malarkey comes from on high. It's out of my hands. So I would appreciate if you would refrain from talking about it further, and make sure the news is in line with that school of thought, yes? He gives you a pat on the arm and a smile before leaving to carry on with whatever it is he does during the workday. Seems that for better or for worse, public ownership is now in full swing. Career in the making. You drum your fingers as you impatiently wait for Charlie again. It's great that he's been joined and is so enthusiastic, but does he really need to stay behind every week to help? It's your Saturday evening too, after all. Finally, you see him exit the hall, a grin on his face. You can't help but smile back, frustration starting to fade as you see him so genuinely happy. After hugging his friends goodbye, Charlie heads over to the car and gets in, his face flushed with excitement. So, how's you are interrupted as he can't contain himself any longer. Guess what? What? You play along with a smile? So obviously, as Cohesion Cadets, it is a starting point for becoming a CCO, as you get a head start or when applying for that. Charlie gushes, clearly keen on explaining his news, almost tripping over the words in his effort to tell you. Well, apparently, from next year, the top 5% of cadets will be taken into a special program to become CCMs, Community Cohesion Managers. And guess who's going to be in it? I see. What exactly do these Oh, well, basically, they need a new liaison team in between regular people and the CCOs, the better. And that'll be us. People will come to us with concerns, and we'll decide whether they need referrals, and if so, to which department. Cool, right? So... I can't tell if I should be supportive. I don't want to lose him. I think this is my friend. But... I think a celebration's order. How about we pick up some takeaway on our way home? Yes, SoCo. And the rest of the car ride is spent with Charlie listening to every takeaway he can think of. It's great to see him doing so well. You're surprised to find Sam in the bed next to you when you wake up. They must have got in very late last night from drinks with the folks from school. You decide to let them sleep in and enjoy a lazy Sunday afternoon. With the house quiet, you decide to bring some breakfast into the living room to watch some TV while you eat. This is breaking news. Reports are coming in from across the country. A large swath of farmland went under flames last night, as far as authorities are calling a heinous and well-planned act of terrorism known by the group as Disrupt. You drop your spoon back into the porridge and turn up the volume. In addition to food stores, which government sources has said will put a strain on universal menu countrywide, a number of CCO and civic buildings were targeted in last night's attack. According to Prime Minister Julia Salisbury, specific prisons and re-education and government facilities were raided, and a small selection of problematic and potentially dangerous individuals were forcefully extracted from the lawful custody. Hold your breath, waiting to hear if anybody got hurt. Did I do the right thing? It appears that the CCOs were ill prepared for an event like this, and Disrupt seemed much more effective and well organized in comparison. While most of the targeted locations were thankfully empty of people given the lateness of the hour, the Betterment centers were fully staffed when they came under attack. 17 CCOs and 4 administrative staff lost their lives as a result of the brutal actions of Disrupt last night, with countless more injured, many seriously, and rushed to the hospital. Few Disrupt members were captured during the conflicts, but the vast majority seem to have evaded capture so far. More on Visoria as it develops. By Charlie walking into the living room, bleary-eyed, and with a piece of toast. Anything interesting going on? He gestured to the TV. Mutely, you leave the news on as we cycle through the story again. Charlie watches in hushed silence. By the end of the broadcast, they're dubbing it the Night of Fire. Everything's going to be okay, right? I hope so. We'll have to see. Some part of my mind was thinking, was that actually Disrupt, or was it just an opportunity? Did they do it themselves just so they could arrest Disrupt? Who? What do I do? A year and a half since Liberation Night.
This is Alan James. The revolution starts tonight, Alex, and we need your help. Throughout this broadcast, we're going to ask you to do things that will directly help with this mass protest. I'll be talking to you regularly tonight, and I'll also be hacking you when I can. Please help get our message out. We're on the verge, Alex. You've always been fair and balanced in your approach to us. With your help, we can tip the balance in our favor.
They nuked my kids. I'm helping.
Second break, that's when we think it will have the most impact. It's on your right.
They nuked my kids. I'm playing that tape. That's the only thing I can think of. They nuked my kids.
Cousin Colin.
What have you got to lose?
My dignity, my reputation.
It's alright once you get past the teeth and the problematic tattoo.
I am perfectly capable of messing up my own love life.
Sorry about that. David wouldn't get off the phone.
Oh, is David single?
For Christ's sake, Colin, stay out of it.
I can help you. I'm an expert at romance. Ask my ex-wives.
Please don't set me up with your brother. That's 10 seconds, everybody.
You're not as tight, babe.
Too short?
Too smart.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Second broadcast.
Good evening. This is the National Nightly News, broadcasting across the
Oh,
territory.
God.
My name is Megan Wolf.
Woo!
Top stories tonight. Ashes to ashes. It's been 40 days since Disrupt conducted attacks across the territories. The coordinated action, dubbed the Night of Fire by commentators, was seen as an attempt to subvert the supply chain, but there may have been more to it. While emergency services were all kept busy at the agricultural centres, it seems a series of covert attacks was carried out, including the freeing of political prisoners and, sources say, several assassination attempts. The Department of Betterment have declined to comment. Food, glorious food. With the last of the menu centres opening in territories 5, 8 and 14 today, Advance confirmed that the programme is now in full operation, providing free food for every citizen of the new future. What started as rationing during the 20-week war has blossomed into a social contract that is the envy of the unawakened world. Jack Tractor Pants, spokesman for the menu centres, said to
today that while they can guarantee the contents of every box is nutritious, the actual quality of the meals you cook depends on whether you have a touch of Chef Jordan Rankley or the culinary skills of a professional footballer. If I were a rich man,
my luck,
in territories
professional
11,
footballer.
17 and 22 today as striking bosses attempted to undermine their new economies. With seemingly no awareness of irony, the former CEOs and MDs have come together to form the Wealth Creators Union, with demands including a return to 150% bonuses, private jets, and mandatory grovelling zones. In an annoying show of petulance, the former elites drove their luxury vehicles at 10 miles per hour up and down the motorways of their respective territories. The coordinated protest of elites inconvenienced several 100,000.
I can already see where this is going. I just realized on my left is going to be the rebellion. On my right is the government. It is my choice which side I listen to. I can already see how this is going to go.
Some fun now. Signs of ever more resistance to advance's radical policies today, as popular resistance movement Disrupt extended their reach further across the territories. The organisation's emblem appeared in every major city across the territories last night in a well-coordinated publicity stunt, which has seen them dominate the headlines. Asked about the impressive display earlier today, Disrupt spokesperson Alan James said that the movement was reaching what he described as a critical mass. A poor choice of words given recent history.
Hey.
And an ending of sorts tonight for 3 stories we've been following. Going underground. Sophia Remington was forced to resign today after evidence emerged of horrifying troglodyte creatures
What's the difference?
living in her low-cost subterranean housing development. A typically defiant Sophia, quoted while leaving Remington's Fist headquarters,
What's the
for
difference?
what we can safely assume is the final time, said, "The mole people are no threat to the company.
The mole
There's
people?
not a lawyer among them who can say otherwise, or enough light to draw up the paperwork." A bittersweet ending for Miss Remington after an eclectic 2.5 years since she took over the company. Teleportainted? In a surprising turn of events, the remaining scientists of Dante's Taint seem to have vanished into thin air. After many months of silence, the rescue team finally reached the remote caves to find them completely deserted. This strange, unknown piece of equipment was all that was found. Theories range from teleportation to time travel or just a half-finished hot tub. Clean sheet. After the cheeky wedding that had the whole territory talking, everyone's favourite nudists, Johnny Hansleeves and Tiffany Lamore, have launched an informative guide to lovemaking called The Wonder of Coitus. The Edurotic Handbook is the newest product in their body positivity
Is that
range.
aren't they?
It includes a graphic novel about
Aren't they family?
called Give It a Minute.
Aren't
and
they
their number
siblings?
1 single,
Or like
Who's
cousins or
Phantom
whatever?
Tilted Butt Plugs.
What?
All that, plus we'll be taking a trip to Dangley Parks for the notice board, as well as getting a sneak peek at the hottest ticket. That's all coming up on tonight's National
2,
Nightly News.
1.
Today is the day we take back control. Soon it will be time for you to help us again. Come out of your houses, block the traffic, bring the capital to a standstill.
Just a quick call to action. Just a quick call to action. You know, just like, oh yeah, they hacked the broadcast for a minute.
Of a fine leader and a great man, the start of tonight's programme is dedicated to remembering and celebrating the life of Peter Clement. Patrick Bannon is live from Parliament Park, where Julia Salisbury will be breaking ground on what will soon be a memorial garden in Peter's honour. Patrick.
Listening to that old bitch lying through her teeth about missing that poor bastard.
Patrick.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
We're live.
Because I'm not being funny. Things were better with Peter, weren't they?
Patrick.
They were, and I don't mind saying it. They were, because he held her back. But now there's no stopping her.
Hello, Patrick. We're
Of
live.
course, can't say that, can I, Francis? No, not with public ownership. No, with public ownership, you can't say anything these days. She's lost it, mate. She's completely off the rocker. I heard from an aide that... Hello, Megan. You join me here live from the what? Hello, Megan. You join me here live from the what?
Seems like we've lost some signal there for a moment. Well, we will be going live.
He's dead.
That groundbreaking
He's dead.
ceremony.
They're killing him.
We can get Patrick back.
Meanwhile, let me just say, I think the memorial gardens are going to be gorgeous. I've had a sneak peek at the designs, and Alana Marsh has done a fabulous job.
They're killing him.
Oh,
I know they
okay,
are.
right, it seems like we have got the signal back. We can now go live to Patrick Bannon in Parliament Park. Patrick.
Thank you, Megan. I'm Patrick Bannon, and
That's not Patrick
we
Bannon.
are indeed live here. Apologies for the technical difficulties there.
That man is dead. They killed him.
Salisbury will step out on stage behind me.
Alex, Bozeman here. The boys in editing have just informed me that the eulogy footage isn't fully cut together yet. You're going to have to do it on the fly. For goodness sake, make sure you make it look good.
Slowly gathering since this afternoon.
This is Alan. You can undermine them here and help us win hearts and minds. Make him look bad, Alex. Really bad.
Knew it.
And it seems like the ceremony is getting underway. Here is Prime Minister Julia Salisbury, the picture of elegance, to begin her address.
Good evening, fellow teammates and friends. 500 days ago, all of our lives changed irrevocably.
For the worse.
Still reeling from the triumphs and tribulations of Liberation Night, another great loss befell the people of these newly united territories. The loss of a leader, a statesman, a dear friend, and a hero. Peter Gordon Clement.
Peter's death at the age of just 62, of course, announced by the team on the 24th of December, just 6 weeks after Liberation Night.
Born to a working-class family on a housing estate in Rotherham, Peter first trained as a carpenter before getting his start on television. First moving and building scenery, and then developing into the personality that we all knew and loved so much.
Just the Job first hit our screens over 25 years ago, running for 11 series, winning multiple awards, and charming audiences up and down the country.
Peter taught us, all of us, not to be content with the way things are, not to accept inequities, no matter how small. But he also taught us what it took to fight them. Courage, integrity, empathy, and hard, bloody graft.
Across a career spanning 3 decades, Peter Clement was known for shows including Wake Up, It's Saturday, and much later, late night chat show PT, which at its peak drew millions of viewers.
Peter was by no means a saint. Trust me, he once told me he had more regrets than he'd had stolen dinners. He always did have a knack for a turn of phrase. But it speaks to the strength of his character that he chose to share with us.
I want to remain neutral. I want to remain as neutral as I can while helping the rebellion.
Peter had the heart to give
And that means I need to mess this up as much as I can.
people of these united territories.
Famous for his potty mouth, it's estimated conservatively that Peter Clement uttered over 1.5
Wow!
million swear words.
His bonus cock out!
Though some sources put this figure well in excess of 2 million F-bombs alone.
Gripped by illness as he was in the weeks and months leading up to Liberation Night, he wasn't the man we loved. But his eyes still twinkled with that familiar joy for life, that spark of wit and
It
wisdom
feels
that
wrong,
lived
like,
for us.
dishonoring the dead, but it also doesn't feel right honoring him after everything he's technically assisted with.
From the long-term effects of alcohol abuse.
I first met Peter nearly 20 years ago. Moment before I was supposed to give a speech. Not unlike this one, actually. Only I'd spilt coffee.
Is he
all
wearing
down
a-
myself, and I was young, nervous, desperate to be liked, and from behind me I heard, "Christ, Pat, you've either pissed your kecks or sprung a leak, but either way you got a problem." And before I could even say a word, he stripped off his dry trousers and insisted I took them. That was the sort of man that Peter Clement was. Kind, compassionate, sensitive, a brilliant thinker, a natural leader, but mostly
Sorry.
a good man. this glorious of ours, so beautiful and new, this shining beacon.
Maybe you could edit more in our favour next time. Things are about to get started. We have another chance to control the impression the public gets. You'll know when, Alex.
The future he forged, the boundaries he pushed. To me, he'll always be the man in his pants cheering on a stranger at the back of the conference. It is my great honour to give to you the Peter Clement Memorial Garden. Should we see if we can get a countdown going? Everyone with me? 10, 9, 8, 7.
Oh!
Now, Alex, control the message.
Come with us.
I'm not leaving, I can't. You two, come with me. Don't panic. Help us here. We're gonna help you. We need a medic here. Are you hurting me?
Well, stop resisting then. Stop resisting and we'll let you up.
Not resisting. Ah!
What are you doing?
Not resisting. You saw. Not resisting.
Camera off. National Night News. We have the right to be here. I said turn the fucking camera off.
Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
Oh, I can't hear you. I can't hear anything.
Yes. Medics are coming. You sit down.
No, I can't.
No. Stay with me. I need help now. Please.
Salisbury's still here. Julius Salisbury! You were guilty of the murder of more than 10 million people. Target armed.
Target armed. Haven't you done enough? Look around you.
Fucking
This is what your precious freedom looks like, is it? Open fire! God, no.
Rise up! Take to the streets, the time has come! Stop fires! Break windows! Draw them out! They can't stop us all!
Lower your weapons!
Mom?
Lower your weapons! It's unnecessary. Can't you see?
Turn that off, please, sir. I said, please turn that off.
Shocking scenes from the capital.
Is this not enough?
Shocking scenes.
You've just seen them execute unarmed civilians. People like you and me. So why are you watching this? Why are you not in the streets with us tonight?
Unedited truth as it happens. And we make no apology for that. We'll update you on the latest from this disrupt attack later in the programme, but when we come back, it's time for happier pursuits, and you know what that means by now. Don't go away. We'll be back after this.
That didn't go so well, Alex.
If everyone's safe.
But we can turn it around in the next segment.
Okay. You know, oh my god. So this is actually one of the best, this is actually a really well-written game. At first, I was debating, what do I say? This is sort of like Papers, Please, you know. There's a total dictatorial government, making the lives of people worse. The activists are actively working to free the people. Like, at first, it was questionable, but, like, it was reasonable. They weren't actively hurting any innocent person. And then they did that. They burned down. And also, look, oh wait, no, back on. Going back. They weren't hurting anybody. And then the government nuked my 2 kids. But then they burned down a rice field filled with workers who have nothing to do with the government. Just trying to help what they can. Well, they do have something to do with the government. They're ran by it, but they're not actively with them. They're not on their side. They're just helping with food. And then they explode. A whole crowd of people. I can't tell which one do I want to be on now. Was I in the right? Whew! God, this game is doing a lot better. Or this game is actually, like, really intense. I'm surprised this game was not really... didn't really blow up. How long have I been playing? Almost 6 hours.
Good distance from the unit base. It's becoming a weekly event. It's different tonight. This is the big one. Great. So there's a revolution happening outside and we're off to Danby fucking Park.
That's journalism, apparently.
We get set for the next sequence.
Thank you.
So we thought what better way to celebrate than to go back to where it all started. Unnecessary collections and companion magazines.
Join today and you could receive a private education, an unbearable sense of entitlement.
I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. So then, I'm back. I was thinking, how do I want my stance to go? I was thinking, how do I want this to end? Which way do I want it to go? And I decided, fuck the government. They nuked my kids. So I'm gonna go more favorably in side of a terrorist.
Alex, during this next section, a camera working in the newsroom who's one of us is going to get a coded location out. We don't know yet which camera he's on, but if we find out, I'll let you know. Just keep your eyes out for the fist and try and keep it on the air for at least 5 seconds. Our operatives will do the rest.
Megan, this is your new makeup artist, Craig.
No.
What?
No.
10 seconds, everybody. Sorry, Craig. It's a no.
Okay, we are going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, Megan Wolf. Very shortly, we'll be heading on over to the final episode of what has quickly become a hugely successful feature, The Notice Board. But before we do, let's chat with Philippa Radon. Tell me, why do you think the public love The Notice Board so much?
It's real. There, I said it. It connects with people. You know, people look at us and they say, those are real people struggling with real problems.
That's a really interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying to my PA secretary as I got out the limo, I was saying, it's good for people to see normal, authentic people like them on TV.
People like you.
Yeah, precisely. Unfortunately, then I was interrupted by some dreadful wretch who wanted an autograph, but a swift kicking from security soon put him back in line.
Yes, well, I think it's really good that our screens are filled with such relatable stories. So, The Notice Board is coming to an end after a sensational time at the top. What do you think has made this show so successful?
It's a combination of so many things. My hard work, my talent, my look.
Wow, you really have a lot to thank you for.
Hey, hey, hey. You're welcome.
We've just heard our man's on camera 4.
I have a real sense of responsibility now. You know, a sense I've been entrusted with.
Get back to the interview, Alex.
And that I should use that platform for good.
I think it's really important that we should use this platform to do good in the world. I agree.
That's exactly it. So I've decided to help as many
Excellent work, Alex. That's the location shared. Next, you'll need to give them the go.
Is that better access to education or, reducing child poverty?
No, by adopting as many as I can get my hands on.
Oh, okay. How many children have you adopted?
Oh, we're well into the double figures now, Megan. I stopped counting in the late 30s.
Goodness, that is a lot of children.
Yeah, once we finish putting them into the guest room, I'll have to put a futon in the laundry cupboard.
Oh, you really are some sort of hero.
Hey, I live a privileged life. What can I say? I mean, any child I can take on is a child rescued from suffering.
Poor children. Were their lives really that bad before?
Oh, they're Northerns, I presume so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's shocking to think, actually, that only 1 in 10,000 children have a celebrity parent.
I'd never thought of it that way before.
And I'm doing everything I can to fix those numbers.
What do you think it is about your life that's so desirable, then?
Well, it's mainly shame and panic interspersed with expensive bottled water. So, actually, if anyone wants to...
Oh, God.
Now that I can relate to. Right, we better go off and get ready. That was Philippa Radon sharing some thoughts about her lifestyle. I think it's really important to stay grounded and keep everything in perspective. Clearly, not everyone else agrees, but that's enough from me. Let's go now over to Dangly Parts for the final ever episode of The Notice Board.
Cement!
What a day! First the tea morning, and now to post this notice. I don't know how I managed to cope with it all. Oh wait, perhaps I do.
He's Christian. Oh, he's drinking.
Oh! By St. Barnabas, what on earth is all this?
Freeze, dirtbag!
Oh, Laura, it's you. I thought for a moment you were a knife-wielding mugger or stabber.
No, I'm afraid not. It's just me, a community cohesion officer, responsible for keeping crime at record lows.
Of course. Keep forgetting that thanks to you and your colleagues, violence on our streets is a thing of the past.
What's all this, Vicar?
I know! It's a disgrace.
It's time for the go code. Give us 3 boos in a row, Alex. That will start the pincer movement. You might just pull this off. Push forward! 3 boos, Alex.
Careful, Vicar. It looks heavy.
Ha! They don't call me the Right Reverend. Ripped for no reason.
I'm going all in.
It's no good.
It looks like all those crucifix classes were a waste of time.
Perhaps you, a young CCO, would be able to move it.
2 for 2. Fantastic.
Looks like all those lifting
Alright, the last one.
classes were a waste of time.
It's too heavy, even for me. A strong and capable
You did it, Alex. We're good to go.
Why?
to lift this.
Did someone call for the best firefighter in town? Hiya!
Well done, Captain Evans. You're so much stronger than us.
Especially me, the weak old man.
It's the least I could do for my community.
I did 3 in a row.
No luck catching the little devil then?
Unfortunately not. The ferret struck again last night. When Ray opened the post office this morning, he found that every single stamp had been pre-licked.
My God!
Some people have no decency.
God, that's kinky. He's still just drinking.
For tomorrow, we may have to cancel the village fete.
Don't worry, we won't let that happen. Will we, Vicar?
No, no, no.
So, what happened?
Laura, tell me, why do they call him the ferret?
Some say it's because of his sneaky nature. But really it's because whenever he strikes, he always leaves behind the foul stench of urine.
Never fear, officer. We'll catch this pissy nuisance and save the village fete. Or my name's not Captain Danger Evans. The community cohesion team.
I am so worried now.
They simply don't have the
Am I
smarts
doing
to
the right
solve
job?
this mystery.
Am I good? Am I
But
good?
I know someone who does. Someone who's about to blow this thing wide open. Me! Blackout!
It's the morning of the village fete, thanks to theatrical convention.
I sure hope everything goes to plan. Oh, look! There's Mrs. Craven setting up her cake stall.
And look, there's the motorcycle display team, setting up for a show that will be far too expensive for live television.
I'm going to set up the coconut shy. What are you doing, Vicar?
First, I'm running the tombola. Then, I'll be selling forgiveness for money.
Aren't you judging the jams?
I couldn't possibly.
Well, that sounded like Mrs. Craven. Looks like someone sucked all the jam out of her donuts.
Whoa, kinky.
Ferret has struck again.
Whatever are we to do?
Although I'm very competent, I have no idea how to solve this case.
I guess we'll just have to cancel the fete.
Hold it right there, ferret.
Me? Have you been drinking from the fire extinguishers again?
Not you, the vicar.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Admit it. You wanted the village fete cancelled so you could have the day off, didn't you?
I already have to work Sundays. I shouldn't have to work 2 days a week.
But how did you know?
Well, my first clue was the smell.
Yes, I do smell of urine.
Next, I noticed
Interesting.
that the vicar's tongue was particularly dry, almost as if he'd been licking thousands and thousands of stamps.
Or perhaps eating Mrs. Craven's baking.
What?
Which brings me on to my third clue. The vicar said that he had no more room for jam.
almost as if he'd had his fill.
Precisely.
But you managed to figure it all out from that?
Well, I also found this at the scene.
That proves nothing. No!
Get him out of here, officer!
You did it, Captain. You could say you ferreted him out.
Hey, come on. Let's go and have a party in my massive garden. I am doing well.
Thanks to you, we're all doing well.
Well, that was it. The final ever episode of the Notice Board. And what a way to end
Interesting.
it. Thank you as always to Jeff, Philippa and Tommy. After the break, we'll be both dancing and learning. So don't change that channel. We'll be right back.
That's the ads. Well done, everybody.
Wow! What a brilliant run, eh? After party at my place, eh?
What advert is this, Alex? I don't remember passing in your broadcast. I think you made a mistake there.
I've got 4 kinds of sausage.
You've probably seen me on the
Hey, you!
about
You coming to the after party?
and how progressive their policies are. Well, I was wrong. And I'm here tonight to say I'm sorry.
One last push, Alex. We're closing in. One of the guests in the last section is working with us. You'll be asked to censor on our behalf. If you do it right, the final orders will be given. You'll get 3 chances. Get at least 2 of them right, and we're going to win this thing. It's happening, Alex. Tonight we take it back.
I always envied my friends who had so much more. Over the years, my jealousy grew. So when Advance came to power, I didn't think about the damage they would do. I acted selfishly. I was glad to see the rich punished. I didn't see how backwards Advance were. I didn't understand that rather than tearing down the wealth creators, we should have been helping everyone else to take a seat at their table. Under Advance, the country is poor. It is poor in ambition. It is poor in aspiration. We are infantilized by Advance's naive policies.
Please, Sarah, anything.
Sorry, Mum, I'm really not supposed to say.
Are we safe?
Hi, I'm Maddie. Jenny just said to ask if you need any touch-up.
I have bought
she?
myself out to the media to defend.
That's my shade, is it?
Yeah.
This is my shade?
My parents. I see that now. Mum, Dad.
You can run back to Jenny now.
Our only hope.
Sorry about that, Sarah. Nothing you can tell me. At all, like at all.
They've said no one's died, that's all I can say.
10 seconds.
What's wrong with you?
She is in tears.
Ugh.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later in this segment, we're hoping to be able to go back to Patrick Bannon at the scene of tonight's shocking Disrupt attack. But first, I'm delighted to be joined by the cast of the smash hit musical everyone is talking about. I'll be speaking with the cast in a moment, but first, let's take a look at them in action. Please give a warm National Nightly welcome to the Novaries.
Hello? Doctor? Yes, I see. Thank you for letting me know. I have a decent life. I'm a happy, loving wife. And my job is well paid and fulfilling. I have a husband, John. He's due home soon, won't be long. And I have to tell him something that is absolutely chilling. We share coffee in the morning, and we make love every day. We take time alone together to talk and laugh and play. We prioritize our needs. We do charitable deeds. But the flowers of a happy life are now beset by weeds.
I'm home.
Oh, darling John.
Oh, dearest John.
There's something very wrong. I've just had a conversation with our doctor, David Wong, so please be seated. This news will make you feel defeated. The scans revealed a lump.
You poor unlucky chump. Is it cancer?
Worse, oh, John. We're having a baby.
to me. I always wear 2 condoms for the maximum of safety. In our tiny flat, we built
Huh.
a peaceful habitat. Now our lives are fucked, we're having a baby. Now you can't have any wine at book club.
And there won't be any time for foot rubs.
Now your hair will stink of weed.
And you'll start to disagree.
And forget about that holiday in territory 3. No more waking up at 10:30. In fact, you're never going to get a good night's sleep again. No more snap decisions to go on to a club. You'll be lucky if you even make it out to the pub. Why can't we be more like our gay and lesbian chums?
The only glue they have to deal with comes from personal bums.
Now when I take a sick day at home,
The parasite won't leave you alone.
how he's wrong.
We're our top priority.
I look after you, and you look after me. Ain't no trouble and strife, we got a childless life. No one wails and no one bawls. No one draws things on the walls.
A happy husband.
A wonderful wife, we got a childless life. We're having a baby. We're having a baby. Changing nappies daily. We're having a baby. No more weekends by the coast. Now your kid is uppermost. It's more than a passing craze to have childless days.
We're having a baby.
Food and drink thrown everywhere. Death trap toys at the top of the stairs. Every parent prays to have childless babies.
We're having a baby.
No more stars and no more. We're having a baby. 18 years on bills and leaves. Time for a whole new phase.
We're having a baby.
One more thing before the show begins. Have you considered that you might be having twins?
He hasn't asked me to censor anything yet.
Amazing. The Novaries there, treating us to their opening number from Elegy for a Childless Life, which is currently the hottest ticket in the capital theatre district. And we'll be touring the directions later.
Boy.
Right then, come on you got, come on down, let's go, don't be shy. Hello. Hi Megan. Hi. It's an honour to be here. Oh really, are you fans of the show? Yeah, it used to be. Well, listen, let's get stuck in. Your amazing musical. Now, I mean, not only do you perform this show every single night,
With matinees on Wednesday and Saturday.
right, but you're also the show's creators, am I right?
Well, everyone contributed their ideas, and then some of us went away and did the actual work on the script. But no, it's very much a team effort.
Oh, that's fantastic. How rude of me, I've not introduced any of you. I'll be the one being replaced next. Let's go down the line, shall we?
Hi, I'm Jack.
Jim Blunt. Pleasure to be here.
Jennifer Boreham Woodley.
Hello, I'm John Sapley. Used to be in the business professionally.
My name's Jill, with a J.
And I'm Janet. I'm the youngest.
That's incredible. And you were all friends previously. I mean, what a coincidence, right? With your names beginning with a J.
Oh my goodness, guys! Our names all begin with J.
How have we never noticed that?
Because you haven't typed them out 1,000 times?
You knew? Why didn't you say anything?
I thought we all knew. It's bloody obvious, isn't it? I just thought we were doing a funny thing where we never mentioned it.
And I believe as well as being friends, you're also couples. In real life as well as in the show.
Well, not exactly.
I'm not married to him. I'm with Janet.
And I'm with John, you lucky bean.
Jim and I are married.
4 fabulous years.
Well, that must make for some confusion in the rehearsal room.
Well, you should have seen the first draft. Jen decided that Jack would play Jim, I would play Jack, Jen Janet, Jill Jen, Janet Jill.
What about John?
Well, my character was originally just called Man 1.
It was allegorical.
It was very confusing.
Not for a professional.
After much toing and froing.
And gnashing and wailing.
And gin and tonic.
We decided that we'd just use our own names, which is less truthful.
We're also less likely to go into the wrong dressing rooms.
Oh, God, yeah, that would be very embarrassing, wouldn't it?
Of course, when I first wrote it, we were only meant to run for a few nights at the Minley Village Hall, but when I registered it with the Department for Culture, it caught the eye of someone high up, and before you could say overnight sensation, we were transferring to the capital.
It's all been a bit of a roller coaster, really. I'm only 19. I'm the youngest.
You really don't have to repeat that.
I had to give up my job as a mortuary technician.
Well, yes, we all had to move to the capital.
I love that job.
It's been a very turbulent time.
So peaceful, no singing.
This piece isn't political.
Stand by, Alex. Censor the orange.
About children. And why you shouldn't have them.
In a way, I guess it is political, with a small p. After all, we are a solid unit, and eagle-eyed audience members will see we nod our heads to advance on stage throughout, and we target the messaging at women aged 22, well about 35, as they're the most likely to be afflicted by this terrible problem. Terrible problem.
Having children.
You understand, Megan.
You clearly agree.
This isn't about me. Of course, we see that there are advantages to a family unit, but eagle-eyed couples watch as the little parasites advance on their lives, and there's no time to play the guitar, get through a book, or watch a movie. They're exhausted, passed out on the couch by 20 to 9, for God's sake.
You're very chatty tonight, dear.
Usually I'm the chatty one.
Because you're the youngest, we know. It's not a badge of honour, Janet.
Janet, please, Jennifer. Oh, well said, John. Thanks, Jack. Got you back.
So could you just tell us what is the play about? What happens in it?
Well,
go ahead.
It's a tragedy, obviously. Jennifer, myself, and John have their child, and then the story charts the downfall of their hopes and dreams.
And there's lots of singing.
And dancing.
A lot.
My character works at a menu centre for a distribution unit. Eagle-eyed, she sees her friend's rapid advance to a pit of despair. Becoming a target for children's TV advertising at the age of 22, she decides to take drastic action. I can't really say more, though. I probably said too much already.
Yes. Let's not spoil the second act for anyone who might come to see it.
Which should be all of you. For too long, we've been told that a life without children is somehow incomplete, that children are a blessing. Well, I've done the research, and they're not. Besides, there's already loads of bastards running around all over the place, so...
We just want people to have the option of a happy, child-free life without stigma. You know, when I was 14, before I had come out, I had an experience with a girl called Julia Jacobs. She was an experiment, I guess, you know, a chance to dip my toes into the...
Fascinating. Well, thank you all so much for coming in tonight. I really hope you keep them dancing in the aisles for many performances to come. The noble is there. And I am pleased to say we can now go back to Patrick Bannon to get the latest from the scene of tonight's horrific events. Patrick, are you okay?
Thank you, Megan. This is Patrick Bannon reporting from the scene of tonight's devastating and symbolic attack tonight this evening. An attack which I myself have found myself caught up in. I'm still a little dazed and a little deaf, Megan. So I hope
God, I don't know what to say. I've just realized I've been silent this whole time.
Mrs. Salisbury, that's you. You're still here. The Prime Minister.
Oh my God.
I couldn't leave, not when there were people that needed help. Any team player would have done the same. I don't deserve praise for being human.
Yes, no accolades here. Or Palisades. Or lemonade. Right. So, is the situation... Now, are we safe?
Yes, the security services
She's lying to
performed their
people.
duties without hesitation. And I would like to assure the public that although there have been some injuries, there were no civilian deaths here this evening.
She's actively lying to people.
Sorry, did you say no deaths?
That's right. No civilian deaths. Just the 4 disrupt terrorists curtailed by law enforcement who were, as always, so cohesive. If I may, I have a message for your viewers.
Of course. The camera. Speak there on the camera there.
Stay at home tonight. Do not become another casualty of war. Disrupt have had their moment, but as the dear departed Peter Clements once famously said, it ends today.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Did he want me to
Strong words.
stray bat? To string bat?
Back to the studio, Megan. Now in the studio with Megan Wolf. Now.
Patrick Bannon there, bravely reporting from the front line of tonight's horrifying bombing. Maybe you need to get checked out, Patrick.
It's getting closer!
Well, that brings us to the end of tonight's National Night News, but before we go, tonight's National Night News.
Victory is in sight, my friends. You have mobilized. You have come together. From our agents at the television networks risking arrest and getting those words to you, to the many hundreds and thousands gathering to invade team headquarters. As I speak, we are turning the tide, and it is time for change. Tonight we topple their regime, and we also silence their mouthpiece, Channel 1.
Our government have led Disrupt out from the shadows, and they are not the overwhelming force they would have you believe. The military
what was that?
in action, and well, it's pretty scary out there tonight. So stay at home and stay with Channel 1, because the team has assured this program that the turbulence will soon be over, and we can once again focus our minds on building a new future with equality, fairness, and resources for all. My name is Megan Wolf. Let's make tomorrow better.
And we're out.
God, I think I threw up.
Done it, Alex. Tonight is the beginning of the fall of France. Fighter jet, 11 o'clock. Commander's brig, sir. Permission to detonate. Permission granted, old friend. We are going to detonate. Look out of your window, Alex. See what you helped make happen.
Well, there goes my job. It was irrelevant. They never stood a chance. It doesn't even matter. None of what I did mattered. And now I may be dead. You arrive at work a little early, despite a stressful journey in. You still aren't quite sure of everything that happened, though. If a swarm of CCOs all over a building mean anything to go by, this isn't just Channel 1 mattered. It's basically confirmed when you're informed when you need to speak to a Bozeman immediately and are escorted to his office. You sit nervously at the outside, waiting for your boss. The boss man arrives, disheveled and with a stern looking CCO in tow. Ah, yes, Winston, good. This is Specialist Abels. She will be observing this interview. Please come inside and take a seat. The ruddy-faced man and bustles into his office and leaves the door open for you to follow. A few times you were here before, it was immaculate, with everything in its proper place. Not so today. This must be serious for Bozeman to be this flustered. So, Alex, do you know why you're here? Is standing behind you. Out of sight, but definitely not mine. What does this do with Disrupt? A recrimination of a heinous and outrageous campaign of terror that that Disrupt have been reaping on this nation and its territories. Shoots a glance over to your left, where CCO Observer is standing. And of course, it is our duty to root out this rot whenever we find it, to prevent anything like last night happen ever again. And I have been asked by Advance to perform interviews with all of our staff members involved, and we'll be submitting a personal review of your performance both during the incident in question and throughout your time here. This can only end well. He shoots at you a quick smile. Don't worry, it'll all be fine. Bozeman clears his throat and begins. Obviously, a lot has happened last night, and I have a number of interviews to conduct today, so I'd rather none of them take it longer than necessary. Please be brief, concise, and clear in your answers. After you seem to have portrayed... I showed what was happening. The news? Yes, of course, and with everything in flux, you want to know what would happen next. I'm certain you did your best you could, Alex. You always do. Bozeman scribbles some notes down, the noise of his pen scratching into a notepad punctuated only by the constant tick-tock of his ornate clock. Hopefully this will all be over soon. Reviewing the broadcast, we noticed something a little odd about a particular camera choice. It was while everyone was talking. Oh, where did I put it? Yes, here we are. Did you recognize this? With a flourish, Bozeman produces a leaflet from Noseport and places it on the desk in front of you. I assumed it was just part of a set. Well, that makes sense. You aren't responsible for maintaining the set. You can only assume that what's there is meant to be there after all. You get a feeling that at least some of the above was for the benefit of CCO and Baroom. Thank you, Alex, and again, for Abel's benefit, you're so loyal. There was one thing we noted during the finale of the notice board. Picked up some notes. You seem to play an odd choice of sound effects relatively early on now. The script was expecting to last, but for all three, you chose to play booze. I thought I could do that. I thought I could pick freely. Obviously, we want all our shows here at Channel 1 to be successful as possible, and we allow our staff a significant degree of autonomy. I'm sure no one would try to fault you for simply having a different sense of humor. You can see Bozeman is frowning as he writes this, clearly not convinced by his own words. Maybe he likes you more than he thought. How many other people would he be interviewing today? There appears to be some issues with censorship equipment. At some point, Bozeman paused for a moment, putting a lid on his pen and placing it carefully on the desk. How do you explain the fact that you censor perfectly acceptable language? I don't decide what's... Is this gonna get him in trouble? This is definitely gonna get me sussed out. I'm not gonna leave this. Could a malfunction much more very likely than a malfunctioning of such a competent employee? I'm gonna get killed. We'll be sure to have maintenance look at it right away. With the price we paid, I expect it to last at least another 20 years, just like the last one. How many questions will you have to answer? Then the portly man leaned over and examined his notes. Now, obviously, we expected the odd bit of interference here and there, unavoidable, however. Interference is not the same as terrorist propaganda. Would you care to explain how our message found its way onto our airwaves? I just didn't realize. You note Specialist Abels is visually more attentive, awaiting a positive response. Well, it's certainly true that accidents happen, and with the various stresses... I don't think anyone could begrudge you a slight drop in attention. I was worried. I don't know if I would have done the same if I was in your shoes, but I think it's clear enough that you fought, and that's all we can ask. We need for now, Winston. Bozeman looks questioningly at the CCO, but by the time you turn around, the moment has passed. Best you just go home for now. There's no work for you until we get a new new satellite tower up. But, of course, don't leave town. I have more questions for you following the other interviews. You see open hostility in Special Sable's eyes. I'm gonna be killed. They're gonna kill me. Is there going to be a good answer? It's your anniversary. Work away and could have been, and just what the doctor ordered for you and Sam. But after speaking to travel agents, there's just no way you could afford it. Maybe next year. Still, just because you can't have a holiday doesn't mean you can't make tonight's special. You have the day off today, so you could try to make a nice romantic meal for them this evening. Well, they did expressly tell you not bother this morning. You think a cheap last-minute gesture won't change anything? Or their exact words? It'll be nice to have a lovely evening together. You get to work, turning the house into a perfect romantic setting for tonight. Everything's going according to plan. Sam's going to love it. You even had time to single-handedly clean the entire floor to ceiling. It took hours. But Sam will appreciate it, and that's all that matters. You hear keys in the lock and put the final touches in place. Sam steps into the hallway. You're waiting in the doorway to the kitchen, dressed to the nines and acting as nonchalant as possible. Alex, what's all this? Oh my god, did you clean? And what's that smell? They give you a quick kiss as they step past you into the kitchen, where the banquet is laid out, candles lit, with Charlie standing quietly and grinning. Oh my god, Alex. Happy anniversary, Sam. Happy anniversary, Charlie echoes, as Sam turns to you, smiling with tears in their eyes. Alex, it's perfect. Sam rushes over to you, kisses you softly, only breaking off when you get a less than subtle cough from Charlie. So officially, I accepted into the Community Cohesion and Management Program, Charlie bursted out. What did you just say? Charlie picks up the rucksack next to him and heads towards the front door. Have a great evening. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. I'll be around of friends tonight and back tomorrow, so don't wait up. Sam meets your eyes and you both chuckle. You pull Sam's chair up. That's not good news. Is this still gonna go on? Is this still gonna go on? Why, thank you, Sam says, taking a seat and grinning at you. So, Charlie's been busy. They shake their head as you take your own spot. You take your own seat opposite of them. Tomorrow, for now. You didn't really have to do all of this, Alex. I know. I wanted to. I love you, Sam. I love you too, they breathe, admiring the panoply of food you've prepared for them. Now, where on earth do I begin? They laugh as you pour the first glass of champagne into the evening. Fuck. Of the evening. You're very lucky to have such a wonderful family. Who could ask for more? Shit. I don't know if everything's gonna go end well. I mean, I guess the question of did I do a good job, but did I do a bad job? Am I anywhere close to ending this? Actually, there is one thing I want to quickly show. Let me add in a display. I want to do game art. No, I want to do you. I got this card. It's just the goddamn motherfuckers. It's one of them. Ah, this is funny. Whew. I'm gonna be honest. I am going to be honest. I don't know how to do this. You hear the front door open as you put a bowl of popcorn on the coffee table. We're all ready to go. Get your butt in here. Ignoring both the film and snacks. What is it? I've been let go from work. Apparently this isn't need for 2 nursery teachers anymore. Not enough children, so we can't justify the expense. We'll think of something, Sam. Shit. How long is she in office? She is just a dictator. She is just a dictator. And I'm still working here? I don't think I can go with them anymore. For my own life, I don't think I can work with them anymore. I have to go in for... Oh.
Hello, Alex. Here we are again. I know things aren't as exciting as they used to be, but Advance's Bring Your Daughter to Work Day initiative should add a bit of spice to the mix. We make do, eh?
An emotional collapse after the birth of their unexpectedly large family. At 9:15, it's What Music is Best? A rundown of the top-selling songs across the territories. Expect catchy tunes and scenes of an inappropriately sexual nature. Not one to miss. At 10 p.m.
I don't get a choice, really.
Where the ever-popular Prime Minister reads extracts from her diary in front of a warm fire. Then at 10:30, it's the latest episode of our drama series, Betterment, which tells the inspirational story of Emily Dennisworth and the brave doctors and technicians.
And this is Jenny, who's the floor manager.
Hi, Stacey.
That's Colin. He, do you know, just don't take it, Colin.
We're getting involved in Bring Your Daughter to Work, eh, Colin?
Nah, we don't believe in it.
All right, come and sit next to Mum.
Believe in what?
Just days.
How did it all go so right? That's followed by the territory.
Atta girl.
Advanced briefing.
10 seconds, everybody.
All of it.
Mondays a week.
Spend so much. Okay, we are going in 5.
I used to have a daughter.
3.
As we go over to Megan and the team at the
Good evening and welcome to the NNN. I'm Megan Wolf. And who's this, you might be wondering? Well, it's Bring Your Daughter to Work Day here at Channel 1. So I'm joined tonight by my foster daughter, Stacey. Say hello, Stacey.
Go fuck yourself.
All right then, here are the stories that matter to you. First up, with Advance confirming that the nuclear fallout from the 20-week war is to blame for the drop in birth rates across the territories, we asked you what keeps you going. I know that I, for one, was quite deflated when I heard about this, but reading all your submissions has really put the smile back on my face. This is from Sonia in Larkfordshire. I've had plenty of time to fill, so I've started a new hobby. Since I started knitting, I barely remember that 85% of the country is sterile. My record is this scarf. It's 124 meters long. Thank you for that. And if you've started,
We're gonna die out.
do write in and tell us about it. Next up, you know how we love your uncanny comestible coincidences, and I don't know about you, but I think this one really takes the biscuit. I'm not sure what I'm more impressed by, Stacey.
We're gonna die out.
The things our viewers spot, or the unbelievable way our menu centres are now able to feed every team member every single day. Catherine from Berkeldown sent us this, saying, I couldn't help but spot the face of poor departed Peter Clement in my 4th lager this morning. Oh, I'm not sure if I see it, Catherine, but then again, I'm only on my 3rd. Do keep those coming in. Can you have a go? We've just got time for one more of your stories, and this one is an inspiring story of rehabilitation. That's it, just tell us who it's from, yeah, and then read it out. Okay.
So this one says it's from John in Stokely. Before I was convicted, I'd never read a single book, but since I was released from Betterman, I haven't been able to stop. I'm even working at a library, and on our lunch breaks, Mr. Wordyworth spell checks my tattoos.
We absolutely love hearing the way our neighbours and team members have been able to become better people, so do let us know your stories here.
God.
You can do this bit, Stacey. No, you're right. Come on, give it a try. Let us know your stories here at the NNN.
Right, bit of a change of pace coming up here. You'll need to use the SFX buttons for the next segment, but Advance have already selected when and what to use. Simple stuff. Just follow your government orders.
Huh? Oh god, I just realized, yeah, no, all of this is governmental property.
First up tonight on the NNN, it's time to celebrate this week's team lottery winners live from the Shakespeare
Oh,
Theatre
God.
right here in the capital. We're going to hand over to Julia Salisbury. I suppose you don't think much of her either, eh, Stacey?
She's got a lot more going for her than you wankers.
Okay, surprising vote of approval there from Stacey. Let's go live to that right now.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this week's Team Awards. Of all the many duties I have as team leader, this is by far the most pleasant. As I so often say to you, the uneven past is now, following the demise of Disrupt, firmly behind us. This is the new future, and I say to you, it's better now. I am delighted to be joined here tonight by one of the oldest people in Territory 1. He was born over 107 years ago. Please give a warm team welcome to Alfie Tatchbadger. So, Alfie,
He's gonna die right here, isn't he?
so much in your lifetime. What have been some of the highlights? Alfie,
He can't hear.
is he all right?
His hearing aid isn't turned on.
Could you turn it on?
He says it drains the battery.
Well, will you tell him that we'll buy him a brand new battery after the presentation?
Yeah, he says that's fine then. And I will help him with that. Yeah.
If you would. Sorry, can't get the staff.
We got it.
So, Alfie. What? You're 107 years old.
Oh, don't bloody remind me.
Would you like to tell the audience what that's like?
Where is everybody?
in the dark. Oh, bless him, it's not just the ears.
Who are you? 2 sugars, please.
I'm Julia Salisbury, the Prime Minister.
I like this story. Who are you really?
No, I really am the Prime Minister.
Oh, so you're
a woman.
Yes, a woman. One of
Women
them.
can do anything men can do these days, Alfie.
Oh, can you piss standing up?
I can't say I've ever tried.
I wouldn't recommend it.
2 sugars, please, and not too much milk.
Shall we get to the awards, Alfie?
Whoa, aren't you going to ask me about my life?
Well, I'm not sure we have enough time left now for that. So
When I was 9, I wanted a pet, so I asked me mum and pap. There was no television then, back then, you know. We made our own entertainment out of coal and roadkill.
Well, that's fascinating.
So they got
Oh.
me a pet, see? But it weren't a dog. They told me it were a dog, but it were a stone.
A stone?
Yes. So I called it Patch, which was a popular name for a dog back then, on account of the king having a patchy face. And I decided to choose pretty little Gertie Thimble, who lived up the road.
Just boom.
She threw my dog in the river. That was the day I decided I'd never marry.
And that's the secret to your long life?
Oh no, I've been married 7 times. Divorced 8. There was a mix-up with number 3, see? Yes, I'm just lucky. Are we going back to the home soon?
Soon, Alfie. First, let's turn to the reason we're all here. The weekly Territory 1 Team Awards. First up tonight is a lady who really knows how to put in the extra hours. She works at a transition centre in Hamble Bamblebury, and she has single-handedly allowed more families to unburden each other than any other nurse in Territory 1. In the uneven path, she'd have been locked up. Tonight, she is being honoured as a team player. Please welcome Daphne Snister.
Are you here to change me?
Just give her a medal, Alfie. There's a good boy.
Doctor, I mean, 2 sugars, please. And don't let it steep too long.
I think you're supposed to give me one of those.
Well,
There he goes. Look.
I can't get the arms up any higher than that. You'll have to go down, love.
Thank God those fractious times are behind us, and now the territories are thriving.
Are we in? As the actor said to the bishop.
Yes, thank you. I've got it from here.
Well done. Daphne Snister, everybody. Now, open your envelope and find out what you've won. Crikey, don't hold back there. She's tougher than one of Peter's homemade Eccles cakes.
Got it. I've won a holiday for 2 in Territory 15. Used to be called San Palmerino, didn't it?
I believe it did, yes.
Why couldn't we have stuck with that then? It's easier to remember.
We're all one nation now.
Hang on a minute. Isn't it still on fire?
Daphne Snister, everyone.
Oh, what about my change? I've been in these wide fronts for 3 days now.
We'll get to that, Alfie.
Oh, right you are, love.
Next up tonight is a couple from Farnley who, after a rocky start losing their family's ill-gotten gains to the Assets and Wealth Act, have really embraced the new future, setting up a community farm and petting zoo in their local area for all the local children to play. Please welcome Otho and Lobelia Jackson Randy-Gannett. Medals, Alfie.
You know, when I was in the trenches, I had a pal called Scotty Wilson. He was from way up north, so I didn't understand a bloody word he said. But he were my best mate.
Should we just grab them ourselves?
Probably for the best.
And his best mate was Smudger Ace. There was them two. Fiddly Eric, Unstable Terry, and of course, Leggy Sidney. But she had a boy's name, so they shipped her to the front anyway. First girl any
I
of
need
us
to
have ever
I
seen.
cannot. Ah.
She's dead now. They all are. Smudger and Scotty never made it home. Fiddly got shanked in Frankfurt prison in an argument over an olive. And Terry, he exploded quietly at home. Sidney got a fatal skin condition. Scratched herself to death. Just makes me think.
Thanks, Alfie. Great contribution. So, Otho and Lavinia, a petting zoo.
After we launched All Our Well, we discovered there were actually people who had never even owned a pony. So we decided to do something about it. That's the type of people we are, you see. Advantage of a private education, probably.
Well, I'm sure we could debate that all night, but there's no time. So, let's see what you've won.
Yes, before we do, there's something I wanted to say to you.
Absolutely. Every citizen of the new future has my ear.
When Advance came to power, you took all of our wealth. You took the shirts off of our backs.
Quite literally, in my case, I used to collect shirts.
You might as well have the rest of it, too.
Oh, Sure, King.
Oh God, not again. If I said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Bennies and the news are not good bedfellows. Keep those flappy bits off my channel, Alex.
Much better. And you are? Oh, no.
Got to go. It isn't right and it isn't fair.
You tell him, girl. That's my wife, you know. Oh, no, you don't.
You can't mix pearls with swine. It isn't right. We used to have 3 horses sent into Bethel and Hunwell. And now what have we got? 2 mangy goats, 1 mongrel dog called Kenneth, and a rooster that won't bloody shut up!
Can we get this over quickly with, please?
As the actress said to the bishop. Oh, here we go again. Hello, Alfie Tadfadger. Pleased to meet you.
Stop them!
Oh, don't worry, love. I'll protect you. Oh,
You've got to blow what he knows.
You know, this reminds me of when I was in the 20s and we go to the promenade at Shining-on-Sea and watch all the pretty girls
Oh.
on the beach. Everything was black and white then. Of course, we'd visit the Penny Arcade and try to win a block of lard to take home to the family. You couldn't buy lard in those days. You had to win it. Oh, it was so much simpler back then. Boys were boys, girls were girls. Everyone else was recruited by the circuses. There were loads of them, you see, circuses, with their big tents and their candy floss. You'd hear the music, the pipe
Whoops.
drifting over the nearby fields. My mum used to call it the most magical sound in the world. This was before she lost her hearing after giving a particularly loud round of applause. Did you ever go to the circus?
What's that, Alfie?
The circus. Just the tea, Pet.
Well, that was an unexpected dose of naked nostalgia. Some people simply can't let go of
What?
the past.
What did they get?
That's why I look in joy and fervent admiration at the younger generation. So cohesive, such a team. And with fertility falling throughout the territories, we should value our fabulous new generation now more than ever. Our final winner tonight is a go-getter who really went and got 'em, helping to root out more than 170 Disrupt collaborators in his own neighbourhood. Since then, he's gone on to be a senior cohesion cadet leader and organised all of the entertainment at last year's Camp Cooperation. Our final winner tonight, Edwin Neverlay.
Okay, but if they did something like, yeah, it's Chris.
You should be in a transition centre, you old Prime Minister. It's an absolute pleasure to finally meet you. We're very similar, in my opinion.
Well, I've never been much of a role model.
Nonsense, Prime Minister.
You have saved this country. You have fought enemies foreign and domestic with an iron fist. As with my own tiny fists have I.
Well, let's open the envelope and find out what you've won. Maybe it'll be a fist enlargement.
A year's internship as a behaviour coach at Betterment. Let's show the fools where they went wrong, eh?
Well, actually, Betterment is about rehabilitation, Edwin.
Absolutely. And if they don't reintegrate, we retaliate. Just like you do on Liberation Day. Thank you.
You made a mistake.
And stay vigilant. Report to non-cohesives. Be a team player.
That concludes tonight's award.
She made a mistake.
Hopefully,
Or she did just right.
more normal. Back to you, Megan.
Prime Minister Salisbury there at a highly eventful team awards ceremony. Any thoughts on this week's winners, Stacey?
The nurse was fucking scary, the preteens were saggy, and that little prick will never lose his virginity.
Succinctly put there, if a little profane. After the break, we'll be going live to a star-studded premiere. You won't believe who's on the red carpet tonight. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back.
You might not want.
And we're out.
Oh, Alex, one other... What's that? You're off already? I know you had to take the day off work, Petunia, but... Oh, I see. No luck still with Theodore. I'm so sorry, darling. Of course. I'll speak to you later. Oh, Alex. Completely forgot what I was going to say. Blast it all. Still, I'm lucky to have her.
Tragic comic disaster.
Yeah, that. Sorry, I haven't been back in a while.
Reckon you got to know somewhere? Laughing.
Are you watching?
Are you receiving us?
Are you fucking with us?
Oh, right.
So she can...
God damn it. I have none of mine. What?
So, Patrick and Robin are just going to grab who they can and then get these generic links on your feed, glue it all together.
They do know I have a Queen's View degree in journalism.
Don't you wish you'd study something useful now, eh?
We'll just bring your daughter to work day. What a joke.
Where is our honoured guest?
Sitting around that boy band. Hot spot.
Heat Rash. Hotspot won it last year.
Heat Rash. Oh, God, they're running out of names, aren't they?
I'm hearing the computer comes up with them. Their songs too. Ah, there she is, and just in time too. That's 10 seconds, everybody.
What have you been up to?
What's it to you?
And we are going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. Stacey's still here.
Wishing she wasn't.
Thanks, Stacey. And in this segment, we're delighted to have sent Robin and Patrick to the movies. Yes, tonight is the world premiere of The Automated, starring Lawrence Blunderclatch and the late, great Helena Canterbury Boatshoe. And all the stars are out tonight. We first covered this film almost 5 years ago, back when it was called The Medicated. Then, for mysterious reasons, the film was suddenly pulled the night before its release. Well, since then, executive producer George Focus has spent 5 long years polishing the film and turning it into a special edition and premiering tonight. With extensive state-of-the-art visual effects and a top-quality voice team, George says it's the movie he always wanted to make. Now, let's take a look at it.
Wait.
I can't deconstruct it. I can't deconstruct it. Robots!
Is this a wig?
You think I don't grow that?
No, Dick, I'll kill you. Think of Saturn.
There's something on your face, Chief Harrison! I wish you were real, baby. Flesh and blood.
Captain Quasar.
But you're just ones and zeros, baby. If only I'd noticed.
Captain Quasar.
You rusted, but I didn't notice.
Captain.
I'm buffering, Chick, you said.
Got one on you.
God damn it, lost it all!
Here's a map.
What's a map? Okay, so head north on Interstellar Avenue, left at the asteroid belt, and a tricky three-point turn at Uranus. What are these symbols? This corner, this is the key.
Shut it down.
Yes, we could shut it down! But we have to ask ourselves, who are we?
You can see.
Gosh, thrilling stuff. What did you think, Stacey?
That was gay.
The robots were alright, I guess.
They certainly were. Let's go over to Robin Short now in Western Square, who I believe has got the star of the show. Robin!
You, shall we?
Yes, we are live from Western Square with a man who needs no introduction, Florence Blunderclatch. How has your evening been so far?
Magical. Absolutely magical. My most dear friends all gathered here to celebrate my work. One really couldn't ask for much more, could one?
Well, on that note, with award season just around the corner, are you
I
looking to
wonder.
add to your collection for a third time?
Well, I really couldn't say. But if the association deigned to honour me for a fourth time, so be it. It's really not for me to say. But let's just say that I know of 3 little gold men who are getting rather lonely.
Absolutely.
Because I've won 3. 3 little awards.
And each more deserved than the last. Well, it's safe to say that your career has gone supersonic in the last couple of years. How's that been?
Well, as I was saying to Stephen only yesterday, that's Stephen Spellman. The Stephen Spellman. Lovely chap. I mean, unbelievable mind. I said, Stephen, you know, this really has been quite the ride. Did you know what he said? He agreed with me.
Wow. And what do you attribute your success to?
Well, if we're talking actual numbers, I'd have to say 60% talent, 30% looks, and 10% passion, brackets general. Not to mention the incredible coverage on election night. That really was the start of it all. That and my own range of sick bags. Lawrence's Chundercatch.
Wow, who could forget? Well, it's been a delight talking to you, as always.
All right.
Thank you so much. Well, Patrick Bannon should be with Lil C for a conversation that doesn't involve vomit. Patrick?
Thank you, Robin. Let's hope not. I'm actually joined here by
Billy Bob Jean Short. And surely you recognize my youngest, pop sensation, Lil D. Her Lil C Colors album drops next week.
Actually, we weren't expecting Lil C.
God.
She's around. She's not been feeling very well. She's put me in charge.
Has she?
Well, the courts have. They gave me stewardship over her estate, her finances, and her internal soul. Praise Craglar!
Praise Craglar. Wow.
What's Craglar?
Is she coming just because we've got some questions for her?
Well, she might be along later, but as our legal and spiritual guardian, I'll be happy to answer any questions on her behalf.
And Lil D, was it? Well, you look great.
Oh, thank you. You know what? I feel great.
Well, who are you wearing?
I'm wearing Little C and you could be too.
Really?
Little C's new line launches tonight. This is one of my favourite looks. It's called...
Oh, what a unique name!
Hard to spell though.
But of course, Lil C is basically fashion royalty now with a veritable clothing empire to her name.
Yeah, well, the label's gone from strength to strength since our initial TV launch on this very show, actually.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So really, we have all you to thank for all this. You know, this hat cost more than my second jet. Feel that?
Yes, it's a nice hat.
Person.
And Fruits magazine has named me the youngest self-made success story ever.
And do you have any advice for anyone wanting to follow in your footsteps.
Absolutely. All you need to succeed on your own is your family's financial backing and pre-existing fame. It's not rocket science, people.
Oh, well, but in sadder news, am I right that Lil C is going to be retiring from music?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. I'm sure you can imagine. At 25, she's far too old for pop music now. She can't keep up with these young stars. So, her best of album is out now, and she's touring that later this year. And then her farewell tour the year after that. And that's her last chance to see her. So, until the reunion tour, and then the classic tour after that. But it's been a long and varied career, as you can imagine. She's very, very proud.
Oh, and if her health's bad, then maybe it's for the best.
What's wrong with her health? Oh, yes, her health. Her poor health. And it's surprisingly expensive treatments. Curse you, Zaytan! Damn your intergalactic justice!
Oh, yeah. Well, we better be letting you get back.
This reminds me of a fucking South Park parody.
Possibly at all. Billy Bob, Lil C, D, thank you so much for joining me. And
Well,
pass our
fucking-
best wishes to Lil C.
Who? Oh.
Now, it looks like Robin is with a music legend who actually is irreplaceable. Is that who I think it is, Robin?
It absolutely is, Patrick. Jesus, how are you?
Yeah, you know, I'm good. I'm great. No thanks to you, silencing me, silencing the truth.
Are you referring to your attempt to incite violence against the democratically elected leaders of this country on live TV?
How does he remember that?
Exactly. And instead of being held a visionary, my management and agent, they all dropped me.
Oh, no.
You can't break me when you didn't make me, you understand? See, I'm the voice. I'm the hope. You can lock
He's
me,
gonna get killed.
all the doctors, but only the moon.
We are currently heavily watched by the government.
You know, keep building, keep moving.
All because of
I'm
me.
actually working on a track right
It's
now.
my
Written,
fault.
Recorded, directed, all by myself.
Can we hear a bit of it?
Well, no.
I know I'd love to hear it, and I'm sure the people at home would love to as well.
Yeah, sure, of course. Give me the mic. Yo. The news tried to shut my mouth, but it won't be long until they go south. Cause my name's Big J and you can't stop me. See, no censorship can stop me. See, that's all I've got at the moment.
Did you just rhyme me with me?
No! Daddy promised this wouldn't happen again. You're supposed to clap and say, well done, Julian, well done.
Well done, Julian.
Thank you.
I wonder how it's that insane conspiracy theorist.
Ask people that question, and I'll walk away nicely.
Is it true that you're heir to a hotel chain?
What? Where did you hear that?
And that you're very much alive parents
La, la, la,
currently
la,
on the
la,
run
la,
for
la,
massive
la, la, la,
financial
la, la,
hoarding.
la.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you trying to censor me? Oh, Jay's us there, who really does seem to be going from strength to something. There are just so many stars here tonight, Megan. It really is the who's who of whatever here. I'm going to see if I can grab a moment with someone rather special. I hope you're not too jealous, Megan. Back to you.
Thanks, Robin. But I think Stacey and I are probably in quite enough trouble where we are. So, 3 big names there, Stacey.
Yeah, big names.
Any thoughts about them, maybe from your generation's perspective?
You won't like my opinions.
Go on, try me.
Well, Bumbanonk is so old he's like 1 week away from a transition centre, so who cares? And Lil C was cool when I was like 12 or something, but now she's just another fucking loony. And Jesus is a disrupt-loving wanker who should have died with the rest of them 3 years ago.
You're right.
You agree with me?
No, you're right, I don't like your opinions. But thankfully, we can go back to Patrick now, who has another familiar face to catch up with. Oh, Patrick, what's the atmosphere like there?
It's absolutely buzzing here, Megan. The anticipation is killing us. But a little birdie's told us that any moment now we should get a glimpse of someone incredibly popular with our viewers. a favourite destination for many of the fans. Yes, the Mayor of Bumley will be arriving
The Mayor of
literally
Bumley?
any second now. No sign of him yet, but as you can tell, the atmosphere here really is something else. Patrick Bannon, NNN, what's it been like since Bumley got so popular?
Well, it's been wonderful. The tourism numbers have exploded thanks to the marketing campaign. Investors have plowed millions
Well,
into the town. We've got more Bumley
at least
jobs, more
she isn't
Bumley
killing
involved.
anybody who disagrees with the government.
Of course,
She
not
is
all
killing
guns
the
are roses.
terrorists, I
It's impossible
guess.
to get a good look at the whole these days. The crowds are unbelievable. Who can blame them? It's a bloody marvellous hole.
And how have you found public service?
Well, to be frank with you, it's been the greatest honour of my life to serve the town that I love so dearly. From the banks of the graceful Taint to the quiet elegance of the vomit-soaked car park outside the 24-hour petrol station. It's been a privilege, a pleasure, a gift, and I can't thank the mayor enough for all he's done.
Let's talk to the mayor now. Excuse me,
Oh.
sir. Can you tell us a bit of what it's like to be elected to such a prestigious office? And do you have any words
Good
for
dog.
the legions of fans out there?
They elected a dog mayor.
But blistering honesty from the Right Honourable Peanut T. Fortescue.
Sounds
there.
about right.
And his PA.
A proclamation. Quickly, fetch a policy bag. Yes, sir. We'll get it ratified at once.
Well, there you have it, Megan. What an honour to literally see local government at work there. I'm still in shock. Back to you at the studio.
Thanks, Patrick. What a colourful interview there on what looks like an amazing night. They certainly know how to make an entrance, I hope. And the automated really does seem to have unstoppable written all over it, because despite Boris Hawsey in Hours magazine calling it Lawrence Blunderclatch's overly long suicide note, in a review which ends with the words, and he hasn't even had the decency to see it through, the film, which is free to all residents of the territories, has seen record pre-bookings and looks set to run for months and months. But let's go back to those lucky few seeing it tonight. Oh, I'm so jealous. Robin, you seen anything unusual there?
Thanks, Megan. Well, will you settle for the territory's most eligible bachelor? 5 years ago, Steve Saxon was an unknown. Then a series of incredible performances in acclaimed productions from Hamlet's Jam to the curious rise of Algernon Ding Dong made him the most wanted man in drama. He's been voted sexiest man under 25 for 3 successive years. Now, let's see if he'll talk to the NNN. Excuse me, Mr. Saxon. Steve, have you got a moment to spare to talk to the NNN?
Oh, hi, the NNN. You know, your show gave me my first chance at an audience. The Raw Me, Steve 1.0.
I remember. Even then, everyone could see there was something so special about you. The whole thing is burned into my mind.
A moment is the very least I can give your amazing viewers in return.
Not that we're actually going anywhere. Where is she?
Are you going to introduce us to your date?
But of course, this
I'm
is...
Charlotte Winstanley Dash Hamilton. I was in Hey Friendship too. You know, that scene you burned into
Who are
your
these two?
mind. I was in that.
No. Sorry. Don't remember you at all. Are you sure you were in that?
Yes, I was the pretty one. Tell her, Steve.
Looks are really important.
Well, if you say so, Steve. So, it's been a big year for you. I believe you've been tackling the Bard.
Yeah, so I've been working with an enfant terrible called Quentin Suckerpunch. We've been doing all the Shakespeares.
Crikey, all of them.
Yeah, so we shoot one a week. I play all the parts, so I learn them at the weekend, and then we shoot them naked in his steam room. The lighting in there is really good.
Sorry, did you say naked?
Yeah, well, he is. I'm in a variety of hats. It's an old
nice.
tradition.
I had a single out. It was called Look at Me.
And you did that advert, didn't you, babe?
Is that your dental floss?
And the sex tape, of course.
Steve! I don't like to talk about that. Although apparently it's available for $11.99 everywhere. Just ask your newsagent.
So, what is your favourite Shakespeare play then, Steve?
Ooh, I the wordy one.
It's starting soon. I'm going to miss the trailers, and we haven't even got any popcorn yet.
She'll be here.
Oh, I'm sorry I'm late, guys. What took you so long?
There was an injured pigeon. I'll explain on the way in.
Now, of course, I remember you from that legendary first appearance.
Really? Her too?
You were such a serious little thing. You had that horrible sister.
Yes, that was me. I'm the horrible sister.
Don't be so hard on yourself, babe. Looks are really important.
Thanks, Steve.
Looks are really important.
What have you been up to, Harriet?
Actually, last year I was overseas bringing art to the starving children from outside the territories. They may not have food, but they can still have Canada.
Good for you.
And now I'm in an experimental physical theatre piece about the existential angst of Wicca.
Amazing. So artsy.
We do it above a pub on Thursdays.
I was also the girl who got murdered in the bath in Night Slasher 3.
Haven't seen it.
But she was brilliant.
Thanks, Steve.
Fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve.
Shah, I think it's starting soon and I really need a thing.
Hold up.
Oh my god, you need the loo now. We're going to completely miss the trailers. You were so selfish. Sorry.
We've got to go.
Oh, of course. Thank
I
you
need to
so
get
much
fat.
for talking with us, and
God, this is so long.
Love the NNN.
I love you guys. Stop showing
It's only 3 minutes left.
God, Megan, I can't believe that. Steve Saxon, Harriet Winstanley-Hamilton, and
I'm probably going to be swapping back to stage 1.
I'm honest, I think I've just come. Back to you, Megan.
Whoa.
Robin, lucky you, and enjoy the movie.
Robin.
The Automated opens in cinemas across the territories this weekend. What a star-studded event, hey Stacey?
Who cares?
Yeah, who
Goes to
cares?
the cinema these days.
Of course. We'll be back.
Of
after these
course.
messages. I still go to the cinema.
You should get yourself a video recorder, like the one at the home.
Oh yeah, I've got a video recorder. It's just not the same, is it?
You're right, it's better. No unevens chatting and chewing all the way through.
Oh, what about a kiss and cuddle on the back row? Doesn't that happen anymore?
In public? What's wrong with you?
Nothing. Nothing's wrong with me.
Feeling better?
Alright, you are. I've got to get set up for heat rash. I think Ronnie's on something.
I know he is. It was on his rider. Apparently it's medicinal.
Ronnie's always high. Give him orange juice.
God, she speaks.
He's a stupid cunt.
What?
Just like that you wish you wouldn't.
Mid.
We seem to be a bit bunched up at Send.
Oh, don't worry. It's so cold.
It's what now?
It's
Oh, here's Megan. She's going to be interviewing you.
Hello. Hi.
This is her. This is Stacey.
Well, hello there, Stacey.
Fuck off, Ronnie.
Right. No, I'm sorry, but if we can't be polite, you're going to have to wait in the dressing room.
Whatever.
Do you want to go and wait in the dressing room? Hmm?
No.
No what?
No. Thank you.
Okay. And sit up straight. You're ruining my shot.
That's 10 seconds, everybody.
no cold.
Fucking right, Noko.
What's that? What's no?
Bring in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. For our final segment
Oh,
tonight,
boy.
Stacey and I are delighted to be joined by Heat Rash. Their new album, Girls and Why We Love Them All, comes out this weekend. So, let me see if I can get this right. It's Nolan,
I write the songs.
Ronnie.
That's what it says on my tattoo.
Oh, you've got a tattoo of your name on yourself. Okay.
In case he forgets it.
This raconteur, you must be Chinny.
Sup?
Why do they call you Chinny?
It's because of this ugly old thing.
I don't know what you mean.
God, you're so fucking embarrassing.
Dale. Crikey, Dale, you do not look old enough to be in a band.
I get that a lot. I'm actually 23, the oldest one.
Well.
I have a growth disorder.
God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that.
It's so cold, PT.
It's only messing with you.
He's actually 58.
Okay, right, I see. You're going to be a handful, aren't you, boys?
Mum. Gross.
And you must be TP. What does TP stand for?
Tiny prick.
It stands for...
How does prick a swear?
I see. How long have you had that nickname?
Ever since Nolan decided Terry Pronos was a shit name for a member of a boy band.
No co, Ronnie. Yeah, no co, Ronnie.
sorry, what does NOCO mean?
Ah, it's the opposite of SoCo.
Ah.
Fuck's sake. SoCo. Yeah. So cohesive.
That's
you
stupid.
preties say cool.
Right, okay, thank you, Stacey.
Sorry about her.
Not your fault. She's uneven.
So you guys met through a popular show on one of
That's
our
fucking
rival
gay.
channels, didn't you?
Yeah, team players with a Z.
So how did that work then?
Well, actually, Dell and I knew each other from school. We were actually classmates. And
Fuck's sake, Nolan, mate. Give someone else a chance. We all went on team players. We all auditioned. The judges put us into bands. And, yeah, we went to their houses and they just put us into bands.
it's an example of how we're greater than the sum of our parts when we work in harmony.
And occasionally singing it.
So every week on the show, they get these bands and they give them a song that the producer just found from under the bin somewhere.
Actually, I write the song.
And the public would phone in and decide which song they like best.
Right, and then the losers would be eliminated. Yeah.
Mum.
NOCO. Pretty, so NOCO.
The band who get the most approval get to play their song again.
Sure. So what happens to the losers then?
Mum.
What do I keep doing wrong?
We don't use the L word anymore.
You mean losers?
Would you please stop saying that?
That word is a pejorative. It's a word designed to diminish. At Go Getters, I learned very early that we only win when everybody wins.
Sorry, that's not real life, is it? That's just sports board, no?
Thought you were SoCo.
Yeah, I am SoCo.
Nah, you're a shrinker. Can't be friends with shrinkers.
She doesn't know what you're talking about. She doesn't understand.
So I do understand, actually, Stacey.
What's a shrinker?
Well, a shrinker.
What's
is...
a preety, Mum?
Well, I think it means someone who's older, doesn't it?
Pre-territories.
It's someone who turned 18 before the new future. We call you preties.
Unevens.
Mimis. Nonks.
It's not her fault she's old. She can't help it.
I'm not that old.
I'm trying to help you here.
I don't think I need your help.
See? Total Mimi.
Is that so?
Yes, obviously.
Bro! What is going on here? This was a mistake.
The real problem with you lot is you just can't get over the fact that your beloved Disrupt are gone and you just don't fit in anymore. But the truth is, Disrupt were violent, NOCO, bricks being led by a fucking psycho. I'm glad they lost, and you should be too.
Listen, not everyone over 30 supported Disrupt, Stacey.
Not everyone, no, but one fuck-off lot of you did.
SoCo, Stacey. SoCo.
We've all learned maybe a little bit more than we expected to there. I'm genuinely delighted to have met Heat Rash. And before we end the show tonight, I think you're going to sing for us, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. We're going to sing a song from Girls and Why We Love Them All called Pieces of My Heart, which is about a real relationship I have with an actual girl.
Oh, Nolan, give it a rest, mate. No one cares. Go on, let's get on these stools.
Womp womp.
Right.
So, Stacey, can I get your contact?
Oh, she's 15. Go on, piss off and sing your song, Terry. Christ.
Right you are.
So, here they are with their latest single, Pieces of My Heart. Are you excited, Stacey?
Not for me, no. I only listen to blip music and a bit of jizzcore.
Interesting.
Pop music is...
Ah, yes, I know I meant to mention this earlier. Apparently, these newfangled boy bands change singer all the bloody time. Try and follow along, eh? Keep the shot on whoever is currently singing the lead vocal.
I saw you standing by the menu center with a brand new pair of Lakers, baby. Do you remember? You took the first of the pieces of my heart. We wandered into a bush and of vodka and stag. Took our assets and our wealth and drew them out of the bag. I gave you little pieces this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington's fist. I take all of the love that didn't last and leave them in the uneven past. Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cry. As my old man used to say, you blow me away. I just want you to stay. I don't want you to pay. You make me crazier than Neil today. On Liberation Night, girl, I was sitting beside you. We sat there shaking all the way through incisors. We held each other as things fell apart. We took a train through all the territories and we threw away the rules and wrote our personal stories.
Huh?
You took a dozen pieces of my heart. I didn't know the life could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington's fist. I take all of the loves that didn't last. I leave them there, the uneven past. Share the new future as my bride. Snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times you have cried. As my old man used to say, blow me away. I just want you to stay.
I cannot get a beat. I cannot get it.
You make me crazier than Neil. Make me crazier than Neil today. And now I'm staring at your membership card. There's your picture beaming brighter than a handful of flaws. I'm trying to find the pieces of my heart and leave them in the uneven parts. Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cry. As my old man used to say, you blow me away. I just want you to stay. I just want you to play. You make me crazier than Neil. Crazier than Neil. Crazier than Neil today.
Wow. Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Ukash.
That was horrible. I hated that.
That was actually really good.
I also hated having to play
Best
for
of luck.
that.
Thank you for coming in. Now it's almost time for final thoughts tonight. And I've actually asked Stacey to write a few, and they're just being programmed onto the auto cue now. Now, I have no idea what she's going to say. So, fingers on that bleep button in the broadcast room, just in case.
Got it. Thank you for warning me.
Take it away, Stacey.
My name is Stacey. I guess you know that by now. Don't know why I put that in there. Anyway. I don't watch the news. There's no need. You hear all the important stuff from your mates, so I don't know what's considered important.
Your mates
anymore.
watch the news.
But I'm pretty sure that it's not rehashed movies and fucking boy bands, so... Anyway. I'm going to talk about what's important to me. When Advance were first elected, 6 years ago, I was 9, and in a home. Not a family home, like you call a home. This was a state children's home. It was fucking awful, actually. It was like a Charles Dickens book. The roof leaked and the walls were damp some mornings. The food was bad. Drugs and alcohol were everywhere. No one cared. You had to watch your back all the time because there weren't enough staff to manage us. And yes, as you'd imagine, there was a lot of some bad stuff went down there with some of the staff. Okay. Not all of them, but the others knew, and they didn't stop it. And then Advance won the election. And like a miracle, things started to change. They got better. We had nicer food. The home was not just repaired, but redecorated and kitted out with books and sports stuff and musical instruments and video games. Most of the staff were fired, and the new ones, which there were more of, spent time talking and working with the bullies. And you know what? A second miracle. It worked. The bullying stopped. Life, my life, got better. Because finally, there was enough money to do the good things, and Advance had the guts to do it. I joined Go Getters, and on Liberation Night, that gave me a group of friends that I could talk with when the bombs went off and the power went out. Another miracle. I wasn't alone anymore. And that was the night I finally understood the importance of being in a team.
It's a good thing she's happy.
So here's my final thought. I know the people who were doing better under the old system long to go back. You say, we were freer. But what you mean is, we were richer. But for every one of you, there is 100 of me. And even now, after all you've had taken away, you are still doing better than I am, than I likely ever will. You still have homes of your own and families of your own who love you. And I'll never have that. So maybe you should stop looking for the worst interpretation of everything this amazing government does and realise it's not for you. It's for the millions like me. And you can cry and bleat all you want, but you're never going to get your money back because it's already been spent on miracles.
Wow, thank you.
Stand by. Stand by.
Let's keep making tomorrow better.
And we're out.
Is that all right? Yes. Yes, that was more than all right.
Nicely done. I think you might have actually given them something to think about.
So I guess you're going to be taking me back to the home now then?
I was thinking we could go out somewhere and, I don't know, have a meal, talk about our options, if that's okay.
Of course, Miss Wolf. Security will be standing by.
So they're
What
always
security?
there then?
There was a thing a few years ago now.
Oh, with that Jeremy bloke? I heard about that, everyone did. Were you here back then? Doesn't look old enough.
She's growing on me.
Yeah, she does that.
Ugh. I mean, it's not like I had a choice, really. It's a good thing she's happy. I mean, I lost my kids, both of them, to a nuke. They got nuked. One of them was working with the government. The other one wanted to go on vacation. I can do that. Is Bossman asking too much of me? Huh? You got the day off. Money isn't everything, I guess. was no different. Charlie was only 8 when his grandfather died. This is my fault. Wait. Shit. Shit. Well, my son's not dead, but... Okay, I gravely misunderstood that, but my brother's dead. So I've killed my brother, and my daughter died just wanting to see the world. Then my mother died just visiting. Or died because I couldn't do anything.
Right. Let's try and get through this last one, Alex. For old time's sake. I know Advance have allowed your equipment to fall into disrepair. It's all gone wrong since they took over. Not that the alternative was any better. Those dangerous bloody psychopaths at Disrupt. Still, the show must go on. One more time at least. Quick point before you start. We're still having a few problems with the machinery. Locking buttons, screens flickering on and off, sparks and the like. I'm sure you'll manage without issue. Oh, and don't forget, you've got free reign of the SFX buttons these days. Make the most of it.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay.
How old are you then, Cole? Okay, here we go. Big smiles.
God fucking damn it. I can already see how that's going. Free booze. Call of Resistance. What the fuck happened in my Discord server? A Discord server made by a friend is now interesting. For banning Pornhub? What? Interesting. Well, I will be right back. I need to use the restroom anyways. God, life is weird, and so is this game. The Discord server is also fucking weird, considering that, like, why the fuck are they talking about that shit? And why the fuck did the banner turn into an anime banner? When did they even get a banner? The server has been boosted for a while. God, this is weird. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. But the game is long. Like, hold on, how long is this game? Should I... Like, how much more do I have left? Let me quickly search something up. About... It's predicted to be about 8 hours long. I'll finish it.
She gained a year. I celebrated 44 last year.
Alright.
Brilliant.
You're 44. I'm going in 5, 4,
Oh.
3.
Good evening and welcome.
Spice it up with some audience responses, Alex.
I'm Megan, and I'm joined, as always, by the inimitable Robin and Patrick. How are we?
Well, we have got so much going on tonight. I'm excited.
I'd say I'm about a 12.
Okay, but...
On the excitement scale.
Yeah, exactly. We have got so much SoCo stuff coming up.
We sure do. Celebrity chef
Hey.
Brankley, who will be cooking up a storm.
We'll be announcing the winners of our big competition, Visions of the Future.
And we'll be joined by a very special guest for a game of Wheel of Truth. And I'll even be showing you how to make your own Leaders' Day gifts. We've got all of that and so much more tonight on The Nightly Show.
With SFX, less is more, Alex.
The fight is not over. We have grieved our loss, and we have hardened our hearts. We have lived with death, and we no longer share. There is no price too great for liberty. I can be silenced, but your thoughts cannot. And each day, just like before, we gain hearts and minds. Because the truth is like that. Irresistible. We're back. And we're only getting started.
Right, let's have some applause on the way into the next section.
Paces by Chef Jordan Rankley. But first, we know you love them, so Robin's going to give us an update on our lovely Nightly Show pets in Pet Corner.
Fine, suit yourself.
Well, Megan, first up we have our hamster, Lord Cheeks.
I did a
With
Blaze!
the scientific name Adipem stultus, and he lives here with us in this cage. Hamsters love hoarding, and they actually have special pouches in their cheeks for storing food. He loves carrots, apples, and chewing tobacco. Now, hamsters are nocturnal, so we'll do our best not to wake him up. But let's just see if we can... Well, the door has been left open. It looks as though Lord Cheeks has actually gone for a little wander. But I'm sure he will be around here somewhere. In the meantime, let's say hello to our tortoise. Now, after last month's viewer vote, she is now, of course, called Slow Barbara. And don't panic, even though it is December, Babs here doesn't actually hibernate. Let's say hello. Oh, she's sleeping. Oh, Babs. Oh. Those are our Nightly Show pets, Megan, both alive and well. Back to you.
Are you taking the piss now?
We'll check in on them, or some very similar animals, at the same time tomorrow. Now then, I hope you're hungry, because if not, you're about to be. Patrick Bannon is with Chef Jordan Rankley.
I'm just dropped in with this.
Delicious apple pie. It's time to go.
Did she just toss it?
That's right, and I'm joined here by Chef Jordan Rankley. Welcome to the Nightly Show kitchen. How does it compare to the kitchens you're used to?
I love the colours. It's vibrant. It's fresh. It's a shame about all the arseholes. Yes?
Sorry?
What?
So, you own 6 restaurants. You've been awarded 9 Ballon Massifs across your career, and you've worked alongside the best chefs in the world. Tonight you've got me. Oh, are you worried?
Am I fucking worried? Are you worried? Are you fucking worried?
Yes. So, what are we making today, Chef?
So, we've got a family over for Leaders' Day. They're hungry. We're going to make them a delicious apple pie.
Ooh, lovely.
It's got sweetness. It's got the acidity of the fruit, and then get the richness of that pastry. Incredible.
Wow, okay, so where do we start?
So we're going to start by making our filling. It's
So we've got about 1 kilogram of fresh cooking apples here. Fucking beautiful. And we're gonna slice these up perfectly. And then straight into the pan.
Your new show, Demon Kitchen Heart Eater, starts on Friday here on Channel 1. So, tell us about that.
So, teams of young chefs come into my kitchen, and one by one I destroy them emotionally. And if there's time, I teach them some basic knife skills. Fuck me, Patrick. What are you doing?
What?
Shit. Is that how you cut? Fuck, you'll lose a fucking finger.
Oh, don't worry, I've got spares. Right, so once we've done that, we set these aside whilst we make the pastry. Yeah?
Yep. Bowl. Yeah? Okay. Sugar. Butter. We mix that together, and then a whole egg. What are you doing, you fucking donkey? Are your brains the size of that fucking egg?
Oh, no, chef.
No. Shit. Right. Mix that with a wooden spoon and work in that flour, okay? Work that into a nice ball of dough, just like that.
So, what does the notoriously fierce Jordan Rankley do to unwind?
Shit in bed.
Yeah.
What's that? What is that?
Well, it's a bit lumpy.
Lumpy? It could fucking pass for a sack of sparks. Touch that. Touch it. Yeah? Pathetic. That goes into chill. Now, we're mixing our filling.
Huh?
Okay. Apples, sugar, cinnamon.
So, you own 6 restaurants across 5 territories. Which is your favourite?
Are you mixing that or fucking it?
What?
Are you going to light a candle? Take it out to dinner? Fucking mix it for fuck's sake. Right, now we're rolling out 2/3 of our pastry. Bit of flour into the dish.
And the filling goes next, right?
Absolutely right.
Right.
Do you remember how it feels to be informed? To feel connected to what has happened in the world?
Rolling that into the ground.
Do you remember Jeremy Donaldson? Because I do. I remember how he died. And now I watch this excuse of a program and I realize he was 100% right. Disrupt's first martyr died protecting this show. If you could see it now, what might you call it?
And then brushing the whole thing with a beaten egg.
Lovely. Okay. Egg. Ta-da! What do you think?
Oh my god. You, come here, you. That's a disgrace. I'd rather jam my eyeballs up my fucking arse than look at that. I'd rather use my tongue to tie my shoes after a fucking shit-kicking contest, do you understand?
Then it goes in the oven for 45 minutes.
Oh, put your fucking head in the oven while you're at it. Useless. You, come here, you. You're the worst fucking thing to happen to food since cyanide. Do you know that? I tell you what. Fuck off. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck off.
Yes, okay, well, while I do that, let's go now to Megan and Robin, who will be announcing the winners of our competition, Visions of the Future.
I think you might be using those sound effects a little too much there.
Okay, I'll slow down. Jesus Christ.
If you want to follow along at home, then make sure you write in with a stamped addressed envelope and we'll send you the fact sheet. So, Robin, look at all these amazing entries.
I was just introduced to this.
Yes, we challenged you to show us your predictions of the future, and we were just inundated with entries, weren't we, Megan? From wacky inventions to global problem solving, they are all amazing, and we had the best time looking through each one.
It was so tough narrowing it all down, so we have some amazing runners-up. In 3rd place, drumroll please, we have Hamish, who's 3 from Lunwelly. He calls this Still Life and the Future of God, and it really blew us away. Just look at the line work here, and I can really feel every passionate stroke of the brush.
If you look here, you'll see a beautifully rendered, what I thought at first was a smiley face or perhaps a cat. But I think if you really look, you'll see it's actually a representation of the seeming futility of death through the eyes of the living.
Indeed.
What?
I've also chosen to just leave a lot of it blank, which I think is really interesting. If you know
focusing on the negative space rather than the
They're
itself. Stunning, absolutely stunning, and such talent from one so young, Megan. But next up we have our second place entry. So in second, drum roll please, we have Keith, 41 from Dungleys. Keith, we were sort of aimless towards our younger viewers, but still, he has sent in his idea of the future, which he's calling Ravaged Earth.
Indeed, he says in his really rather detailed notes, deprived of basic resources, society will resort to a brutal system of weekly battles to the death, where only the victor may breed. He also says at the bottom here, either that or about the same, but maybe a bit worse.
I really love his attention to detail. You can see the sort of gladiatorial arena, and then what I can only assume is Keith himself pulling off this chap's head and shouting, "Come back to me, Linda!" Oh, Keith. Maybe if you spent more time outdoors and less time entering children's competitions, she might not have left.
Hey.
And finally, of course, it's time to reveal our winner. All our runners-up will receive a day out at an inflatable Happy Land on an industrial estate just off the A40. Sorry about that, Keith. But our lucky winner will win the chance to spend the day at the Department of Change to see how our teammates are actually making the new feature a reality. And the winner
Shut
is-
up.
Drum roll, please.
I'll help you with that. I'll help you with that.
I've spent my whole life searching for truths. Sometimes I've found them. Other times I've not been so lucky. I used to rant about belief juice.
I lost two of my family members. I may have been wrong about one of them being my son, but they were my brother.
It's not in the water.
I lost my brother and daughter.
In this screen. In this show. This is your belief juice. You drink it nightly. Through your eyes, and it makes you stupid and asleep.
Dance, getting involved in the party, aren't they? This one seems to have gone a bit haywire. What I can only assume is an ominous sign of things.
Well, if our winners have
God.
inspired you to make some artwork of your own, do keep sending them in, and yours could be displayed in our gallery here.
Well done again to everyone who took part. We're going to take a break now, but when we come back, we'll be playing the Wheel of Truth and making some lovely homemade gifts. Don't go away. We'll be back after this.
Right. What I can tell, the machine's getting a bit worse for wear there, Alex. I expect your kids will be going downhill a bit more in this next segment, so be careful. Don't take any unnecessary risks. To be honest, I handed in my notice this morning. So long as it finishes, the rest doesn't really matter anymore.
That's fair. That's fair. Shit. God, I am doing garbage. What territory would I be in?
No rainbows in sight over territories 3 and 4, as a Category 2 storm warning means we advise our residents to spend their Leaders' Weekend indoors. Though we're sure the happy parents of the 12 new children in Territory 3 will be thanking their lucky stars for an excuse to stay home. Though, of course, not stars, more of a hot air, cold air thing.
Frank, this is my last one anyways.
This front of warm smiles heads across
It's playing havoc with the sound.
It's bad out there. We're being stretched again.
I have to use a high-pass filter.
It's a revolution, Colin.
Well, can you ask them to keep it down a bit?
Jenny, where's Glyn? Can we get him out here? I'm not sure about this grandma one.
She's writing with our other guests at the moment.
I just wouldn't say grandma. Yes, grandmother's arsehole. It's much better.
Okay, everyone, if I could have your attention, please. Sarah just needs a word.
Apparently there's been some sort of disturbance near the studio. Now, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about, but I wanted to let you know that I've asked for extra security, and they're already on their way.
Okay, 10 seconds.
Uh-oh.
Positions and pose.
Okay, this time you've said it.
Laughing, and we're going in 5, 4, 3.
Don't forget the SFX buttons.
Michelle, I'm sorry, we were just saying we can't wait to taste Patrick's pie. I don't know, I think I could wait.
Well, here it is, fresh out the oven.
Well, it does look amazing. Jordan, how did our Patrick do?
Well, let's just say that pie's got more crust than my grandmother's arsehole.
Well, thank you for that. Well, come on, try it. Dig in. Okay. Whew.
Oh my god. Oh lord. Oh, that's really something, Patrick. That's delicious. But now you better go and get ready for that next feature. Every night we play a game of Wheel of Truth with our celebrity guests. But I know what you're thinking. Megan, we've only got one celeb guest. Well observed, viewers, well observed. Well then, I better bring her out. Should I? The surprise guest? What do you think? Here she is, best-selling author, lawyer and thinker. I mean, she's only the blooming team leader. It's Julia Salisbury.
Prime Minister Julia Salisbury.
Oh, welcome, Julia. Darling. Oh, so good to see you.
Oh, Megan, you look incredible.
Stop it. I was just about to say the same thing. Now, don't get too comfortable. It's time to head over to Robin and Patrick as we play Wheel of Truth.
A bit more audience reaction would be nice, Alex.
Hold on, just let me.
That's right. It's that part of the show where we pit our celebs against each other to see if we can break them.
That's right, Robin. They're going to spin the wheel to pick a round, and it could be anything from box of flies to slap my face. They really have no idea what's in store.
So, up first, we have Jordan. Let's give it a spin.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay, let's see what you've landed on. Okay, it's fact or fib. Jordan, is it true that you've been known to order takeaway for a dinner party and pass it off as your own cooking?
It's one fucking time. One time.
Well, I think if that pie was anything to go by, you did them a favour.
Not so fast there, Julia. Fact or fib? We've heard you've got a very interesting way of saving time during the laundry.
Oh my god!
Go on, why don't you tell us about it?
You absolutely... No, I can't. Okay,
Still alone. It's early morning as I record this. Maybe you'll see this tonight, or next week, or never. It takes a lot to even get these on the air, and many small acts of rebellion. But don't worry. The fact that you can secure Tuesday, he's never alone.
I can't wait! No! Honestly, raise my taxes. We're clearly not paying you enough.
Come to my dressing room after the show. We'll sort you out.
Are you blushing, Patrick? Is all this talk of bras embarrassing you?
I'm not blushing. Come on then, you, Julia. Spin the bloody wheel.
Let's do it.
These cameramen are very inexperienced.
Okay, here we go. It's Guess That Face. I'm going to show you a picture and you simply have to guess that face. Okay, you ready? Here we go. Julia. Oh, who's that?
Oh my god! Is that you? Yes! Look, it was a very difficult time fashion-wise.
That hairdo is fucking hilarious.
No, don't. I think it's sweet.
The mullet is as popular now as it's ever been.
Oh, well, don't get too ahead of yourself there. Jordan. Who?
Oh.
Is this? Does that look familiar at all?
Wow! I thought I was getting fashion advice from someone who managed to make 7 look like 85.
Hell. Where did you find that monstrosity? I look like I'm haunting the fucking place.
Right. We've got to move on. Jordan, let's have another spin.
It's my go time. You guys go on. Sorry, I'm so keen.
Well, you're in for a treat.
Yeah.
It's fact or fish. Okay. If you look under your podiums, you will find a lovely fish smoothie. Now, I'm going to ask you both a question, and all you have to do is answer it honestly, or else you'll have to drink the smoothie. Okay? Okay. Are you ready for the question? Yes. Here we go.
Yeah.
Fish. Smoothie. Okay. If you look under your podiums, you will find a lovely fish smoothie. Now, I'm going to ask you both a question, and all you have to do is answer it honestly, or else you'll have to drink the smoothie. Okay? Are you ready for the question? Yes. Here we go. Which of your esteemed hosts is the more talented one? Oh, what a cop out!
How is it? How is it?
Fucking putrid. Oh, we made it extra fishy.
I need my fucking mouth. Do you know how much these taste buds are worth?
Well, we've got time for one more quick spin, so go, Julia, go!
Julia, take a look in that box under your desk there. I think Lord Cheeks is trying to get in on the game. Bless him.
Julia, what have you got in that box? It's not cheese, is it? Cheese! It's not cheese!
Juggling balls? What am I supposed to do with these?
Well, give it a go for us.
But I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing.
Come on.
Yes, let's all dance to a tune. Dance, puppets, dance.
She's doing it. She's fucking doing it.
What? What?
Wow, that was so impressive. I have to say, unexpected.
Who's leaving?
That was our game of Wheel of Truth, and my God, wasn't that fun?
Okay, it really was, wasn't it? But now it's time to head over to Megan in Crafty Corner.
With SFX, less is more, Alex.
That's right, you
Shut
join
up.
me in Crafty Corner, where today I'm going to be ably assisted by Julia. Come on over
Shut up,
here.
I got this.
I don't know how you're keeping your dinner down. I can still smell that fish.
Well, to be honest, I've had worse. I used to eat at Peter Clement's house.
Oh, well, I hope you've got your artsy hat on, because today we're going to be making something very close to my heart. It's our little studio. Look at that. Isn't it adorable? All of us there on the sofa.
Wow.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Oh, is that all you in there? Yeah, it is. If we can just get a little zoom in, there we are. Oh, I don't know about you, Julia, but I always leave my holiday shopping to the last minute.
Oh, every year. I do it every year.
Well, luckily these make amazing gifts. Shall we get cracking?
Oh, yes, please.
We're going to start with a shoe box here. And Julia, that's it. Grab those scissors. I just want you to get rid of this front panel here.
Perfect. Will do.
Are you big celebrators in your house, Julia?
Oh, yes. No, in my house we show our love through food, like big dinners, loads of drinks.
Absolutely right. That's the best bit about any holiday. It's all that food.
This bit as well.
Absolutely right. Cutting along the line there. Do be careful with the scissors at home. Make sure you're being supervised.
It's a bit
if you
tough.
are a child. There we go. Fabulous.
There we go.
Okay, so it's going to look a little something like this, and I've got one here I made earlier. We painted it with a bit of poster paint, white to match our lovely curtains here in the studio, but you can obviously have whichever backdrop you like.
Like a nice shiny gold number.
Well, exactly right. So we're going to make bits of our set now to put in the studio, perhaps a little desk. So I'm just going to grab this piece of card. I just got it from a little cereal box packet. I think I'll give you this one, Julia. Shall I?
Thank you
There
so
you
much.
go. And all you need to do is cut along the lines there. Fabulous. So what's the best part of any Leaders' Day dinner, do you reckon?
I don't even have to think about it. Really? I love the 3 potato pie.
3 potato pie? I don't know that one.
You know, with the chips covered in the mash or wrapped up in a jacket potato. Is that just me that does that? I don't know, but that sounds starchy.
Well done, Julia. So now she's folding over a little bit there. What it's going to look like at the end is this little rectangular shape there. And we're going to pop it in the middle. Bit of sticky tape on the back there so it sticks down. Now we need a sofa. That's what we need next. We're going to make that out of a lovely paper cup.
Knocking everything over.
Knocking it all over.
I got one though, Megan.
Good, fantastic. You're just going to cut along the line here, down the middle. Exactly right. Then when you've done that, around the bottom and again around the top. Well done. When you're done,
there we go.
It's going to look a little something like this. And look what I've done there. I've stuck some felt down.
Nice and comfortable sofas.
Yes, can't have our tiny Megan having an uncomfortable sofa, can we?
Absolutely not.
She'll be on the phone to her tiny agent and getting someone tiny fired.
Yeah. Well, there's only one thing missing, isn't there, Julia? What is that?
Higher caliber of guests.
Nearly, it's people. So all we've done to make our little people is we've stuck a cocktail stick into a bottle. We just need a face for that now. I've got a good one here. I know it well.
It's not
It's me. I'm going to stick it down there. A little bit of sticky tape. Oh, my felt's going everywhere. There we go. Oh, I'm a bit lonely. Let's take Robin and Patrick over. Sitting down on the couch over there.
There you go. And well, I'll make myself just comfortable, just there. Yeah, there we go.
And these, of course, are all made and cut out of our favourite newspapers or magazines. So you can have any guests you like. Julia, is there anyone else you'd like in the studio?
Oh, yes. Well, I'm going to be playing Wheel of Truth with Ronnie from Heatrash.
Nice.
Yes, but that way. Yes, he's going to be teaching me choreography, and I'll be teaching him foreign policy.
And of course, you can decorate them however you want. Perhaps you're a bit, I don't know, nostalgic for the old look of our studio. We've got the blue studio down there. Or even a bit of retro red. I've got Sheila Quickstep being interviewed there by... sorry, that's not supposed to be...
Oh, well, we're out of time,
Oh.
Megan. It's time for a break. When we come back, I'll be on the couch of chat talking to some of you, and I just cannot wait. We'll be back after these messages.
Okay, before we suffer through the last... What's that? Seems to be a little kerfuffle in the corridor. One moment.
In control.
We have never been closer.
You do remember.
Healthier. The team has never been stronger.
Huh?
Should we be worried? We've got the Prime Minister here.
It's good that she's here. She's the reason for the extra security.
Are we going to need it?
Possibly. They're back.
It's not very reassuring.
I know. Good thing I'm not your mum, right?
But we see them moving among us.
Among Us? Ah! I just... Oh god, I'm scared. I'm actually scared for myself. I had that on the whole goddamn time. Fuck.
They want more than their fair share.
They put themselves before the team.
In a disrupt world, they would decide what women do with their bodies.
They would decide what kinds of relationships are natural.
They would exploit the vulnerable for personal gain.
Wait, what relationship isn't natural? Wait, is there a natural...
They see themselves and their narrow view of life as the default, as the status quo.
It's bad, Mum. Not like before, but so much more than we were expecting. And they're better organised this time. Like someone experienced is running things.
Well, we stopped them before. We can do it again. Thank you, Sarah.
One more thing, Mum. Apparently there's chatter about you. I've requested backup, but well, we're stretched pretty thin, Mum.
I receive death threats like other people receive post. I've learned to take it all with a pinch of salt.
Of course, Mum.
Thank you, Sarah.
That sounded deeply worrying.
Oh, you get used to it. I have.
We don't have to.
Why didn't Bozeman tell you?
Tell us what?
Oh, I'm sure he'll tell you when the time's right. Forget I said anything.
Going in 10 seconds.
We're getting shot.
Oh, no, that's just how she shows love.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the nightly show where it's time to get a little intimate with the Prime Minister on the couch of chat. Prime Minister, it's great to still have you with us.
Thanks, Megan. Although maybe now's the right time to tell you that you're going to be seeing an awful lot more of me.
Oh, why is that?
Well, I am delighted to announce that starting next week, I will be the new...
Miss Salisbury, could you get ready to accompany me, please? Please remain in place, Mum. It won't take a moment. Sit rep.
We do apologise to our viewers at home for this unexpected interruption.
I'm sure it's nothing to worry about.
Right, understood. Everyone, please remain calm. How can I help? Can you clear everyone out of that area? Everyone.
Okay, everyone, if we could just clear away from these studio doors. Yeah, that's right, just behind the cameras, please.
Do those doors lock? Is that Colin with the headphones on? Hey, mate, can you lock the doors? Can you not hear me?
Colin! Colin!
You can't hear us.
I'll do it.
No, miss, too late. I'm law enforcement, load your weapons up!
Ah!
You two stay at the door, lock it tight, and don't let anyone in. Yes, sir.
Now listen, there's no need for anyone to
back down.
Of course, whatever you say.
Are we still live?
Yes, we're live.
Good. It's time for some real news.
It's him.
You, mic me up. Is it working?
I just need to check.
Is it working?
It's working.
Good. Over there, on your knees. Now. You, next to him. Move!
You okay, Colin?
Shitty birthday. Not the worst one I've had, though.
Let them go, Mr. James. It's me you want.
Don't flatter yourself. You're not the target here. You're just a bonus.
Oh my God, is it me?
We're not here to take out a person. We're cancelling the whole fucking show. Which camera? I know you're watching this. In your vans, planning your counter-attack. Please, try and control yourselves. Oh. Well, I'm sure you know the rest.
Alan, we can talk about this.
Oh, we will. I have a lot of questions.
Shit!
There's no need for anyone to get hurt.
Where was that attitude during the uprising? You know, the night your thugs killed my friends.
There are innocent people here.
Says the woman who killed 14 million of them. No, I don't feel any great need to answer to you. In fact, get over here.
I don't take orders.
Come here! You move when I tell you to! Give me that.
Alan, don't do it. You're not an executioner.
What am I then, eh? You tell me, Megan
Shit.
Wolf, what the fuck am I?
Just a man who's just way in over his head.
Don't patronize me, you smug bitch. I'm not one of your little helpers. Get over here. Kneel beside her. You're just as fucking guilty as she is.
Guilty of what, you fucking psychopath?
All of it! She sat there, smiling, and let it all happen. Jeremy Donaldson died for this program. And she let it become this. Bread and circuses. Bread and fucking circuses!
Don't you say his name.
I beg your pardon?
I said, don't you say his name. You don't get to do that!
You're angry at the wrong person, love.
You're also
He's the
angry
one
at
that
the wrong
killed him.
person.
The first victim of her benevolent slaughter, not the last, though.
All I am hearing is crazy.
Then maybe you should hear it from the source. Confess. Confess. Fine. Have it your own way.
Stop! For God's sake, stop!
Answer my questions. Or she dies next. Yep. Then hers.
Tell him what he wants to hear. Ask your questions.
Better. First question. How did you actually think this was all going to end?
In a better world.
Bullshit.
It's the truth! When we came into power, everything was broken. The system worked for so few. There was hunger and poverty and real pain. But you never saw that, Mr. James, because you were doing just fine, thank you very much. And my side? We were too weak, too meek. It was all good intentions and second chances and playing by the rules. Well, you know where playing fair gets the people at the bottom because they're fucking nowhere. Someone had to be prepared to actually fight, to do what was required. So I did it. Because no one else was going to.
14 million people.
To save the 60 million here? What would you have done? Let us all starve to death?
You should have found another way.
There was no other way.
Is that how Peter Clement saw it?
Peter was weak. I loved him more than I have ever loved anyone, but he was soft. He wouldn't have allowed it to happen. And afterwards, we couldn't sleep. It haunted him.
children in the end anyway. But that's on me, Mr. James. What's on you?
We're not discussing me. Didn't you hear? Disrupt died on the night of the uprising.
Then how have we been watching you for months?
Watching me?
You're not the only one who knows how to get people on the inside. We knew you'd pop your grubby little head up again, and we've been collecting information just in case you did. There's a recording, a meeting of the so-called Disrupt leadership. Tiny hidden cameras, very high-tech. Perhaps the public should see what your bosses are talking about when there's no one else around.
We have people at the network jamming your signals, messing with your broadcast room. We'll stop you.
We have people too, and they've been doing this an awfully long time. Prepare the footage on screen 4. The broadcast room.
You in there. If you play that footage, she dies.
Play it. Play the tape. I've seen it. It's important. Blow us up anyway, so just play the fucking tape.
Lock the console. Don't let them play.
Lock the console now, bitches.
I visited Starslevigrad recently. The remains of it. You know, smoke still rises.
Shouldn't have said lock it. Shouldn't have said lock it.
It's too dangerous to send in men to put out the fires.
We have all lost that to which we were attached.
5 years, General, and still it burns. That is
Agreed. Once normality returns, we will proceed on a process of sanitization, Viscount.
My estimates suggest that we will need to expunge at least 55,000 in each territory, and if we are to be certain, many hundreds of thousands more. There will be regional variations, of course.
Yeah!
It will be an industrial procedure. We will need facilities.
Undoubtedly.
I forgot I had these. I need to play these during the whole situation.
Challenging conditions.
But it will have to be all of them, General. The intellectuals, the radicals, free thinkers, anyone who does not understand and accept the natural...
You killed my colleague.
Of course.
I'm gonna do what I want.
There can be no fertile ground left for these ideas to take root again.
There will be a resistance. We should also consider relatives and close friends. We will no doubt have been exposed to dangerous ideologies anyway.
That could be millions of people.
Yes, but we can manage it. I mean, once the processing is up and running, we can streamline it.
Well, certainly you can manage these numbers.
Oh, yes, 5,000, possibly more. And then there's the transition centres. They can be easily repurposed.
Well, then, this is marvellous.
What's going on?
Marvellous, gentlemen.
There is one other matter to discuss. Our colourful spokesman.
Mr. James. He's useful for now. His appearance works well for us at the public class.
But he'll have to go too, him and all his type.
Oh, yes.
On that I think we can all agree. Let him dance today for the masses who clap and cheer, and then later we cut his throats.
Obviously, the face of the future looks nothing like Mr. James.
Yes. I remember when we had troublesome cadets in a unit, we used to send them on a doomed mission. Gave their relatives something to be proud of, an honourable death of a loved one. Stop them asking some troublesome questions.
An excellent solution. Mr. James is full of passion. Let him consume himself with it.
Shall we turn to the matter of the new curriculum?
Bad choice, Alex. Kill her. No, wait. Better yet. This is on you.
Songbird down! Repeat, songbird down!
Everybody stop!
Lower your weapons. Think about this, Mr. James. No one else needs to die today.
I agree. In 4 minutes' time, a helicopter is going to land on the roof of this building. I will be making my way up there and boarding that helicopter. And then I'll be on my way. And as you so observantly pointed out, no one else will need to die here today. I imagine you'll be joining me on the roof.
You know I can't let you leave this room. Alan Stephen James, you are formally requested for dialogue. Under Section 12 of the Mental Health and Antisocial Activity Act, if you refuse to collaborate, I am clinically empowered to intervene.
Anything you say can and will be used in efforts towards your betterment.
You're arresting me. Do you not see this?
A palliative advisor will be made available to you at no cost. Do you understand these advantages as I have expressed them to you?
You must be fucking kidding me!
The patient has refused to engage.
You have no power here! If I take my thumb off this trigger...
The patient is a clear and present danger.
I don't understand.
Centigrade received. Target neutralized. Headquarters, I can confirm intelligence.
That wasn't a real bomb.
The device was sabotaged by person or persons unknown. 4 civilian casualties present, including Songbird. Is anyone else injured? All other hostages traumatized, but otherwise unharmed. Why are these lights on?
They're broadcasting your live.
Control, any transmission stopped immediately.
No, you can't just cut the signal. We have to say something. We can't just leave them. We have to say something.
I think everyone's seen more than enough.
Well, shit. Disrupt was fucked.
The god smiles like a million instas, breaking the heart of widows and spinsters, smashing it up on everyone's Tinders, and they wanna kill you.
Remains beloved in the nation and hated in this industry. Oh boy. That game actually made me question a lot of my opinions. Do I agree with what Disrupt is doing? In the end? No. Definitely not. That was the worst activist group that could ever come in. Shit.
Nonsense, pulling the smiles of the Tory conference, and they wanna kill you. Scribbling lies in the manifesto. Don't give a shit, she won't protest. So days by the posh hey presto, and they wanna kill you for being human, and they wanna stop you from being human.
I'm gonna let this play out.
Trying to prevent you from being human. Stop you from being human, and they wanna prevent you from being human, and they wanna stop you from being human, being human.
Well then.
Following the declaration of a state of emergency, General Masters, who has granted himself extraordinary powers, insists they will only last 6 months. It is believed that political leaders are still being held under house arrest by the military on charges of election rigging, though the general is yet to produce any evidence to support this claim. As clashes between protesters and troops continue in Western Square this evening, I want to once again urge our viewers to stay safe as soldiers begin to patrol our streets, enforcing a curfew.
Shit. I helped lead the world into a horrifying future. God, I was a fucking janitor as well. Oh.
Good evening, I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Jones. Our main headlines tonight.
What's this? Has taken the cable all to set money, and because of that, it might be a snake. Interference all over the shop. So, So, I've been thinking of what I was gonna say after that. This one, I actually want to give my thoughts. I don't normally do that about, like, stuff about the games that I play, but I actually want to share what I thought. And this is one of the most controversial games, I guess? Not controversial as in, like, the stuff in it is really problematic, but, like, controversial in that, like, it's a silly, goofy game. And then it tosses you straight in the middle of a political warfare. No funny business, no jokes, just terrifying, horrifying events. Essentially, and I do not know what to think. I mean, with so many other games, you can clearly see who's a good guy and who's a bad guy. Bring up fucking Payday 2, a good game, heist game. There's two sides. You, or no, there's three sides. You, the police, and the civilians. You are, of course, the good guys. You're taken from the police, which is actually corrupt. But in the meantime, you hurt civilians, but like, do you really? God. Fallout 3, New Vegas. I'm just gonna go over two of them. There's the Brotherhood of Steel and Caesar's Legion. You can clearly see that, like, yeah, while the Brotherhood is really ass backwards, Caesar's Legion is fucking evil. Now let's get on to the one that I wanted to compare this game. Papers, Please. You're actively working with the rebellion against the government. However, in Papers, Please, you can clearly tell they are not evil. They want to do what's best for people. And what's best for the people is at first tearing down that damn wall. But these guys, they were terrorists. They blew up so much. They killed so many innocent people. They even took hostage with a fucking bomb the studio you work in. And not to mention, the side that they were fighting wasn't even good as well. They fucking nuked a whole country. And then fucking turned it into a dictatorship. Dictatorial regime. With fucking districts and a way of brainwashing the youth. I guess, in that way, you're not a good person. I think what the game is trying to tell you is that you're not a good person. It doesn't matter who you work with. It doesn't matter what you're fighting for. You're not a good person. Maybe the actual message is there's always the black and white, but there's also always gray. Maybe the message is that you should question yourself. Maybe you should question your beliefs. I don't know. This was actually one of the most confusing games, with so much constantly jumping from... Oh, shit. There's so much jumping from, oh yeah, I'm working for the good guys. I'm trying to free the people from these dictatorial regimes to the, oh my god, I'm working with the terrorists. But the government killed my kids. So, or killed my kid and my brother. So, I'm gonna be working with the rebellion still. And then they blew up a whole stadium. Killing innocents only. Essentially, what I'm trying to say is, that fucked me up. That shit actually fucking got me. I don't know what to fucking think anymore. Holy shit. Like, in every other game, it's clear who's good and who's bad. This is one of the most thought-provoking games that made me think, am I the bad guy? Am I the good guy? Do I continue working with these guys? Do I go over to the other side that at first I thought was bad? I probably said that so many times by now, but like, holy shit. Oh boy. I need to get a friend to play this. I need to get a friend to try to go through this. Because that was an experience. That was, in all honesty, a real fucking experience that I've gone through. And to be honest, this was a pretty good game. It came out in 2022, right at the start of a pandemic. Here it is. This is an actually genuinely good game. Let me make sure of something. Okay, no, won't show any of my friends. It is currently like $7 right now on sale. If you can, go buy it. See what ending you get. Holy shit. Whoop. That's the end. And I can tell you, I will be thinking about this for a good while. This shit has actually concerned, or has actually confused me. Holy shit. That's the end of the stream, and I hope you've heard of a hit game Among Us.